Do 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 do. Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing this morning? It's 4 a.m. Respectfully. Why are we up so late? We're watching the Vince McMahon documentary, baby. That's why we're up so late. Oh yeah, we're live on Twitch too. Hey, let's go. Let me go ahead and change the live stream over on Twitch to say watching the Mr. McMahon Netflix documentary. Documentary watch long. I should call it a binge along because we're watching the entire thing on one episode. Why should we call it a binge along? I feel like it should be a binge along. What do you guys think? It's a binge along? Binge along. Sounds right. Binge along. How's everybody doing this morning? It's 4 a.m. for me, but I am actually very excited. It's been a while since I've been excited to wake up early in the morning to watch something. We're watching Netflix's Vince McMahon documentary. I'm sure you all are familiar with the man who basically not created but globalized professional wrestling in North America. He's now facing a lot of potential penalties and possibly even court proceedings with what's going on with him right now. But we're going to be watching the documentary Netflix has put out about him in just a couple minutes. Let me just go ahead and get a text up because I want to let's see, episode 1. I want this to tell you what episode we're on. That way people can be following along if you decide to watch it yourself along with me. There we go. Episode. Let's drop it down to like right here. So 1. Here we go. Episode 1. A little bit like right there. Here we go. And then I'll just have to put a box right there. Hold on, let me just rename this. What EP we on? And then let me get another text box. Oh, here we go. Oh, I need a black bar though. Let me get a black bar. I'm sorry, I'm makeshifting this on live, but also understand I just woke up. I was not trying to do all this last night because I wanted to go to bed. I saw The Substance, by the way, guys. Gross, but disgusting, and also fantastic movie. I think anybody who is a certified lover boy, certified cinephile like myself should go see The Substance. 100% recommend seeing The Substance. Great shit. Great shit. TBH. I know I'm kind of just chatting right now. I'm just yapping, but we try and get some shit together. All right, bear with me. Bear with me now. Bear with me now. Let me pull this text box up here. That way it's like overlapping. Let's see, rename Black bar. Drop the text back down here. I saw some of you already started. Don't spoil anything in the comments. What are we on? Episode 1. There we go. Haha. Haha. All right, see? We got it locked in. We got it situated now. Now I could just pop out chat. We was active in DC the whole time. I believe it. Hell yeah, brother. Like I said, we had to take a little bit of time to get this situated because it's 4 a.m. and I wasn't about to do all this instead of getting sleep. Some people don't know, like, how do I do these, like, do Japan streams and all that shit. Like, bro, I wake my ass up early in the morning and go to bed on time. Like, I don't stay up. I don't do all-nighters. I'm too old for that shit. I literally just make sure I'm up on time and go to bed early. That's my secret. It's Victoria's secret. Cat pick and DMs. I'll look at it later. Lock all these up. All right. You guys ready? Because I don't want to hesitate any longer because this is 6 hours long and I do have a train to New York to catch in about 8 hours. And I don't know if I'm going to be talking about it after these episodes are done, but, you know, definitely want to give me a little bit of time to actually digest and talk about it a little bit.
People wondered who I really am.
Ooh, okay. Starting off hot here. So, if we hop over here to my Netflix, you see the very first page is the Mr. McMahon documentary. Over here we have the episodes. Vince McMahon tells the story of WWE's evolution in this docuseries, which features archival footage of Hulk Hogan, Bret Hart, The Undertaker, and more. Episode 1, called Junior, Vince McMahon follows his father's footsteps and takes the family business from the independent wrestling circuit to mainstream sports entertainment. Episode 2, Heat. In the real world, wrestling superstars and storylines, plus Vince McMahon's reputation attracts scandal and scrutiny in the media. A new competitor rises up. I think that's WCW. 3, Screwjob. The lines between reality and kayfabe start to blur as WWE takes their talents elsewhere, boosting the pedigree of a gritty competitor. I'm pretty sure we've known about this already. 4, Attitude. With the Monday Night Wars in motion, a new era begins at WWE as Vince takes the bold new persona and the programming enters risque territory. 5, Family Business. I'm more interested in 5 and 6. Like 1 to 4, we pretty much already have ground covered on, but we're still gonna watch them anyway. 5, Family Business. Vince brings his family into the fold and attempts to push the envelope on air and beyond the ring. A monumentous merger changes the wrestling landscape. And 6, The Finish. After tragedy draws attention from wrestling injuries, WWE focuses on safety and expansion. Vince retires abruptly after unsettling allegations emerge. Okay, so episode 6 is where it's at. 6 is where we're going to get into current events. But we're going in chronological order here. And we're going to be starting with episode 1. Now, I'm not going to be showing you the screen. I'm just showing you what the Netflix page looks like right now. I'm going to be going back over to here in a second, but I want to show you guys what it looks like before I start. All right? Are you guys ready? Chat, are you ready? No, I said, are you ready? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not doing all that. It's early in the morning. All right? I'm ready. Let's lock in. Let's do this, chat. Vince McMahon Netflix series documentary. Starting now. Vince McMahon getting in the ring. Old ass. I wonder when they recorded this. 2021. All right, well, they answered my question right away. That answered my question. Oh, Linda McMahon. You know, she's never interviewed for anything.
Addressing everything to you.
There's Shane McMahon's in this. Stephanie McMahon's in this. Triple H is in this. Hulk Hogan, The Undertaker, Bret Hart, Eric Bischoff, Trish Stratus, The Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, John Cena, Cody Rhodes. Oh, they got all the big kahunas in here for this. Beginning in 2021, over 100 hours of interviews were filmed with Vince McMahon, his family, the business associates, and some World Wrestling Entertainment's popular superstars.
Good? I'm good, I guess.
Here we go.
Where are we? What are we doing?
Well, I'm talking about me, which I have never done before. I don't like talking about me. You know, I'm talking about everybody else. I'm cool with I can go perform, but this is like very strange, a little different. Me talking about me. So I'll do the best I can. Larger than life.
You guys remember when he was supposed to have like a movie about himself, and it was supposed to star like Bradley Cooper or something?
Building WWE into an international billion-dollar business.
He's also an on-screen presence as the billionaire bad guy boss.
Where the hell are you been? Oh, that was right. That was right when they came back from COVID, right?
Wondered who I really am. You know, portrayal of me, I'm a bad guy. But
I got me a nice little fruit bowl. We're about to dive into this chat.
Myself. I still haven't quite figured out who I am.
Do I know Vince McMahon? I don't think anybody knows Vince McMahon.
Hello, neighbor. What's up, brother?
People know who he is, but they really don't know.
You might get taken down for the audio. I'll turn it down some.
Out there, the larger-than-life promoter, a lot of that is a character when it comes to him personally. He's going to show you what he wants you to see.
Very few people are in control of the world. Vince McMahon was.
He has built
Oh, well, they got Dave Meltzer in this bitch, too.
so powerful, so big, and so ingrained in people generationally.
He did things that no one thought were possible. And he took no prisoners in the process.
With Vince McMahon, he comes as advertised. And what you expect, that's exactly what you're going to get.
Not much, just got off work. Hey, let's go.
I have a lot of respect for him. I mean, he was a guy that often lied to me and let me down with his lies.
One thing Bret Hart's gonna do, he's gonna talk shit on Vince.
That gets the rap that he wants.
Got my little breakfast right here. Before the final interview, Vince McMahon breaking halted production. Breaking news.
Vince McMahon, the legendary CEO and chairman of Worldwide Wrestling
Damn.
Entertainment, is stepping aside.
That happened during this?
The WWE is
Yep.
investigating a secret $3 million settlement that Vince McMahon agreed to pay a now former employee. The McMahon is accused.
It's hard to believe that was 2 years ago. God damn.
It started with a tip, and the tip was that the board of WWE had received an anonymous email. The emailer was accusing McMahon of having taken advantage of an employee and then covered it up. Another thing we heard was you're only scratching the surface, and there's a lot more here.
Oh boy.
That first story in June of 2022 touched off a series of events.
The Wall Street Journal.
Reporting on other NDAs, government investigations, Vince stepping down, Vince McMahon returning, and then selling the company, and then a lawsuit against him that contained some of the most graphic details.
Oh yeah, here we go.
The WWE mogul resigning on Friday after a
2024.
employee filed a lawsuit accusing him of subjecting her to, quote, countless depraved and humiliating
Yep, that was
acts.
during Royal Rumble weekend. I remember like it was yesterday. The majority of the following interviews, including Vince McMahon, were filmed before the sexual misconduct allegations were made public. Well, yeah, it looks like they're not going to touch on it too much.
Real stories? Holy shit.
What a quote.
All right, give us one.
No.
Why?
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to tell you these stories.
Oh,
I'll give you enough that it's semi-interesting. I don't want anybody to really know me.
what a way to start off your documentary. I don't want anybody to really know me.
He's as polarizing as he is entertaining. Vince McMahon is part renegade, part
Yeah, because people really know you. They'll see what a disgusting person you are. That's why he doesn't want people to really know him.
Into a billion-dollar juggernaut. Throw in one part athletics, one part theatrics, and more than a dash of violence, and what do you get? One of America's favorite pastimes.
Maybe you should invest some money you get in GMO Prime into some headphones. LOL. I have headphones. I don't feel like putting them on. Bro, it's 4 a.m. in the morning. Leave me alone, Greg. I don't feel like putting them on right now. If I want to listen to audio, I'll do that. If Netflix takes down the YouTube stream. Alright, whatever, so be it. I still have the clip up on Twitch. And I'll have plenty of clips up going up soon. So trust me, this is mainly for clips later. Oh, shit.
A lot of Vince McMahon, his ability to get away with stuff was because he was also this character.
Where does the line between Vince McMahon and Mr. McMahon end?
Fire. Mr. McMahon, here we go, guys. Damn. Long time coming. Can't believe this is happening.
Well, the first thing I need to tell you is
Hulk Hogan.
you're not going to totally understand what happened or what is, because you have to
You have to beat her.
live it to comprehend it.
Yeah.
You're only going to know what they tell you.
I hope they tackle Durag Vince probably in episode 5 when they start getting into like ruthless aggression and PG. We're on episode 1. I don't think they're going to tackle too much of that here. They're going to talk about the upbringing of Vince.
Explain what pro wrestling is.
Well, Tony Atlas.
Is turning fantasy into reality.
I remember guys go, why do you watch that bullshit wrestling? It's on, none of it's real. Who cares? It's just phony wrestling. And it's like, you're wrong. I look at what I did. That's an art form. Just watch the beauty of it. Wrestling's this curious phenomenon that allows people to let out their aggressions while watching a morality play. Most people, when they're driving home, they go, oh, it was all a show. Son, none of that was real. But when they're there in the building, you want to believe it's real.
Exactly.
I was a true artist.
People that weren't fans would say, it's all the fans that are too stupid to realize that it's not real.
Man, most fans already know that.
People that are smart enough to accept the fact that it's a show.
Exactly. We all know it's fake.
Characters and the storylines and engage in it in that manner.
Pro wrestling has always been a soap opera, just in broad primary colors. Here's your hero, here's your villain, here's your damsel in distress.
We give you an opportunity to feel. When you see everything we do, it's about emotion. And it's about grandeur. That's what America is. It's larger than life.
America, fuck it up.
Our form of entertainment is American culture.
Professional wrestling matters in that it's so much.
I don't think they'll cover Owen. I thought they had to loosely talk about it. They don't gotta have an episode dedicated to it, but I think they should loosely talk about it. Because that is a major part of Vince in WWE.
Ignored, but it is affecting the way the world around us is working.
From here, we're going to have to swing down to Phoenix to do some PR for March 31st.
This is 39-year-old Vince McMahon, a third-generation wrestling promoter, sometime announcer, and the force behind the WWF.
One day, we hope to be recognized as the premier source of sports entertainment in the world today.
I got my start in the business because
Looking at Vince's dad right next to him, yeah, Vince is starting to definitely grow into his dad.
best promoter in the business.
But
First met Vince McMahon senior
worse
in
version
Madison
because
Square
Vince has
Garden.
had so much damn surgery on his face.
He looked and presented himself like the Pope of Madison Square Garden.
When I was growing up, I didn't know that my last name was McMahon until I met my dad when I was 12 years old. Before that, I grew up in a trailer park with my mom and this certain stepfather who was abusive. I got the crap beat out of me on almost a daily basis. You just live with it until you get out of it. When all that, physical abuse and everything was happening, never heard a word from my dad. I saw my dad for the first time. It's almost like my dad had a glow about him. I ran up to him, open arms, expecting to have this big hug. And I got one to back out. I think going, that's a little bit different. But nonetheless, I sort of fell in love with him right away. You could feel he had in his heart the way that you wanted him to be, somewhat. Or maybe I was just bullshitting myself. I don't know. My dad and I never had the conversation about why he wasn't in my life during all those formative years. Or even when I became much older, we never talked about that.
One thing that's indisputably true about Vince McMahon is that he came from...
I don't doubt that Vince had a traumatic childhood. That's why he's the fucked up person he is.
Whatever dreams of escape Vince
Usually
had
fucked
went
up
from
people
the
aren't born,
abstract
they're made.
to the concrete.
Not even usually, they always
He could
are.
point at his dad
I don't believe evil is born. I believe evil is made.
and that's gonna be
Firm
my
believer in
way
that. So when I hear stories about Vince being abused or sexually assaulted as a kid, it's like, yeah, I believe it. Unfortunate. Doesn't make what he did now okay, but I believe it, and it's unfortunate. Don't want to see that happen to anybody.
And the resolution is physical and they fight. I like that. At that time, a sort of a strange relationship with my dad. We didn't play ball together, or there was no camaraderie that way. We talked business even at that age. You know, that was sort of what we had in common.
His dad was his business partner. That was what it sounds like.
Vince and I met when I was 13 and he was 16. I don't think I ever heard him
A minor. Let me stop.
other than wanting to be involved in the business of professional.
I mean, technically, when Vince was like 20, she would have been like 17. So, A minor. But it was back in like the 60s, so I don't think anyone really gave you shit back then. Are you gonna react to all 6 episodes? Yes. We'll be here for the next 6 hours, buddy.
Kid did pretty well. Then one day, I'm with my dad. He's doing a television show, and our television announcer kept asking for more money. The show's about ready to begin, and he said, "Well, if you don't pay me what I want, I'm walking out." And my dad a lot of times had these quarters. He would like click these quarters in his hand as he was thinking. So I see him off like this, and he's thinking. I said, "Pop, what are you gonna do?" Go announce. You're the announcer.
Show number 1, recording of All-Star Wrestling in Hamburg, Pennsylvania. Is this quick enough for you, Pop? Slated to play, just roll it, Daddy. Hello, everybody. My name is Vince McMahon.
So I start trying to BS my way through as an announcer.
Bobo, Leo's neck muscles, big biceps, a great athlete, and really indeed, not to belabor a point, but it is indeed nice to have him back here.
Vince wasn't a bad commentator at all.
Vince was a horrible commentator.
Oh, well, never mind. Well, let me correct it. He was actually a good commentator towards like the end of his run in like the 90s. Maybe I didn't listen to him enough.
What's going on in the ring? Here's the story that's being told.
Facing a legend.
Our business is no different than a play, a movie, books. It's all the same. Okay, you have an environment, so we establish what that environment is.
They've jam-packed this arena.
The next thing you have to do is create some very interesting characters.
Briscoe, of course, the only individual to have been trained by Bruno Sammartino.
The good and the bad. A babyface, which meant a good guy, and the other was a heel, which meant a bad guy.
And Sammartino holds the rope open for Zabisco to look. Look out!
And then you introduce another character.
Sends a referee flying out.
There was always this big finish.
Does anybody watch wrestling back in like the 70s or 80s?
The formula is simple.
I feel like most of you in the chat are probably 20 or 30.
Easy to do. Kept that job announcing for my dad. And it wasn't long after that, but my dad wanted to get out of the business. So he wanted to sell to someone. And when he was going to sell to someone, he wasn't thinking about me at all.
As a matter of fact, he was going to sell it to Gorilla Monsoon, who was a partner at that time.
Damn, Gorilla Monsoon being the owner of WWE, could you imagine?
When I joined the company, Gorilla Monsoon was the heir apparent. And I could feel the tension right away. Gorilla Monsoon thinks I'm competition. And boy, was he right. When I proposed to buy my dad's business, they made a deal with me. I'll give you X number of dollars here, 3 months later those, 3 months later that, and then the final payment. And if I miss a payment, then you get the business back and keep the money. That appealed to my dad and appealed to his other stockholders because they're thinking his kid's not going to make it.
We took over Vince's father's company. We actually were paying with money that they would have been generating should they have stayed in the business. You know, it was robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Basically.
Made the last payment, and no one could believe it. My dad was really, really surprised.
Do you think your dad wanted you to succeed?
I think my dad wanted me to succeed, but then again, sometimes I think he did.
I honestly thought that he didn't want to make it easy for Vince. That he really wanted to let him know what it was like to struggle.
I respect that.
It's strange because when I bought the business, there was some friction there because my dad, he then worked for me, and I knew he didn't want what I wanted.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to All American Wrestling.
My vision was to upgrade the product. My vision was to make this mainstream, not the lower class that everyone thought it was. I want to be pro wrestling. Don't like that term today.
Yeah.
I want to be something beyond pro wrestling. I want us to grow and compete against all these other promoters all over the country.
During this point in time, the wrestling industry was regional and operated in what was called the
How far are you in
territories.
episode
There
1?
were separate wrestling companies around the country. And they
About
each
35
ran
minutes left in the episode, so about 20 minutes in.
on TV within their own territories.
The Goozemeister. What's
So
going
you
on,
had
brother?
Florida, you had Georgia, you had the Mid-Atlantic, the Carolinas, there was San Francisco, Portland, Seattle.
The territory
Vince's
days.
dad had the WWE, which was then known as WWF.
Yep, WWC. That's why East Coast is the most important, because WWE took over the East Coast first. East Coast always staying up, baby.
People had agreements.
Whenever someone asks you what's the most important time zone in the entire world,
Close video.
ES2.
Right what I wanted to do.
Like DMD, ES2. There you go.
One of the great World Wrestling Federation cities, St. Louis, Missouri.
Vince started promoting his own shows in what would traditionally be someone else's territory. And that ruffled a lot of feathers.
Whether it's in St. Louis, Los Angeles, Hoboken, New Jersey, or wherever, no doubt the World Wrestling Federation will be there.
So my dad was very much against that. He said, take it easy, Benny. Don't rock the boat. It hurt my dad, but at the same time, I'm in business. Other promoters started threatening my dad. You know your kid, Vince, is going to wind up at the bottom of the river. I don't know what it is, these promoters, I guess, love the bottoms of rivers. Never was threatened. I didn't care. Because you didn't own anything. I'm competing with you.
Dog eat dog world.
Here on All-Star Wrestling, and joining me now, former 9-time heavyweight champion of the world, Vern Gagne. And
I worked for Vergani in the AWA, which was one of the strongest territories. And as far as Vergani was concerned, Vince was Satan. He was the devil. He came in and ruined all the territories.
In a moment, we'll take you to Tampa, Florida.
Once they made their national expansion and started shattering the territory mold, so many of the top talent who were really fixtures in other territories decided to take a better opportunity with Vince McMahon and the WWE.
Our talent was making so much money, which attracted other talents.
It's a virtual flood of wrestling talent into the World Wrestling Federation, the likes of which we've never seen before.
If you really look at
Finish episode 1 from the looks of it. For long-time fans, the important episodes are 5 and 6. Yeah, those are the important episodes.
Go back to their town with the 3 or 4 guys that he stole from there. There was nothing.
But it's good to know the entire
We
history.
understand that you're attempting to invade almost every area in the United States.
That's right.
Most wrestlers that work for Vince came from somewhere else, and somebody.
Can you add TikTok? Can you add Subway Surfers or something to the side so I can focus, brother? Bruh, your TikTok mind will recover if you don't do it. Trust me. You got this. I believe in you, brother. I believe in you.
It's a dog-eat-dog world, and you have to get your bite out of it.
It was one of those things where I'm not taking anything away from anyone. I'm building. And if you can't compete with me, it's America. Tough.
There's no doubt that the popularity of the World Wrestling Federation continues by leaps and bounds. And
At that time, I'm competing with all these promoters successfully. So I then said, okay, now I can do things my way. My dad chose Bob Backlund as a champion.
I love to travel.
Bob Backlund.
I love wrestling, and every minute of my life is a pleasure.
He was the all-American boy, but a little too milquetoast. I was looking for someone that had more charisma.
Dusty Rhodes. America.
Dusty Rhodes is a possibility.
You can look up in this building in a matter of few hours when it's full, and you can see a black man and a white man eating out the same popcorn box. Woo! That's funky. That's the American dream.
Yes, sir.
I've only ever been told by my father that he just didn't believe in it. It seemed too large of an endeavor.
Dusty could not take advantage of the opportunity. And so I kept looking for someone that would charm you, someone that would excite you, someone that was larger than life.
This man is not a television illusion.
The first time I met Hulk Hogan, it was years before I bought my dad's business.
Wow, what a physical specimen.
And he was Sterling Golden.
Sterling Golden.
My dad saw him and said, nah, that's not your name. And he changed it to Hulk Hogan.
The Incredible Hulk Hogan.
When they brought me up, they needed somebody that the people thought could beat Andre the Giant, who was one of their big stars.
Andre the Giant is sports entertainment's first attraction. You could advertise Andre the Giant, and you could troll a house.
Hulk Hogan going for the bouncy mouth.
I was kind of like Andre's other half. We wrestled everywhere. Chase Stadium was sold out with me and Andre the Giant. So I was pretty well established. And one of the ways I would get established was to have these so-called TV matches. During those matches, I would wrestle two guys. Sylvester Stallone saw that. And so that's how I ended up getting offered the part in the Rocky movie. I was talking with
He was in Rocky. I never seen Rocky. Yo, Sooplex, drink coffee. Oh no, I'm not falling asleep, brother. I was looking down at my phone.
And you don't do TV stuff.
He asked my dad, and my dad said, no. Because my dad had invested a lot in Hogan, and he wanted to get his money out of him.
He goes, well, if you do that, you're fired and you'll never work here again. I said, okay, cool. When I did the Rocky movie, I knew it was going to be big.
I'm coming after you, Balboa.
If you took Scarface,
Say hello to my little friend.
the Rocky franchise was bigger than all that. It was Americana. I knew it was going to put me on the map. It just went crazy.
Would you welcome Hulk Hogan? You are one good-sized person. Thank you. One big man.
In the middle of this, Vern Gagne got hold of me. How quick can you get to Minnesota?
Hulk Hogan, back in the AWA, and I cannot.
When I went to the AWA, I started the Hulkamania stuff and started ripping my shirt off. And it was growing, becoming dominant.
I followed his career, and he was really honing in on his talents.
Here comes Hogan. Here is the leg crash.
Yeah, back when Hulk was wrestling in Japan.
Vince came to me and said, hey, I want to take
I have to go to work in 2 hours. Don't worry, you'll have the VOD watch on Twitch and YouTube, brother. And clips going up very soon.
Hulk knew where the business was going, and he knew Vince was the direction. It was an easy decision. Some guy's going to push you and make you the biggest star, and you're going to go national. The other guy just wants to promote Minneapolis and Chicago and Milwaukee.
I've been dreaming my whole career about going back, and when Vince said what he was going to do with me, I knew what was going to happen.
1984.
So somehow I had to transfer the theater from Bob Backlund to get to Hogan. I couldn't make that match. There were two, quote, baby faces. So I used the Iron Sheik.
Hey, I like this because I don't really know too much about the golden era of wrestling.
From Iran was one of the most disliked individuals we've ever had as a heel in our company. There was a lot of nationalism then.
Yeah.
A lot of rah-rah America. And for years we had problems with Iran.
The president met with the National Security Council in Washington about the fast-breaking developments in Iran.
There was American hostages that are being held in Iran. It's front-page news. It's talked about every single day.
So when the Iron Sheik would be in the ring, waving the Iranian flag and all that. naturally I got a negative reaction.
You look at what is happening and you try and tell a story off of that and have people be able to react in a way that they couldn't necessarily react in real life.
Again, a lot of people do not like the Iron Sheik.
You can't find an Iranian sheik walking down the street that you can boo and hiss at and see him get beat up. But you could go to the wrestling matches and you could see it.
What are they chanting? I don't want to say it,
It doesn't always age well, but you look at the movies. Movies depicted Japan as the evil empire attacking America. Anybody from Japan was not to be trusted.
Up until Oppenheimer. Finally.
Russians?
Mm-hmm.
You were taught in an early age.
Very true. That was American cinema for you.
These people, foreigners, they were the bad guys.
From Russia.
Right, wrong, indifferent. In that time, the bad guy.
It just sucked that Vince carried that all the way into the 2020s.
The bad guy, the Japanese bad guy. And it was easy to understand for people.
Wrestling is an imitation of the world. If you want to know what America is like, watch wrestling. We show you yourself.
Tell me a wrestler you don't like. See. How come you don't like?
He's from another country, man. From another country.
Vince see what's going on, he followed the river. That's how he became rich.
Yo, what's up,
He
user?
never swim upstream.
You can look back on anything and say, oh, I bet you regret that. Well, look back on, 10 years, 20 years, 5 years ago. Life was different then. Things were different. Values were different. And you can't take the values of today and look back and say, okay, the same values apply to that. Well, it was a different time, different life, different set of values then. If it were done today, wow, that would be a problem.
Yeah, tell Twitter though.
Then I didn't think it was a real big deal.
Not in terms of Vince, but in terms of everything.
So I wanted to transfer the title from Bob Backlund to the Iron Sheik. And then, of course, setting us up for this big all-American.
Hold on. Let me turn this down because I hear. Let me go ahead and turn it down real quick. Oh, Lord. I love the Eye of the Tiger, but that would have been an instant copyright claim. Fuck that. Hold on, chat. They're playing Eye of the Tiger. We gotta turn that down. I don't got time for this to be a copyright strike. They're like the first 30 minutes. Should be fine now.
On the spot when we didn't rehearse anything. That's the art form of wrestling. I jumped in before the bell rang. Didn't tell him I was going to do it. Just felt like the right thing to do. Didn't tell him I was going to clothesline him with it, choke him out with it. Just all happens. You have to listen to the crowd. It's not like feel it, you listen, you think.
It's really a huge response from Madison Square Garden. And of course, everyone knows of Hulk Hogan to this day.
All I asked was for the whole WWF to stand behind the Hulkster, and I told him I'd bring it home for the USA.
Never been a Hulk Hogan fan. Even before the racism and everything, wasn't a Hulk Hogan fan.
On the Iron Sheik, and then have the business direction that the belt's coming to me because we need a guy to be the foot ornament to take over the world. That was a business decision that Vince had to execute creatively, and it worked.
Many fans feel that Hulk Hogan is perhaps the most exciting pro wrestling champion ever.
You can't overemphasize the importance of Hulk Hogan.
How old are you? I'm 27.
I think Vince fails in his expansion. I'm relatively certain he fails in his expansion. Pro wrestling is a star-driven business, and the ability to make stars is what makes you popular. Vince was much better at making stars than all of these other promoters because his father was. Vince McMahon Sr. was really good at making the top guys come across like stars, which was more important than having good wrestling matches. That was Vince's strength because it was his father's strength.
There there is a point.
Rikishi McFoley is somewhere watching his documentary. I mean, so is like I think most of the WWE roster. What's the relevance to that? Oh, I guess because they were defending Vince. Yeah, I guess.
Beating all of them. I'm proud of you for what you've done. Fuck them all. And I thought, wow. It's the first time my dad ever said anything like that he was on my side. Of course, he waited until I was a success, and maybe he felt that way all along, but he never told me. That was one of the biggest moments of my life. Until...
I'd like to have you all rise in a moment of silence for Mr. Vincent J. McMahon.
The day before he died, it was the only time that he told me that he loved me. But wow, he told me before he died.
Well, at least he got to hear it before he died.
Whether or not they care for you or not, it's so wonderful in life to have someone that you care for. And I had the opportunity to really care about my dad and to love my dad.
I don't think he liked his father, to be honest with you.
Why do you say that?
When Junior came along, he had a vision that wrestling is going to change. It can't remain the same. And every idea that came out of his head drove his father up the roof. It drove the wrestlers up the roof. I remember the guy just sitting in the dressing room talking about how nutty he was.
When Vince became the owner of the company, and he and his father started to clash, the clashes were mostly because of Vince Sr.'s lack of willingness to accept where the industry and the business was headed.
Vince come along with all these ideas that we thought were crazy. It was not wrestling.
Vince had ideas about programming to a younger audience and not shying away from the fact that this was scripted entertainment. Vince really wanted to grow and expand.
While everybody else was looking at the territories, Vince understood that national cable was the future.
It was very clear to me from the very beginning that Vince was looking at a bigger distribution.
The founder of USA Network, wow.
Became the marketing channel for WWF. Vince always wanted to promote something new that they were doing.
Vince was never in the wrestling business.
Entertainment
he was
business.
Always in the entertainment business.
Yeah.
Like, for example, when he first came in and took over, he made that talk show. And we thought he was off his deep end.
Thank you. Welcome to TNT.
It was so much fun. That's right. It was the Wild West in a talk show format. It was a riot.
Wow! You stupid idiot!
Vince was experimenting with different kinds of ways to expose the talent to different audiences.
I'm in favor of that for sure. He always wanted to use wrestling as a stepping stone into other stuff.
Our company was growing, and things just started opening up. And it's like, well, yeah, let's do this, let's do that.
The voice of the World Wrestling Federation and host of TNT, Mr. Vince McMahon.
Dave, as you know, there are lots of mothers in New York City.
There was an overlap that you and Vince had early on.
Oh, yeah. It was Letterman's 3rd anniversary show. And they decide if a baby was born during the show, then that baby would become the late night baby. And so they sent Vince McMahon to one maternity ward and me to another.
Vince, I have a question for you.
Yes, David.
Is that your tuxedo?
No, actually it's not.
Okay.
I think Vince enjoyed being on David Letterman. It was as culturally hip a show as you could find. It was a mark.
He enjoyed Showtime.
If David Letterman gave you a figurative thumbs up.
I have a question for you, Larry. Is that your tux?
Vince always looked at how could he connect different aspects of the world of entertainment. How can we co-brand with something and make both of our brands bigger and stronger?
MTV.
Cyndi Lauper was on MTV at that time, and she was a huge star.
Ah! Jesus Christ. They will give you a warning. I gotta turn it down for it now. Hold on, chat.
Cyndi Lauper met Captain Lou Albano on a plane and just felt that there could be
Okay, here we go.
some connection.
RJ on these nuts 11. What's going on, brother?
Our businesses, both of us.
Cindy, tell all these people out here how I made you a superstar. Tell them how you came off my reputation, Cindy. How all women are nothing, Cindy.
What?
Cindy's associated with us, and that made MTV think, well, okay, here's Cindy, she's going into this other genre. Let's work with this other genre as well.
This week on MTV, The Brawl.
We did 2 television shows on MTV. Got great ratings for MTV, and it was a great storyline.
I challenge you, you fat bag of win.
At that time, women's wrestling was day class A and a day class A business. And so I thought, I'll have Cindy connect with one of our female performers. That'll make that division mean more. Wendy Richter was the choice to represent Cindy.
Wendy Richter. She's still ducking and dodging Tony Storm.
Asking if I could represent her in the ring. And I said, sure. There was a buzz in the arena, and it was because of her involvement.
At this point, many of my friends, we were wrestling fans. We liked the whole tongue-in-cheek aspect of it. Like, here's a mainstream sports guy, and now he's lending his voice to introducing Hulk Hogan and Rowdy Piper. And he's doing it straight.
Thank you, Howard. This is indeed an honor.
It was funny. I loved it.
Hulk Hogan and Rowdy Piper.
I had made friends with Mr. T. Mr. T was white hot at the time, just really on fire. So you bring the celebrity into our world.
And that's when WrestleMania got created.
To have this partnership with MTV, it was quite a step up from what we had been doing.
MTV was red hot back then. So this product...
And now it's just ridiculousness where he runs.
just wasn't in the back rooms of people that smoke cigars. I mean, this was getting to be mainstream.
It changed wrestling. Now it's okay for people to say, I watch wrestling.
Andy Warhol, your impressions of what took place earlier on here.
Andy Warhol.
It's just so exciting, I just don't know what to say.
I don't think it's over. I think we have just seen the tip of the iceberg.
At that time, the business was growing leaps and bounds, and I enjoyed putting in the work. But my wife finally, you need a vacation. So I went to the Caribbean someplace for 2 days. I came back the next day and announced, we're going to have one big event a year, just like the Super Bowl, and we're going to call it WrestleMania. She turned to me and she said, you weren't relaxing, you weren't enjoying it at all. You were thinking about business.
On Sunday afternoon, March 31st, it's WrestleMania. Mr. T risks it all, wrestling for the first time, teaming up with champion Hulk Hogan.
You will see the greatest production of wrestling ever in the world.
Wrestling history will be made. The Woodstock of professional wrestling.
WrestleMania was obviously just, again, common sense. There was a Super Bowl, there were other big culminations of sports and things of that nature. So why wouldn't we have one big end of the season type deal?
WrestleMania.
WrestleMania is running wild.
One huge event and put it on what was known as closed circuit.
There are going to be over 1 million people watching on closed circuit television all over the United States here.
Closed circuit was simply a very large projector projecting on a screen in an arena what you were presenting. And you paid money as if it were a live event to come in and watch. That concept today sounds ridiculous, but that's the way it was then.
Closed circuit television, every major city in the United States. Not only that, Jack, but it's going to 24 foreign countries on big screen.
The hype worked so well that Hulk Hogan and Mr. T have been granted the ultimate yuppie honor, co-hosting Saturday Night Live.
We got a really big match coming up. Madison Square Garden. WrestleMania, that is.
So in terms of publicity for WrestleMania, you wanted to invite the media as much as you possibly could. We had it at Madison Square Garden.
This isn't really wrestling. This is wrestling.
And John Stossel from one of the networks wanted to interview some of our performers.
John Stossel's there under the premise that he wants to find out if Hulk Hogan's really as popular as the New York Times said. And as we're walking, he goes, "Do you guys use razor blades to bleed?" And I said, "Are you kidding me? Isn't that kind of masochistic?" My head was already carved up from the last couple of weeks. You know? Man, I make a beeline to Vince. I say, "Vince, this guy is not here to find out how popular Hulk Hogan is. He's here to expose the wrestling business."
Vince come into the dressing room, and he said there was a reporter here that run around and asked the wrestler, "Is wrestling fake?"
Fans, I'm afraid I have to tell you, it is fake.
He said, "I wish somebody do something with that guy."
I did not hear Vince McMahon say anything about putting him in his place. That's verbiage I never heard.
He didn't tell us to do it, but he said, "I wish someone would take care of
Indirect.
that." And he walked out the dressing room.
And as the rest of my name, David Schultz
Yep, remember this story.
decided he would step into the shot.
I think this is fake. You think it's fake?
Out of nowhere, David Schultz just slaps the crap out of Stossel.
You think it's fake?
Damn.
Do you remember Vince's reaction to John getting hit?
Probably
We
laugh.
all celebrated. Not just Vince, everybody. I mean, David was getting pats on the back. People were banning him drinks.
Well, at the time, we were very protective of the business because wrestling is not fake. It's predetermined and it's exhibition. But I can tell you, in the last 10 years, I've had 23 surgeries in 10 years. So if that's fake, please explain it to me. I didn't get the memo.
At the time, you got to realize, David was protecting the business. We loved it until the lawsuit came down. That's when the shit hit the fan.
How is it physically?
The doctor now says I have ear damage that's probably permanent. Mainstream culture was coming to pro wrestling, but pro wrestling wasn't quite ready for prime time. You see a similar thing on the Richard Belzer show. When Hulk Hogan, who's the most media ready,
Oh, that's when he body slammed the guy, right?
finds himself in this incredibly bizarre and unfortunate situation.
Well, apparently you don't know what's going on, man. You must have been
I
on
do
a log
know,
cabin or something. I'll lay it out for you, little dude. Let me tell you how it's
It's tough to take when people are trying to undermine our business.
And the thing is, I fear no man.
I believe you.
Can you dig it?
I can dig it twice.
Are you a man?
What do you think?
I really don't know.
You want to start?
Like when Richard Belzer says, "Hey, put one of those wrestling moves on me."
You just tell me, brother, when you want him to put a split on him. All right.
Brought him over and I just lifted him in the front chin lock.
How about it, T? Keep it like that for a little while.
When I let him go, he fell and hit his head.
Damn.
Belzer just flopped. And Hulk thought it was a pratfall. In actuality, he was hurt. He hit his head when he fell, and it was bleeding. This was not good.
I sued Mr. T, I sued Hulk Hogan, I sued Vince McMahon, I sued the World Wrestling Federation, I sued them all.
Yeah, Vince wasn't real happy with me. We were at a very, very vulnerable stage with WrestleMania 1 for me to be going around choking people out and stuff, you know?
WrestleMania was a big risk. Vince banked everything on this WrestleMania being a success. He put a lot of money into it. The story is if it had failed, he'd have been belly up. And it's very possibly true.
Well, my parents mortgaged everything
Stephanie.
to make WrestleMania 1 happen. I was so young, I didn't truly understand what that meant.
My parents never really talked finance in front of us. You can feel it. My dad would just keep saying, "This is going to work," and we're betting a lot on this one. At this point, I'm a teenager, and I'm just like,
We really didn't have the money to do it. And if it was a huge failure, then we were in trouble.
I'd say that's an accurate statement.
Welcome, everyone. Gorilla Monsoon here at ringside as the World Wrestling Federation
Yeet.
presents
What's up, Arturo?
the wrestling extravaganza of all-time WrestleMania.
I think he choked him, then he dropped him. Yeah, he choked him, then dropped him on his head. Well, he didn't drop him on his head. I think he passed out, and when he let go, he just fell. Ah! It's the eye of the tiger. It's the eye of the fight. I gotta turn it down, guys. I do not want a copyright claim. Not from fucking motherfucking who sings Eye of the Tiger? Not Europe. In Europe is the final countdown. It's not Queen. Who's the Eye of the Tiger? Who sings that song? Is it Bon Jovi? Guys, who sings Eye of the Tiger? Survivor. Yes, thank you. Survivor sings it. I was thinking of a bunch of classic songs, but not the right one. Yeah, you guys are right. It's Survivor. Muhammad Ali is the special guest referee, yeah. I've never watched the whole WrestleMania one.
WrestleMania 1. Nobody knew it yet. These other promoters didn't know it yet, but Vince won the war with that show.
I don't know if it was good for the industry. It was good for me and my organization. That's all I cared about.
After WrestleMania, whatever city we were in, all of a sudden, more TV cameras were everywhere in the buildings, and people wanted to do interviews with us. It was such a major success, it really just put a skyrocket on the company.
This whole momentum changed the wrestling business from cigar smokers and beer drinkers who want to see violence to having families in the front row that want to buy a ton of merchandise. It definitely made wrestling so mainstream, there was no denying that we were here to stay.
WrestleMania 1 is a huge success. It achieves more than Vince could have possibly imagined for his company. But with greater success comes greater scrutiny, and Vince becomes a target.
That expression of there's no such thing as bad publicity, that's BS, because there is.
The special investigation has turned up allegations that could outrage the biggest wrestling fan.
A legal fight is in store for the head of the World Wrestling Federation.
It's a scandal that threatens to knock you right out of the ring.
Right on the heels of this huge success, Vince finds himself caught up in a series of scandals that threaten to upend his entire world.
1987, John Stossel settled his lawsuit against David Schultz in Titan Sports, WWE. In 1990, Richard Belzer settled his lawsuit against Vince McMahon, Hulk Hogan, in Titan Sports. They settled out of court. And that is episode 1. Alright. So that was episode 1. Quick little digest. It was mainly about not too much on the upbringing of Vince. Vince made it very clear he didn't want to tell too many stories about his past. I mean, you heard about his father and how he gained the company from him. A lot of the wrestlers weren't too trusting of the process, and there was this idea that maybe his father wasn't too... He obviously trusted Vince to an extent, but he didn't trust all of his ideas, and Vince took a big gamble on WrestleMania and Hulk Hogan and all this stuff, and it worked out for the better for him. He faced some lawsuits and he won. That's basically a summarization of the first episode. I mean, it was a good first episode. I would give the first episode a solid 3.5 out of 5. I don't think it was well produced. But I think if you're a longtime wrestling fan, some of this stuff is content you already know about. I don't think you really learned anything new in this episode. So I go 3.5 out of 5 for episode 1. But that being said, guys, we'll do a 1-minute intermission. And then we're going to hop right into episode 2. Anybody who watched along with me, what did you guys think of the episode? We're going to be hopping into episode 2 in 1 minute. Uno momento. Episode 2 is coming up next. What did you guys think about that? Episode 2 is called Heat. In the real world, wrestling superstars and storylines, plus Vince's reputation, attract scandal and scrutiny in the media. A new competitor rises up. I think... No, Hulk Hogan was still there. I don't think that was I don't think that's WCW. I think this is when NWA started to come up. But we'll see what we click on. I think that was when NWA started to come up. But let me go ahead and change some of these text boxes around. Wait, you're doing episode 2 already? Yeah, man, we're going straight into it, brother. Straight into it. You guys ready? All right. We're clicking on it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. God damn it. I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every nigga. I am a real American. Oh, this is Vince McMahon singing. Okay. I always saw this clip and I was like, what song is he singing? Vince was getting it back in the day, though. Stand back. Stand back. It was awesome to see how Vince had his way to power from his dad and how WrestleMania was a huge success. Yeah, basically. I remember seeing this segment on the Raw's 15th anniversary DVD set. Yep. DX made fun of it in 2006. I remember seeing it, man. That was around the time when I started watching wrestling. I started watching wrestling on TV. Like, I started watching... Here's the thing. So, I knew of wrestling, right? Knew of it since 2001, but I didn't start watching, like, wrestling on a weekly basis until 2005. And then I got banned from watching it because of the Edge Alita sex celebration, so I didn't start watching it again until 2006. And I've been watching ever since 06. 2 years from now, I've been watching for 20 years. Watching since I was 9 years old. Like, I say 2005 because, like, I have no recollection of watching wrestling in 02, 3, or 4. Like, I played the video games from 2002 to 04, but, like, I don't have any memory of watching wrestling from 02 to 04. I have memory of watching it from 05 and onward, but 02, 04, blank spot. I don't recall any of it. And maybe I was just too young to remember, but I don't remember watching wrestling during those years. I don't think my mom allowed me to, if I'm being honest. I played the games though at the time. I just didn't watch. I didn't watch it.
Is this huge success, and they start doing more TV shows, more live shows. Now they're out there every night touring the country. But you're doing all of this on the backs of the wrestlers who have to work twice as hard to make the business grow.
Mm-hmm. We wrestled 7 days a week. I don't know if people knew that or not. We had no time off.
It was 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year.
Every day.
So pretty hard.
Fuck. No wonder they're on pain pills and steroids and shit. Wrestling every fucking day.
They could have been better at managing the schedule, especially in the late 80s.
How do you have time for a family if you wrestle every day? I couldn't imagine working every... I mean, I'm a content creator. I do work every day, but still.
Not under the same pressure to perform while hurt. In the 80s, if you were hurt and didn't wrestle, you were not paid. Because of that, you wrestled hurt all the time, and the injuries got worse and worse and worse. and you
literally just said, I understand why they were on painkillers and shit.
At that time, it was about capturing the most amount of money. That is how they did it.
Wrestlers as a group were often exploited. These wrestlers were not unionized. They didn't have medical protection.
There was definitely a need for a union in wrestling. That's what Jesse Ventura was trying to do.
Please welcome Jesse the Body Ventura.
Right before WrestleMania 2,
Hogan says his work schedule were over 365 days a year. Yeah, I remember him saying that because overseas and shit. Yeah, all right, bro.
on Vince McMahon's team all the way, so I went straight to Vince and said, hey, Jesse, stirring shit up, man. You know,
No way Hogan debuted in 95. No, he debuted in 84.
wrestlers walk out on you, Madison Square.
WrestleMania was in 84, brother. He debuted in 84.
Hulk Hogan double-crossed Jesse and ratted out all the guys that were trying
Well, no, I think he debuted in WWE in 82, and then WrestleMania was in 84.
Hogan ratted him out. The whole thing was a sham. It was something to...
No, man, Hulk Hogan was in WWE 10 years prior to 95.
And quite frankly, no one in the locker room would ever get behind Jesse.
So what Vince would do, he called
WWE probably would have never blew up to the lengths that it was if Hogan came in 95. If I'm being honest.
so nobody showed up.
Hogan is incredibly integral to WWE's success. Well, WWF's success in the very beginning. No Hogan, WCW may have even won the battle early on. Because obviously in the Attitude Era, they didn't need Hogan at that time. But I don't even think they would have been really competing with WCW from 92 onward if it weren't for Hogan. So yeah, no, Hogan had to be there before 95. Otherwise, WWF as we know it is not a global phenomenon. I'm not saying it would have died, but it's not the global phenomenon it is right now without Hogan. You know, we can credit John Cena, we can credit The Rock, we can credit Stone Cold and all of them, but it all starts with Hogan. As much as I hate to say it, and I don't like the man, all the success starts with Hogan. All of it starts with Hogan. And then after Hogan is when you get to Bret and Shawn, then Rock and Stone Cold, and then everybody else. But it all starts with Hogan, really. I mean, some might say Bruno. I think Bruno just kind of helped sustain it, but it didn't take off until Hogan in like the 80s and the early 90s. Let me get back into this now.
It wasn't a spectacle on the level of WrestleMania 1.
So WrestleMania 3 then was like...
You know, Hogan left in like the mid 90s and he went to WCW.
Seats 93,000 people or something.
Oh, this is WrestleMania 3 when they did 3 different locations, right?
Did you really do that? And I thought with the right attraction we could. And that involved Andre the Giant.
Andre the Giant, ladies and gentlemen, is the only undefeated superstar in professional wrestling.
Hogan versus Andre. Even though they had met many times in the past, in order to sell tickets, we would sell it as if they had never met. But I'd convince Andre to come back to the visit.
At the time, Andre's health was failing him.
Ooh, Andre looked rough.
Back surgery, as I recall.
Andre did a film.
You watch Reliving the War? We're on episode 2 right now. So whatever episode 2 is called, I'm pretty sure it's called The Heat. We're on that right now.
I'm hurting. I can't move. I'm in pain. So I went over in the middle of that film and said, Andre, here's what I want to do. I want you to get the operation that you refused to get. And I want you to come back. And I want you to draw the largest crowd that's ever been drawn. How many seats, boss? 93,000. He laughs. So no, Andre, I'm serious. You versus Hogan, with the way we can present this, you as the heel. Because he'd never been a heel, a bad guy. He was always, a baby face. So he thought about it. And, okay. I'll get the operation.
I'm here for one reason. To challenge you for a world championship match in the WrestleMania.
In the WrestleMania. Roddy Piper was so fantastic, man. A shame he was never WWF World Champion. Right? I don't think Piper was ever World Champion. I think the most he ever won in WWF was the IC. If my memory serves me right. pretty sure he was never world champion. Reliving the Wars, a YouTube series? I haven't seen it then.
We sold 93,000 seats.
We're expecting fans from France, Germany, Africa, South America, the Orient, all over the world.
To WrestleMania! Wow. 93K. Aretha Franklin. Hell yeah. Macho Man and Steamboat, great match. You get it, Aretha Franklin.
There are a lot of great contractions underneath this huge main event. But it was Hogan and Andre that drew that house. Sooner or later, you gotta live and die and you gotta face the truth. And for you, Andre the Giant, it's time to face the truth, brother.
Hulk Hogan has never met a man bigger than him, stronger than him, and with a burning will inside more than Andre the Giant.
Andre, he never told Hogan whether or not he would allow Hogan to win the match. And Hulk kept coming to me. Talk to Andre, talk to Andre. I said, and I did. What do you say, what do you say? I just said, it's not gonna be a problem. You couldn't force him to do anything. Come on, he's a giant.
I sat in the locker room with Andre. I was saying, hey, boss, any idea what we're doing out there? Don't worry. I got a hold of Vince and said, what's going to happen? What am I doing out there? Am I winning or losing? He goes, Andre will do the right thing, don't worry. What does that mean?
WrestleMania! Hulkamania is running well. By God, we did it do some man. You want some? Yeah, hell yeah. The entire world is watching. I swear, whenever I hear that, Andre the Giant, it just starts going off in my head.
Easiest thing I've ever done, or this is a total disaster. There's no in between.
This is the biggest match in the history of professional wrestling. Look at the size of a giant.
Yeah, that's giant. And we had this individual with so much charisma who was almost a superhero. And the two of them colliding. That was awesome.
During the match, it was the first time I realized how bad his back really was. And I told him the ring boss stay close to the ropes, because I knew he couldn't get back up on his own. But we got through the match, and out of nowhere, he goes, slam. What? And when I said what, he came at me. After I slammed him, I went and dropped leg, and I covered him. And I didn't know if it was going to be a 1-2 kick out. Had no idea if I was going to win or lose the match.
Until when?
Until Andre didn't kick out. That moment in time is just something very, very special.
World Wrestling Federation Heavyweight Champion, Hulk Hogan!
Someone threw trash.
That probably is the greatest attraction we've ever had. That's something I'm very, very proud of today.
WrestleMania 3 is a key part of the WWE and Vince McMahon mythology and story of wrestling. You know that Andre the Giant passed the torch to Hogan. The reality is Hogan was already a bigger star than Andre before that match ever happened. Andre had never lost.
It's the first time in 15 years Andre the Giant had ever been defeated.
Andre lost. And Andre had never been slammed. He'd been slammed probably 25 times before that, maybe more.
Oh, look at that!
It's at 93,000 for so many years, they probably all believe it at this point.
93,000 people.
93,173 people.
We Hold the record for 93,000 in that building.
Yeah, it was actually 78,000 in the building.
I don't know why this is one of the greatest controversies in pro wrestling history. I think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, and I'm not sure that it matters at all. I mean, nothing that any wrestler, that anybody involved in wrestling tells you should be regarded as fact.
Exactly. All working you, brother.
Regardless of the real attendance figure.
Plex, I love you, bro. Thank you, Chuck Van Dam. Oh. Ah. Swallowed her fingernail.
For Hogan at that time would build him greater as an entertainer and an athlete and representation of a brand. But of course, the brand comes up that way too.
America. I don't like Hogan, but I will always love that theme song. Will always be one of the greatest theme songs of all time, honestly, brother. When it comes right down in earth,
person in the world. You book Hogan on a card, the building sold out. That was it.
He was a figure of national fame, and you didn't even really have to be someone who regularly watched wrestling.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan had broken through.
Hulk Hogan transcended it.
At that time.
Similar way that Cena and Rock did.
So I do remember feeling a little bit of resentment as a kid because my dad never got the credit that he deserved for creating all of this.
Every word that came out of Hogan's mouth was Vince talking.
Better stock them on your shelves.
Make sure you've got plenty of them right on your shelves.
Hogan and Vince were like one person. Vince came up with the idea. Hogan did it.
Every single thing was Vince. When he would tell me stuff, I'd go, hey, I don't know, man, but I would do it anyway. Because everything he did turned to gold.
With wrestling superstars, it's like having a real match right in your own home.
This huge swell of fans and what have you that we now had middle-class America. It's like, okay, let's bring this together and let's sell it.
You can start by getting in shape with the Hulkamania workout set.
1-945 for Hulk.
One of the most remarkable success stories.
Eat your vitamins.
By the WWF, his marketing merchandise grossed over $200 million last year alone. The man behind the magic is the man behind the mic, Vince McMahon Jr.
Vince never stopped. He didn't complain about the hours he worked. He's a workaholic. As Hogan was out doing the shows and drawing the money,
Because this is his life. That's why.
Vince was out setting up other stuff.
At that time, because of the success that we had, Hogan wanted to be in part of Hollywood. And I'm going, oh, God, I'm going to lose Hogan to Hollywood now. And I said, Terry, look, if you want to do a film, I'll do one with you. Of course, I knew nothing about filmmaking. So Terry and I decided, well, all right, then we'll go write a movie.
It was basically Vince and I spending 2.5 days in a hotel room writing the whole script. We just had
No holds barred.
What we were doing. We were just having fun.
Yeah.
It's not the world's worst movie.
Yuki.
It wasn't great.
What's that smell?
It was pretty hokey.
I thought, okay, I'll do this great movie, and then everyone in the world's going to want to see it. Not exactly the way it worked out. It didn't prevent Hogan from then going to Hollywood, but it delayed it for a while.
When did you notice Hulkamania was starting to fade?
You know, I go back and I look at WrestleMania 6.
Yeah, by the 90s. By the early 90s, I think that's when people started getting tired of him.
We have been fading a little bit.
By the 92 Rumble, he was getting booed. Well, he got cheered when he got eliminated.
Every year, it was probably time for Hogan to be on the bench for a while.
Hulk's getting older, and you need something new. And Warrior had a groundswell of popularity.
The Ultimate Warrior was built better than me, and his colors were brighter than me. The only one problem he had was he really wasn't in love with his business. It was a situation beyond that shiny object. There wasn't much go. But I did what Andre did for me. I passed the torch to him.
Warrior became the champion and was very popular with the audience. As popular as Hulk? No. As time went on, Warrior wasn't all we had hoped he would be, and he was not a popular person backstage. So immediately you look at, well, oh my God, we need to move back to Hulk.
We had this storyline in which Sergeant Slaughter, who was a big, huge fan favorite, he was a Marine Corps drill sergeant, a great American. So he, as a babyface, a good guy in the parlance of our business, was turning into a bad guy. And like any good organization, you're always like, okay, what can I take from pop culture? What's happening out in the world? You know, and how can we present it in a different fashion? So there was a lot of heat, as we call it, with Iraq and USA.
Troops and civilians are on edge in the Middle East.
So, okay, good. Then we can capitalize on that.
My guest this week, ladies and gentlemen, is the former United States military man, Sergeant Slaughter.
Sergeant D.D. dishonorable discharge.
Sergeant Slaughter then sort of was drafted into the Iraqi culture, so to speak. And now he wanted to represent Iraq.
I will take the flag of the brave Iraqi country and raise it high in the air.
And so we had this big storyline going.
The match was terrible between Hogan and Sergeant Slaughter.
USA versus Iraq. And it was working. It was working really well. And then all of a sudden, from a reality standpoint,
It's horrible.
Iraq invades Kuwait. We have Desert Storm.
As I report to you, air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq.
Was that when?
Iraqi sympathizer.
I think that was when George H. Bush was president.
Way too new and in the now. It was like, well, wait a minute. I've got, you know, a relative over there or a niece or something like that that's serving our country. But the audience really didn't want to see it.
We got to the point where Sergeant Slaughter was getting death threats at home, and they wanted to kill his wife and kill his kids. So as far as telling a wrestling story, it worked awesome. I just thought that, boy, this is a risky move here.
Americans could die in this thing, so change it up. Back off of the storyline just a little bit. But, you know, still at the match.
Once again, the largest pay-per-view audience in the history of pay-per-view.
Macaulay Culkin. Wrestlers love kicking out at 3, man.
Great American one.
Oh, there's Donald Trump.
The wrestling of the early to mid 80s, I liked it a lot. I was very amused by it. But it took a nastier turn somewhere down the line. And at some point, it ceased to be something that I was comfortable being involved in.
Well, you learn from everything, and since you have no control over world events, you have to be very careful associating yourself with events in the real world. Anything can happen, so don't go there.
So we moved back to Hulk, and there wasn't, oh, thank God Hulk's back. The audience was tired of Hulk, at least Hulk in that role of being the All-American and being the hero. They were sick of him.
Yeah, like I said, by the time he got to 92, they were tired of him.
There started being the whispers of the Dr. Zahorian trial and the whispers of all this other stuff.
In Harrisburg, Pennsylvania next Monday, a doctor will go on trial, charged with prescribing anabolic steroids to several professional wrestlers.
Dr. George Zahorian has been indicted by a federal grand jury on 15 counts of distributing muscle-building steroids.
To my right, Dr. George Zahorian, thank you very much for joining us here this week.
Dr. George Zahorian was appointed by the Pennsylvania State Athletic Commission as the doctor of note for WWE. We had nothing to do, with who was appointed. His role was to make sure that all the laws of the State Athletic Commission were followed. It would be in our locker rooms and things of that nature. And he began to sell steroids to our talent.
At that time, steroids were part of the culture because all the stars during that time period had the perfect bodies. And so it was the norm. Like people go to Starbucks in the morning before they go to work. People take steroids because they're wrestlers or actors or baseball players or hockey players or football players.
It was an era where steroid use in sports ran amok. If you just looked at the wrestlers themselves, they went from, a burly guy who could plausibly be introduced as having come off his grandpa's farm in Iowa, built his muscles from hoisting bales of hay, to these guys who were like cyborgs. The WWE reeked of steroids. It's obvious.
Now you tell me he ain't ripped.
Dr. George Zahorian would come and he would have steroids and painkillers and sleeping pills and different things that he would then prescribe and sell to the talent.
He would check you for your badge, blood pressure, your pulse rate, and all that. And it's like, I need a few other things, and then you negotiate for your steroids and your pills.
It wasn't illegal to buy steroids from a physician. I bought some from him. But it was illegal to prescribe them, just to sell them.
Steroids, early on, they were legal. However, when they became illegal, that's when it became an issue.
Following Reagan's era of war on drugs,
Just say no.
the laws started changing. And at some point, steroids were categorized as, I believe, a class 3 substance.
The feeling was that doctors were prescribing them not for the purpose that they were intended for.
So George Zahorian was arrested by the federal government. The government came down hard on him and sent him to jail.
It's hard to believe what's occurred today.
All of the media hoopla behind the steroid trial definitely came at a really bad time for Vince. And we had just started the WBF, the World Bodybuilding Federation.
Here comes the World Bodybuilding Federation.
Yeah, it flopped.
I've always enjoyed bodybuilding and physiques. So I thought maybe, okay, I could get these bodybuilders to perform various routines and add a lot of entertainment value to it. Turned out not a good time to do that. Because bodybuilders, all they do is take steroids. So the writing's on the wall. This is not going to work. Decided, well, let's fold this. At that time, there was a lot of heat, and I felt like, boy, I'm getting hit from all sides.
Most of us think of professional wrestling as harmless entertainment and Hulk Hogan as the king of the ring. But was there a sinister side to his success?
Dr. Zahorian testified he had treated Hulk Hogan for a serious steroid abuse problem.
After the Zahorian trial, Vince ended up being pressured by the media to start steroid testing.
When you see this symbol, you can be assured of drug-free sports entertainment that you and your entire family can be proud of.
I held the
Your name came up recently when a doctor got himself into trouble. Have you heard about this?
Oh yeah, I've heard about it. I remember talking with Vince about going on to City Hall, and he thought it was a really bad idea.
My suggestion to him is to come clean. That's not what happened.
Not a steroid abuser, and I do not.
Hogan lying through his teeth. Are we surprised?
God, please.
You put a black man in a Klan hood? Yes, you did.
Hulk Hogan went on the Arsenio Hall show and he told everybody that he only took steroids 3 times.
He lied like a dog. I myself injected him personally.
I injected Hogan with steroids many times.
I self-destructed my own self. That was one of the worst decisions I ever made, was not listening to Vince.
When you do stuff like that and don't tell the truth, then It's an open door for people to come get you. And
why? You should know.
we were caught in the crosshairs of that as well.
You should know about that.
I was never assigned to cover
Phil
wrestling,
Mushnick. Oh boy.
but pro wrestling was so highly rated on TV, it was hard to ignore. And I slowly began to feed it into my column.
There's a newspaper columnist, Phil Mushnick, with the New York Post. Trying to be nice.
Remember this?
There's nothing nice to say about him. He seemed to be on a vendetta against the company, and Vince in particular.
Phil Mushnick was digging for anything he could possibly dig for. I don't know why he has vendetta, still does, against our company, against our form of entertainment. Against me, I don't know why.
Because he's a dirtbag.
What Vince had by running wrestling is that it's wrestling. So the real reporters, for the most part, it's wrestling. We don't want to waste our time covering it. And Phil Mushnick was the one guy to cover it, and he wrote very, very strongly against Vince. Stronger than I would write.
Back then, no one had seen anything written critical of pro wrestling in mainstream media. And when I first wrote this stuff, my mailbox was stuffed with messages. And they essentially all read the same. You don't know the half of it. You don't know how truly bad it is within the ring and within the locker rooms. And I returned some calls, and it was mind-blowing.
You know, as wrestling becomes more popular, naturally people are interested in the stories of what's going on behind the scenes.
Dirt sheets.
And pulling back the curtain in the pro wrestling world can be pretty shocking. You know, the stories of depravity, of sex, of violence,
Oh
of
boy.
drug use.
Oh boy.
We would have been looked upon in today's society as some of the worst human beings walking the face of the earth. I mean, we abused the hell out of women. All of us did. You know, they were like a tool for us.
You don't have to do
Open
a lot
admission.
of research to understand that being a woman in or around the pro wrestling world at this point in history was not necessarily a safe place to be.
I hear some horrible stuff about women's in wrestling. Horrible.
With us now, ladies and gentlemen.
They are going to talk about Superfly Snooker. I was just wondering, are they going to talk about Snooker?
Where that girl got killed.
I was just wondering about that.
In 1983, Jimmy Snuka was the most popular wrestling company at the time. Something happened in a hotel room in Allentown, Pennsylvania. His girlfriend hit her head and died. The forensic pathologist who investigated thought it was a homicide, but at the time, no charges were ever filed.
Superfly, Jimmy Snuka.
And was the power of Vince involved in that? I think that Vince had a hand in making it go away. I mean, exactly what? I don't know. And hell,
Didn't he like enter in someone with a briefcase and then like they never talked about it again?
No doubt.
I think he paid him off.
Most fans didn't know about these sort of darker stories about pro wrestling. Phil Mushnick was one of the first people to really bring this out into the public space.
Phil Mushnick was vigilant against Vince. He had told me once, and he said, like, I've got a story, and the day I write it, they may have to close the doors the next day.
He had a vendetta, man.
Wrestling over new allegations of sexual harassment by top officials in the sport. This growing scandal could put wrestling down for the count.
There was so much going on at the time, and one accusation is that someone from our organization was coming on to someone on the ring crew.
This doc already loses points for having This doc already loses points for having Meltzer in it. Put your bias aside, bro.
Called the ring boss.
He's still a journalist at the end of the
Bring
day.
with him ring boys. In too many cases, these ring boys were underage, and they were being sexually abused.
Former ring boy Tom Cole says the top WWF executives sexually harassed and abused ring boys. The teenagers hired to put up and take down rings at matches.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Mel Phillips was a total pedophile that preyed on young boys, and if these young boys were complying with their requests for sexual favors, they weren't hired.
And then I learned there were others involved.
The
Terry
wrestlers?
Garvin, an executive in Connecticut, and
Pat Patterson, one of McMahon's top executives.
Heard those stories.
Vince McMahon along with wrestling great Pat Patterson.
In a business that was very homophobic, Pat was gay and openly gay, but Pat prospered and became a top guy everywhere he went.
I was grabbed on numerous occasions on my testicles and my buttocks by Pat Patterson of the World Wrestling Federation, and Terry Garvin propositioned me when I was 16, offered me cocaine and all kinds of drugs to have sex with him. When I refused,
Well, that's
I was
disgusting.
from the company when I was 16.
I think Vince is guilty of aiding and abetting.
I wouldn't be surprised if Vince knew about it.
Of rank neglect.
Given the stuff he was accused of.
Trying to build this whole case of, how rotten the company was. He didn't care how he did it. He didn't care about whether or not he hurt the people that were involved, on one side or the other.
Vince isn't saying he's wrong, though.
Salacious piece about WWE.
It was a pedophile ring. 3 of these guys were all in on it. These were real kids being sexually abused on McMahon's watch.
I do think there was a lot of turning a blind eye to some of the things that were going on, but I don't think anybody could ever prove anything. It was kind of like, how do you prove it?
Eventually, Vince settled with Tom Cole, Mel Phillips, and Terry Garvin. They were let go and never worked there again. Pat Patterson resigned, but during that period, Vince and I talked. He goes, one of the 3 was innocent. And I go, well, who? And he goes, Pat Patterson. And I go, so why is he gone? If he's innocent. He goes, you don't understand running this business. It's a gay witch hunt. And he had to
Basically,
go.
yeah.
Most people in wrestling that were around believe that Patterson never acted unprofessionally. And months later, Patterson was back.
In regards to the allegations made against Pat, nothing has ever been substantiated, and I just don't believe him.
Oh, please, not me. He's doing whole movies, Patrick.
None of it rings true. The others, no comment.
We all knew Pat was doing this stuff. I didn't like Pat because he kept grabbing my pecker in the locker room.
You what?
He would grab my pecker. Yeah.
Did you guys complain?
To who? He's the booker. He's the number 2 guy in the office. To who? You know nothing about the wrestling business, don't you?
We're on sexually assaulting them in the locker room.
You either take it or you go home. Who you gonna complain to?
Vince.
For what? To get fired? He needed Pat more than he needed me.
Pat was like the savant of professional wrestling. He was Vince's right-hand man when it came to booking.
Turned into a Pat Patterson hit
Very,
piece.
very valuable in the company.
Did Vince protect Pat?
I wouldn't say he protected him. I would say he protected the business.
That was always his goal.
Those allegations are absolutely absurd to have been raised.
McMahon insists it's all just a conspiracy to wreck his business.
And it just seems as though they're all ganging up on us all at one time.
There's no sign the charges have done any harm. No, wrestling or whatever this is has survived scandals before, and there is no reason to believe this one too won't be drowned out by all those fans who couldn't care less.
What reaction there was meager from legitimate media. Those who seemed to eat it up were the scandal shows, like the Phil Donahue kind of show.
Here you are being accused, Mr. McMahon, of presiding over an organization that looked the other way while these sex harassment activity was taking place.
I'm one of the few people in the world who enjoys confrontation. If there is a situation like Donahue, I have no problem at all confronting someone, especially when they're lying.
You did a horrible job. That's the only reason why you were fired.
Donahue was an opportunity to stand up for himself. I don't think it went the way he wanted it to.
Sexual harassment is running rampant in the World Wrestling Federation. Where were you all these years? His father blackballed me all over the country. I didn't sleep with your vice president. 2 weeks later, I'm fired. I don't know that happened.
And whether it's a good decision or a bad decision, at that time, at this time, I did it.
I was sitting right next to Vince. He was not comfortable. At one one point he whispers to me, like, this is the longest hour of my life.
This is not the truth, okay? You lie about this to children, you're finished kaput.
I don't buy it.
Yeah.
Man, they were eating his ass alive. Eating his ass for lunch.
Point in
Pause.
his life that everything was kind of coming down at once. There was a bit of frustration in what he couldn't control.
Oh my gosh, there were so many scandals going on with who was dating who was sleeping with who.
Do you remember any of those?
Well, you know what? Let me try to do. I'm trying to be really cautious on doing this. I don't know what they want out in the open or not.
I know there was some girl that I think was a girl referee.
Oh shit.
That had claimed that Vince had
Yep.
sexually assaulted her.
Rita Marie.
And I remember Rita Marie, the referee, because there was only one female referee in wrestling at that point in time, and it was her. Vince was definitely trying to push her as, the hot blonde woman ref as a character in his soap opera.
Rita Marie, ladies and gentlemen, the very first ever lady referee in the World Wrestling Federation. Hopefully we'll be seeing more of her in time to come.
When you're accused of this and accused of that, and it's like there's this deluge of things, you're this, you're that. One of the things was an alleged rape that never happened.
I was forced into oral sex with Vince McMahon. When I couldn't complete his desires, he got really angry, started ripping off my jeans, pulled me on top of him, and told me again, if I wanted a $500,000 a year contract, I had to satisfy him. And if I didn't satisfy him, I was blackballed. I was scared. My wrist was all black and blue. He just didn't stop.
Once you're accused of rape, you're a rapist. But it was consensual, and actually, had it been a rape, the statute of limitations had run out. So, I mean, it's all kind of crap like that people are digging up and trying to find something on you.
Vince did sue her over it, and he sued Geraldo Rivera, but the general public, I think they just thought that it was all sleazy.
Because it was.
Looked the other way.
God, I just hope somebody listens.
They just thought it was like a woman making up a story on a rich guy.
Rita, what do you expect to get now? I mean, what do you want? Did you just want to come on Geraldo, or?
They were very, very negative on her.
It just didn't
Much
resonate
different time.
with a public that it should have resonated with. This was the biggest guy in cable TV. Nobody wanted to look a little deeper. They really didn't want to look. They didn't want to know.
Most newspapers ran away from it or wouldn't touch it because it's wrestling, it's beneath us. But Phil was not dissuaded by Vince at all. He kept going.
Phil was determined, bro.
And I do think that the negative headlines and attention, that did lead to the indictment. It did lead to the trial.
The Justice Department has indicted the most powerful man in professional wrestling in this country. Not a wrestler, but the man who runs the World Wrestling Federation. The charge, illegal distribution of steroids.
Do you know what triggered the federal government to start looking into you?
Well, I think Phil Mushnick triggered all of this. And whether or not he had any connections to the federal government, I don't know. But again, that's where it seemed to begin.
I was an FBI informant, I admit to that. You know why? The FBI would read what I wrote and then act on it.
When the indictment
This guy said, I'm a snitch and I'm proud.
The Ringboy story. Or Reed Chatterton. There were steroid indictments.
The 3-count indictment charges that he conspired to defraud the government by possessing and distributing steroids through Dr. George Zaharian.
Good morning, guys.
It was not a good morning for World Wrestling Federation owner Vincent McMahon. On this day, he was in federal court entering a plea of not guilty to charges that he bulked up his wrestlers with steroids.
Prosecutors say McMahon, who admits being a former steroids user himself, is a corporate drug pusher. McMahon's lawyers, on the other hand, say the wrestling mogul is the victim of a government witch hunt.
Sometimes life isn't fair, and unfortunately, for me, I believe this is one of those instances.
The federal government, the Justice Department, can be the biggest bullies. They have unlimited resources. The average person can't afford to buck the government. They just can't. So that's why so many people cop a plea. They wanted me to cop the plea.
He would have to plead guilty to some charge, but he would pay a fine, and everything goes away.
I wouldn't do it. I wasn't guilty of anything. I said, fuck yourself.
If convicted, McMahon could face up to 11 years in jail and $500,000 in fines on each count.
So right before the trial, Vince had neck surgery, and so he goes into the trial and he's wearing a neck
sympathy.
brace. My impression was that it was not an operation that he needed to do at that moment.
A lot of people thought he's wearing that thing because he's trying to evoke some sort of sympathy.
Yeah.
You know, from the jury. I mean, that was not the case.
It's impossible to not think there was some sort of storytelling contrivance behind it. I mean, in pro wrestling, bad guys would wear those neck braces because they knew the crowd would boo them for, like, being overly dramatic.
It's not a facade. I'm not well.
With Vince, everything is a show. Even
Exactly. His
in
life
the
is a
midst of
show.
this very serious trial. I mean, there's a lot at stake here.
It was a tense time. If he was proven guilty, that would have been a problem for us, and they would be off the air.
During that time, there was a lot of turbulence, and instead of people cheering me nonstop, I hear a couple boos here, you know. Instead of we love Hulk Hogan or Hulk May live forever, I see a sign up that said, "Hey, did you take your shot today?" And so I didn't feel like I was in control of the crowds anymore, and that's when I told Vince I needed to go. It was not an easy conversation.
And whether or not this is your last match, I'd like to say that on behalf of all of us, your Hulkamaniacs, thank you for the memories, and thank you for Hulkamania.
Thank you.
Then WCW happened.
I don't think people fully appreciate how dire things were looking. All the scandals were all piled on at the same time. And it was a great opportunity for a competition to make it move.
At that time, Ted Turner, who owned a WCW, he was my biggest competitor.
I've been involved with the wrestling business since we started televising it back in, I think, '73.
Ted Turner is one of the pioneers of cable television. Obviously founded TV networks like CNN, TBS, TNT, and he was one of the first people to broadcast professional wrestling nationwide.
Yep,
We were the
WCW.
number 2 wrestling promotion in the world.
Good morning, America, and welcome to WCW.
We might as well have been number 202. That's the distance between WWE and WCW. The type of programming, the content that WCW was producing prior to me being hired as executive producer was just a really bad imitation of what WWE was successful at. There was no vision, there was no strategy, there was just
RoboCop.
throwing things up against the wall and hoping something would work as long as it looked something like what WWE was doing. I had been following the steroid trials and all the controversy and everything that went on as a result of that. I was very well aware that Hulk had left WWE and was going to pursue television and movies. And coincidentally, I was down at Disney MGM Studios shooting my show for WCW, while Hulk Hogan was at Disney MGM Studios shooting a show called Thunder in Paradise.
Here comes Eric Bischoff wandering over to the set, and he said, "We really would love to have you, consider coming back to wrestling. We know you're filming the TV series, even if part-time." I said, "Let's talk. Let's talk." I was not
He gave
happy
Hogan
with
a shit ton of
acting and
money.
being locked up in a trailer most of the day. Just wasn't me.
Hulk was torn because he loved wrestling.
Have they covered the Ring Boy Standard scandal? Yes, a few minutes ago. I'll probably clip it on the channel.
And it was really important to him to not be on the road 300 days a year. And WCW provided Hulk an opportunity to do both. The nature of our contract was you may have a total of 30 appearances a year as opposed to 300.
Ted Turner was given these guarantees. We're going to give you $1 million a year. How many days do you work? Well, how many days do you want to work? I want to work 100 days. Okay, you got it. Where WWE, I know when we were there, it was 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year.
I just looked at it as, wow, I have this amazing opportunity. I'm going to put my salesman hat on. I'm going to get this guy to join WCW.
When I left and I had the meeting with Vince, and it was a real emotional meeting, I actually told Vince I will never run against you, because that was a concern.
You said I'm going to go off and do movies and do things like that, but I do want my release. But you're not going to compete. You know, yeah, no, absolutely not. So it was one of those things where I gave him his release, and next thing you know, he's with the other guys.
WCW is about to dominate the globe in professional wrestling. That's why
94.
we're here today. To sign the contract for a match between two of wrestling's biggest superstars, Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair.
We had a very close personal relationship. Took him and, of course, made a huge star out of him. And then from there, he decides he wants to flip to our competition and no longer be associated with you. So, sure, emotionally, it hurt. It broke my heart. You know, I mean, damn.
Hulk Hogan's defection to WCW, right there in the middle of the trial, that was an enormous slap in the face.
Oh yeah, I'd have been mad too.
Even to this day, that was taboo in my book.
Vince viewed Hulk as a lifer, but Hulk was offered a better deal with Ted Turner, offered guaranteed money with Ted Turner.
Money talks.
Everybody has a price, man. Never forget.
Hulk's looking at it also.
Quoted by Ted DiBiase.
Vince is going to be there after the trial.
Pay a man enough money, he'll do
There's
anything.
going to be a company there to work for.
It's another day in court for World Wrestling Federation founder Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon was charged with conspiring to be
Give somebody generational wealth and they'll commit murder, they'll commit horrible acts. As long as they got the money to hide it and the money to fund themselves for the rest of their lives. They'll do it.
Of course, he goes by the name of Hulk Hogan.
Wrestling insiders say that Hogan will be the government's star witness and testify against McMahon at his trial in May.
After I left the WWF, the government wanted me to be their star witness. I was told that if I didn't say what they wanted to hear, the target of the investigation would be directed to me, and I might do 17 years.
Hogan didn't want to testify against Vince. They forced him to. They basically had something on Hogan, and they wanted Vince, and so Hogan had to. The conviction rate in cases like that was very, very high. So at that point, it was like, God, the odds are looking against Vince.
I think a lot of the stuff in there is evidence of what I believed all along is kind of proven to be true. Now,
I was there for 2 weeks, and I could tell that Vince was just scared to death. Vince was in serious, serious problems at that point.
Vince is going through it.
In the law of the jungle. Something's weakened, you know, then you want to pile on it, you want to kill it. So at that time, it was coming from everywhere. How could it possibly stand up to that and hold up? You know, law of the jungle. I get it.
I was granted immunity, and I said, well, cool, I got it. I know what I want to say.
In 1994, Vince McMahon withdrew his defamation lawsuit against Rita Chatterton and Gerardo Rivera in 2023 during a temporary lift of the statute of limitations for alleged victims of sexual offenses in New York State. McMahon paid a multi-million-dollar settlement to Chatterton. McMahon continues to deny any wrongdoing. Whew! That was episode 2. So that covered a lot of allegations of events, the steroid trials, the ring boy, the alleged rape of Rita Chatterton. It got into the competition with WCW. Basically, it was about how much Vince was stacked up against the wall with other promotions and other allegations. I don't think this... Okay, well, let me not say that. I was about to say this doesn't show too much of Vince in a bad light. I mean, I think the worst is yet to come, but this is where a lot of the bad stuff about Vince really starts to come up in this episode, because the Ring Boys and Pat Patterson and all that stuff was... You could say this is around the time where he was allegedly hiding stuff, but the real allegation against him was Rita Chatterton and the steroid trial. And, you know, he basically won those cases outside of the Rita Chatterton thing, which he paid off like 20, 30 years later. But yeah, I think this is really where we start. This was the episode where we started seeing the cracks in Vince's armor, and he wasn't, and he was still pretty titanium at this point because it didn't ruin him, but the cracks in the armor were starting to show at this point. Episode 2, yeah, I'd say 3.5 as well. 3.5 as well. I did learn about the Ring Boys more than I knew before, so, you know, good shit. All right, guys. We're going to be hopping into episode 3 in just a little bit. We're going to take a mini intermission. Your boy will be going to the bathroom, and when he comes back, we'll hop right into episode 3. All right. Got me a ice cream bar. We're back now. Hopefully you guys are ready. Because next up, we're hopping into episode 3, the screw job. You guys already know what it's heading for. They're probably talking about Montreal and a bunch of other stuff. The lines between reality and kayfabe start to blur as WWE takes their talents elsewhere, boosting the pedigree of gritty competitors. We already know at this point Hogan is in WCW. We're going to start getting probably a little bit of the Attitude Era in here with the Montreal screw job and maybe other stuff talked about in the mid to late 90s. So, you guys ready? No, I said, or you. No, I'm not. It's still 6 a.m. All right, chat. If you're ready, I'm ready. Episode 3. Let me change the little thing right here before I do so. Tiger. My son's in here now. I gotta watch him because he be trying to get into shit. All right, chat. We will be starting episode 3 in 3, 2, 1. Starting now.
The World Wrestling Federation Ladies Champion, Wendy Richter.
Wendy Richter was the champion, and everything was fine for a while. But Wendy had become a problem, as I recall.
Uh-oh.
Every woman in professional wrestling wants my belt, but I want it too, and I had to...
When it was time to do the honor, so to speak, and pass that championship to someone else, she resisted. And it's like, this is show business. You know, I'm writing a script. You're holding my championship. It's mine, it's not yours. I'm not going to give it up. Well, all right. I'm going to make you give it up then. This contest.
Ah, this is her versus Moolah. When she... The spider, yeah, it was Moolah. She basically, like, forced the pin on her. And she took off the mask and it was a Moolah. Yep, I remember this story.
The match is in the ring, and Monday has a championship, and it's really easy. Somewhere in this match, when he's gonna get pulled up, told the ref simply, just count to 3.
Oh, small package. Nicely executed. Oh, was that close?
Definitely was the first screw job. Before Montreal, that was the first screw job right there.
Counted 1. I lifted my shoulder up, and he counted 2, 3, even with my shoulders off the mat.
Mm-hmm.
That was a very painful night. My dreams were completely shattered. I was.
To be fair, you weren't trying to get the belt up.
And it was on television.
I don't really think I should feel bad because you didn't. Not to be on Vince's side, but if I'm your boss and I tell you to do something multiple times and you say no and I can't fire you right away, I'm gonna make your ass do. Oh, well, let me correct myself. let me pause. Hold on. Within reason. I'm not Vince. I'm not about to RIP anybody. I'm not about to no, but from where he's standing, getting somebody to force her to do it, I get it. I would have did the same thing too, but I wanted to make it very clear. I ain't about to do no heinous shit to make you do it. But if I can hire somebody to make sure you get it done, yeah, I will. I get it. I would have done the same thing. I had to make sure abundantly clear, like, whoa. Not to the extent this man's going, but yeah, I get it.
Nothing I wouldn't do for our business.
I mean, what is he supposed to do? Just let her hold the title forever until she's ready? Fuck you, it's my promotion.
Came in wearing a neck brace and smiling in his second week on trial for steroid selling conspiracy. Today, McMahon was upstaged by his former #1 star, Hulk Hogan.
The man behind the character would shed his spandex and jump into the ring at U.S. District Court to testify with immunity against Vince McMahon, his former boss. This was to be the main event in the prosecution's conspiracy case against McMahon.
It was time for me to go testify. I walked straight across the courtroom, and as I walked by, there was Vince McMahon sitting there, and we were at each other's throats at the time. The feds just thought that this is the perfect opportunity for me to throw dirt on Vince and all of a sudden run wild with the wrestling world. Went and testified, and I think they were shocked.
On cross-examination of power slam by the defense, Mr. McMahon never ordered or directed you to take steroids. Never. It was your personal choice, definitely. Did he imply that wrestlers should use steroids? Never, Hogan answered.
You know, one of the last times I talked to Vince, and it had been months and months and months since we talked, one of the last things I said to him, brother, I said, we go all the way up together, we go all the way down together. Don't forget that.
As far as, Hulk Hogan on the stand, I could tell you that the government was very surprised. I could see the faces on.
Light his ass off in that courtroom.
This is not what we were expecting. Because Hogan totally backed Vince.
Did the government know what you were going to say?
No, I wouldn't tell him. I just said, I'll say whatever you guys need me to say. Just told them what they wanted to hear at the time, but I knew what I was going to say. I was going to tell the truth. He didn't sell steroids. He didn't tell people to take them. All the stuff they said about him was not true.
Hook his ass up to a lie detector.
Crafty in terms of giving the people what they wanted to a certain extent, but not what they really wanted.
They really wanted someone to say, Vince McMahon told me to take steroids.
They even called me, and they wanted me to testify against Vince. They asked me, did Vince encourage you to use steroids? I said, no, I was using steroids before I met Vince. He let us do it, let's put it that way, but he didn't sell it to us.
There was a strong influence to take him just based on common sense and realize that all the guys that are on steroids are the main event guys. But Vince telling me or any other wrestler to take steroids?
Basically, it was implied, but it was never directly told to us. The loophole.
On steroids. But would he say, hey, you need to work out harder, thinking he'll go on steroids? Who knows?
I wasn't guilty of anything. Didn't change the fact these bastards are coming after me for no good reason. So naturally, I'm concerned. This is my liberty. And when you're about to hear the verdict, it's like, holy shit. That's a moment you'll never forget. That's a moment whereby my life is about to change.
World
Wrestling Federation head Vince McMahon allowed himself just the slightest expression of relief as the verdict was read.
The verdict, not guilty. Cheers from fans roared through the courtroom. An emotional hug from his wife of 27 years, Linda.
I was there. The verdict happened, and it was relief.
That case never should have gone to trial because they did not have the evidence to convict him. And I think they did it because they thought Vince was a bad guy. If you're a newspaper reporter, you can go after him for that. If you're gonna put him on trial, you have to have more than that.
If there were any doubters,
It is good so far. You know, it's very good so far.
Was and is all about, I think this just cleared up all of them.
I remember Linda going like, the case proved we didn't have a steroid problem. And it's like, no, the case proved by all testimony that most of your guys were on steroids and your biggest stars were on steroids. That's what the case proved. They're going to try to portray
My
him as a good guy,
cats.
but it's like Vince was the bad guy. He wasn't convicted, nor should he have been, but he wasn't the good guy.
I don't know that I learned really anything. The only thing I learned out of business is some people in the federal government suck.
Vince always paints himself as the victim in this trial. And I don't think it was a surprise that he was found innocent. I don't mean to imply that he should have ended up guilty, but there are rumors and reports about everything Vince's team did to try to win. Stories of contacting witnesses, of payoffs, jury tampering, all of which paints Vince in a way that's very different than the way that he would like to portray himself. So after the trial, after this whole series of scandals, Vince probably felt invincible, but that wasn't the case.
Invincible? Get it?
Regardless of what the outcome was, the trial affected business in a huge way.
That'd have been an alternative title for this documentary, Invincible. Does it talk about the Ring Boys trial? It did in episode 2. They did talk about it. They didn't spend too much time on it, maybe 5 minutes, but they did talk about it.
The fact that they left.
During that period, I mean, their business struggled. They had years that they lost money. Their revenues were way down. They were in pretty big financial straits.
The company took a huge drop in attendance. There was no more sellouts. Business wasn't the same as it was when Hulk Hogan was on top. What Vince was looking for was someone that would replace Hulk as the face of WWE. And Vince thought it could be Lex.
We did put the machine.
What's up, baby girl? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Let's take a look now at some footage of the Lex Express.
Lex was okay, but nowhere near Hulk Hogan.
I know it. You know it. Everyone out there knows it. Lex just wasn't capable of connecting with the audience. Lex was just another in a long chain of guys trying to fill Hulk's shoes. They had to replace Hulk Hogan, and you know the guy that pulled the sword out of the stone was Bret Hart.
Bret.
Go get him, champ.
Wow. We have new stars. We have Bret Hart.
You know, in the WWF, there is a lot of changes.
And we have Razor Ramon.
There's only one man who is oozing machismo.
We have Kevin Nash.
On lives the new generation.
And we have Shawn Michaels.
I'm the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, Jack. I'm the man that made history.
Once you knew that it was no longer
show
the
'em.
Hogan era, it kind of just put a question mark on everything. Everything is kind of up for grabs.
No.
For most of us in the life.
They keep on trying to go on top of the.
But this was kind of anybody's ball game.
Hulk's gone now. Who's going to step up? That was the mindset. And there were plenty of guys that were waiting to fill that void.
Kane the Undertaker. Let's go.
The guys that we had, the new generation guys like myself and Undertaker, some of the best wrestlers maybe ever. I was kind of proud to be the torchbearer for the new generation.
Yeah, he and Shawn. He, Shawn, Taker.
And I was the safest guy.
This was the era where they started going with not huge guys, not smaller guys, like mid-sized guys like Bret and Shawn.
It seems to me that you bring a certain humility.
That's why I've been saying we're going to make you champion for a long time. And you can hold the fort while we deal with all these issues right now.
Bret comes from a Hart family, which has produced many performers in the past. Very interesting family. Brett didn't have all that much charisma. He had some enough. So it was kind of nip and tuck there for a while. At the same time, during the course of that, Ted Turner starts grabbing some of the talent and whatever, so I had to deal with that as well.
Ted opened up the checkbook and said to the people working there, you can do whatever you want, just make this happen.
WCW was different than WWF because there was so much more money there. I mean, I cut these crazy deals when I first walked in, and it was like dying and going to heaven again as far as the wrestling business.
The amount of money he was offering them was far greater than the amount they have ever made here. So it was logical for a lot of them to leave and go join Ted's organization.
And what you gonna do? You know, shortly after Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage all of a sudden became available.
Unfortunately, Randy Savage has been unable to sign a contract with the World Wrestling Federation.
That was the next big one. And that's when things started to really feel like we had momentum. After Hulk jumped on board, after Randy jumped on board, people were looking at WCW a little differently. At one point I had a meeting with Ted Turner. He said, Eric, what's it gonna take to be competitive with WWE? I said, well, Ted, Monday Night Raw, you know that's on Monday night on USA in prime time, right? We're on Saturday night at 6:05 Eastern, 3:05 Pacific. We can't compete. And without missing a beat, Ted looked over to the head of TNT and said, give her 2 hours every Monday night on TNT. And I was like, whoa, what?
I just thought it'd be a good idea. That at least show that we've been on the map for so long. We had been hammer-locked, sucker punched, beat up, jumped on, stomped out, chairs broken over our heads, all the wrestling stuff.
But we still standing.
So and I just thought, we'll just go head-to-head with it and see how it goes. We'll get in the ring with it.
As soon as I heard that we were head-to-head, I was like, ooh, we're in trouble. I don't know what's going to happen now, but it won't be good. Or we're going to put us out of business, quite frankly.
Welcome back to the action here.
Mall of America.
Debut edition of WCW Monday Nitro.
Now I've got this thing called Nitro. I've got to figure out a way to create some real surprises.
What a matchup we have got in store. Oh, what in the hell is he doing here?
For their first show, they had Lex Luger show up. We had him on one of our live events the Sunday night before, and then he appeared on Nitro the very next night.
Oh, wait a minute!
It was a big surprise. It was like, oh my God.
What are you doing here, Luger? When Lex walked out, not only was the audience in shock, but everybody in WWE was in shock because they thought he was still under contract. And he's not. It was fortuitous in the sense of timing because Lex Luger was tired of WWE.
This is where Tony Khan took notes from.
So I said, okay, Lex, here's the deal. We're going to do a deal. You cannot tell anybody. You can't tell WWE. You just go about your business.
I'm here for one reason.
Yeah, that was embarrassing. That was really embarrassing. It pissed Vince off.
Ah, it was a beautiful thing.
Lex Luger, you're a good man. All I had with these guys was handshakes, not a question of a contract expired. I just had handshakes. They had worked for years and years. No longer was it working because of Ted's enormous wealth. You know, it was like, man, wow, it is brutal. Because you help get these talents.
Yeah, so many people screwed Vince over. That's when he started to lock people into contracts.
It one-upped us. It looked like that was the cool place to go. That people are leaving WWE to go to WCW because WCW is new. It's cool.
You guys think they're going to talk about AEW in episode 6?
It absolutely set the tone, and that was the intent. After realizing that I can't do
They probably can reference it, but I don't think they can use footage legally.
I started making a list of every way that I could be different in the WWE. Top of the list.
They only can use WCW footage because they own it.
I'm live. They're cartoonish because they're appealing to teen and preteen audience. I'm going to be more real. I wanted my characters to appeal to an older audience. I wanted my stories to be more reality-based. I'm not going to try to land my plane over here. I'm going to land my plane over here. I wanted Nitro to be recognized as the wrestling company where you never knew what was going to happen.
Did a fairly good job with that.
Warfare from that point on, because I know how Vince feels about his competition. He wants to destroy it and then eat it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are live. We are not like the World Writing Federation, which is a tape can show.
I had live TV now, so I had the ability to do things that my competition couldn't do. That gave me a really strong tactical advantage. At that time, Monday Night Raw was still being taped, and the results of those tapings were public because there were 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000 people in the arena. As soon as our show would open up, I would say, "Hey, we're live and anything can happen, and not like those other guys. In fact, don't even bother watching that show because here's what happened." And I would give
Damn.
In
finishes.
case you're tempted to grab the remote control, check out the competition. Don't bother. Shawn Michaels beat the big guy with a super kick. Stay right here.
That's insane. He was literally, bro. Imagine. Hold on. Imagine the meltdown Twitter would have if Tony Khan had the results to NXT and was literally spoiling the show so you wouldn't change the channel, bro. That's absolutely insane. Holy shit. Wow. I mean, I get it, but fuck. I'd have been mad as shit if I was a WWF fan.
Many things that they did to aggravate the hell out of us, which, when I'm angered, then I'm going to focus all the more.
Everybody that I knew that was close to Vince, like Hulk, like Randy, they would say, "Vince will never sell. He doesn't sell."
Triple H.
He never sold a thing. Selling is wearing your emotions on your face. Yeah, Vince will never let you see him sweat. Don't sell it. Never acknowledge the competition. And the more people would tell me that, the more I would go, "Oh, watch. I'll get him." Eric would bring out our former women's champion with our championship belt, and live on their show, throws it in the trash.
That was upsetting. It was like, oh my God. What else are you going to do, Louis?
I just kept gnawing at him and biting him and doing everything I could to get him to react, and he did. Billionaire Ted, first of all. They started doing the Billionaire Ted skit. That was the first real sell. I finally got him to react, which means he was off balance.
Why can't I buy WWF?
When I first saw him, it's like, "Oh, well, let's tape these things. I gotta run them up to Ted." We brought him up to Ted, and Ted laughed his ass off. He thought they were funny as hell.
That's supposed to be the Hulkster.
So Vanessa, if we're trying to have some fun with them, and then Jake out with us, shut us down.
It was really distasteful. We didn't like it particularly, even though we were competitors with Turner. It just didn't belong on our air. It isn't who we wanted to be at USA.
Kate Koppel made us stop because Ted was a friend of hers.
We're friends, friendly competitors, I guess you might say.
USA Network.
Well, I get that.
We stopped because they were receiving heat from folks in the Turner organization saying this is over the line, and now you're talking about how much lithium he takes.
Hey, where's my lithium?
In hindsight, I wish that we hadn't have done that. I think we should have been above it, but we did. And that's also where I figured out Razor Ramon and Diesel, they're not staying. Because I asked Razor and Diesel to do one, and they didn't want to do it. "Why wouldn't you do this?" "Yeah, I just don't want to do that." "Are you going there?" No.
Had long conversations with Scott Hall, Razor Ramon, and Diesel, Kevin Nash. They really didn't want to go to WCW. At the same time, they have to look into the mirror and have to know, wait a minute, it's better for my family, from a paycheck standpoint, to go there than it is here.
That was just pure money and schedule. You know, they were offered more money, they were offered a better schedule.
But Scott and
I would've took it too.
With WCW, certainly from a professional standpoint, thrilled for him. From a personal standpoint, it hurt a little bit because I was going to miss my buddies. There was a group of us that were old friends backstage. The Clique, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, Shawn Michaels, and myself. The Clique sort of became this famous thing that everybody knew about, even though it was never portrayed on TV. So you flash forward to the final night of Diesel and Razor Ramon. It's not a pay-per-view, it's just a live event with no television.
Oh shit, the curtain call.
Earlier in the day, Shawn had talked to Vince about
doing some kind of tribute to those guys.
The curtain call. Here we go.
Vince agrees to something can happen.
I remember him asking me, is it important to you, Sean? I said, yes, sure it is. And he goes, all right, then it's important to me. Go ahead.
Since two of them were leaving, you know.
Okay, I'm about to get these cats out of here. They're doing too much.
Blessing. Kevin and Sean were wrestling each other in a cage match. They get to the end of the match, and we all end up in the cage together. There's this big embrace moment. Basically, a curtain call.
From an old timer, sacrilege to have rivals do that and to just let everybody know, hey guys, you know, show's over. We really love each other. Everything's good.
I was actually there. I was at the Garden that night. I'm sitting there in the audience like, what is this? I can't believe they're doing this. My dad's gonna be so mad. Part of me thought it was a little bit cool, but part of me was like, oh, I know how wrong this is.
To anyone of my age, it was cool. But to your older generation of producers and wrestlers, it was the cardinal sin.
I wasn't there that night, but I was with the company. I got thoughts on that. Yeah.
Undertaker.
Like it.
But they killed wrestling that day.
Brett.
Wrestling wasn't real anymore. When we pulled the curtain back and said, this is how it works. That was the unveiling of the new direction that wrestling would be.
Yeah, well, Brett and Undertaker are old school, so that doesn't shock me.
When they came back out of the ring, well, there were a number of performers other than them who really hit the roof. Like, I can't imagine it was what we call a kayfabe type situation. So if you go back to the way the business was, there's a thing called kayfabe.
Kayfabe.
Kayfabe. Kayfabe.
Kayfabe is a carnival term initially. Kayfabe is the fiction that is being produced by a con artist, where everybody who's involved in the con agrees to maintain this reality.
Mm-hmm.
Kayfabe is basically keeping the illusion that it's real.
You say kayfabe and you know that you gotta be in character and pretend everything is real.
You know, good guys.
Breaking
stay with
kayfabe,
good
brother.
guys, and bad guys stay with bad guys, and never should the two intermingle. And for years and years, we tried to work off of the premise that wrestling was not predetermined, and that when you had a feud with somebody, it was a blood feud, and it carried on outside of the ring. The way I came
Undertaker
up
had
in the time
luscious hair
period that
back
I came
then.
up, I lived that, and I believed in that mindset. Even though I knew, like, they know that I'm a real person, I always wanted to cast that doubt, like, that dude is legit not right. He thinks he is that guy. I kind of protected the business and protected the character so much. I was just always trying to keep people intrigued.
But it was becoming this antiquated thing, like everybody knew. In that period of time, there were what were called newsletters, dirt sheets, with a lot of
Wade
rumor
Keller.
and innuendo. So if you went to a show, people
Bruce
are
Mitchell.
talking about what's real and what's not.
I honestly don't have any idea why kayfabe and all that was still so important. And I guess that was our point with the curtain call. We felt like everybody already knew then. What was sincerely meant to be just an innocent act turned into such controversy.
I felt like, I don't know, was I talked into this? Was I not? You know, I let it happen. You know, at the same time, I can't let it happen again. So, there were some repercussions.
Kev's gone. Scott's gone. Sean's WWE champion. Heads are gonna roll, but it's gonna only be one. And it's going to be mine.
Somebody has to pay for that. And, you know, in that particular case, it was Hunter.
So at that point in time, I was supposed to win King of the Ring, and that's all gonna go away. I said, you know, that's the one thing that's crazy to me. The biggest reaction of the night, by far, was that moment. The world is changing, and we're going to have to change with it, I think. And he said, yeah, but it's not right now. I gotta do something. I can't just let this go. And to quote Vince, you're going to have to learn to eat shit and like the taste of it.
Vince was not yet ready to adapt, to evolve into the modern
Yeah,
age.
it's very apparent by the
that
2000s.
WCW was.
And the 2010s and even the 2020s.
Welcome back live to the first hour of this edition of WCW Monday Nitro on TNT.
I've been thinking about the storyline in my head for a long time, called it The Outsiders. But I couldn't quite make it work the way I wanted to make it work because I didn't have the right talent for it. And now with Scott coming in and Kevin Nash becoming available, I now have the perfect cast.
You people, you know who I am. But you don't know why I'm here.
It was two guys coming in from the outside to wreak havoc inside of WCW.
This is where the big boys play, huh? We ain't here to play.
The Outsiders showing up and coming to WCW is maybe the last example of where fans could not
Kevin Nash and Scott Hall.
Is this real?
The way I brought them.
I mean, episode 6. We're on 3 right now. We're halfway through.
Dialogue led certain people to believe that they were there on WWE's behalf.
Do you work for the WWF?
The audience wasn't sure if it was real or if it was scripted. That's the sweet spot.
You don't jack us around, don't you?
Oh boy.
It was a hell of a great idea. Worked so well that Vince McMahon decided he had to sue us.
We sued them because they were trampling on our intellectual property.
They were presenting Scott Hall as Razor Ramon. They didn't say his name was Razor Ramon, but it was as close to Razor Ramon as you could get without saying, hey, Razor Ramon.
You're stealing. No, that's not the right way to do business.
Stealing is in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? It's funny because immediately Vince went into sympathetic babyface mode.
They're attacking us.
Whining like a little schoolgirl with that. And we bad billionaire Ted's trying to run us out of business.
When you have the resources of a Ted Turner, and you use these resources in a predatory fashion in an effort to put a family-owned business out of action, I think it's time for someone.
Big bad billionaire Ted is trying to hurt this small little family-run business.
There has been a systematic attempt to raid the World Wrestling Federation of its talent.
They raided our talent. Vince did the exact same thing to Vern Gagne in the AWA and other territories. He literally went into those territories and offered their talent better deals.
That is exactly the MO of Vince McMahon in 1984 and 1985. You know, he took stars that other people had created in certain parts of the country and signed them up for more money. And God bless him, he had the right to do it. It's free enterprise. But they had the right to do it too because it's free enterprise.
Exactly.
One of your quotes was that Turner engaged in predatory practices.
Right.
You didn't see any similarity to sort of what you were doing in the territories?
No, again, Ted's philosophy was let's go hurt. I'm going to hurt my competitor. And that's not mine. I want to go compete.
You didn't look at what Ted was doing as competing?
Sure did.
But you said that your philosophy is different than Ted's. Like he's trying to hurt the person.
Correct. Some would think it might be hypocritical for me to say, okay, I don't hurt someone else. I just do what's best for me.
Yep.
Yet when someone comes after me, I don't think they have the right. Sure, they have the right. Again, what I say a lot of times is totally different than what I think. And the public doesn't understand that sometimes.
Basically, you're not allowed to attack me. I'm allowed to attack you, though.
Things out there, it's not really the way you feel, but it controls thought process by doing that.
Vince is going to
The Lululand, that's where he's in.
Successful on the business side. And during the Monday Night Wars, WCW was challenging us to fight. A lot of people would tell you that when Hall and Nash went to WCW, that was the turning point. But if you go back and you really look at the numbers and you look at everything that happened, what really turned the corner for WCW was the Bash at the Beach, where the Outsiders were going to bring in the third member. And who's it going to be?
I was there at the Bash at the Beach, and Scott Hall and Kevin Nash have come from WWE to almost wreck shop They were bad guys on this mission, and they were claiming that they had a third man.
He's here, and he's ready.
Now the who's the third man mystery is out there in the audience, right?
The third man is here, but he is not in the ring. Now we're looking at 2-on-2 in this hostile takeover.
Scott Hall and Kevin Nash were winning. And so Hulk Hogan's coming out to make the save.
Hulk Hogan is here! You damn right he is!
Oh man, what a moment.
Out at Bash at the Beach, Kevin Nash and Scott Hall ran for their lives.
The roof was coming off. The hero was coming to save the day.
Hulk Hogan arrived!
And when Hulk finally dropped the leg on Randy Savage, people were literally
Damn, what a moment.
shocked.
It was a huge defining moment in all of sports entertainment because it was surreal to think that the biggest babyface, the biggest good guy in the history of the industry is gonna go the other way.
Can't turn Hulk Hogan bad. Can't do that.
Yep.
That was
Turned out great for Roman Reigns.
Moment.
Career of a lifetime. Right down the drain, kid.
When I walked out to be a bad guy, I knew this was either be the greatest moment of my career or this would destroy my career.
That's the first time I'd ever been told there's a thing that's too much heat, and maybe this was.
That rumble was there. They got kind of quiet. I mean, oh shit. I know we didn't have anybody watching the ring in case they started coming, you know, and back in the day I was used to them coming.
Alright, pause.
There were people throwing stuff in the ring and booing and screaming. There were people crying.
I never thought I'd see people throwing debris at Hulk Hogan.
It was the most amazing moment of my career.
When you want to get everything you can out of the audience, sometimes it's got to be a little uncomfortable. And it was just a very strong punch to the gut for wrestling fans.
When they made Hogan a heel, had that been something that you guys were considering ever?
No. Terry and I always thought that we would simply keep Hulk Hogan as a good guy, always be someone standing up for justice.
Vince McMahon missed out on the most lucrative opportunity. He could have been the one to turn Hulk Hogan heel. Every piece of trash that got thrown in the ring was like a gold brick as far as WCW is concerned.
When he did turn heel, it was like, wow, he did that very well.
A lot of fans forget that I was a bad guy when I first went to the WWF to work for Vince's father, so it wasn't like this is my first barbecue. And so I just slid into that snidely, whiplash, evil Hollywood character.
Tell these people to shut up if you want to hear what I gotta say.
I went out there and I wheeled that promo from my hip, man. That was nobody talking but me.
These two men right here came from a great big organization up north. I made that organization a monster. I made people rich up there.
I wanted to push hard against Vince to prove a point. It takes two to tango. It just wasn't one guy that did all this shit. It just wasn't Vince that did all this.
The man Hulk Hogan got bigger than the whole organization, brother. In those days, it was a personal relationship as well as a business one.
Mm-hmm.
And when business goes wrong, generally speaking, the personal relationship goes wrong.
Vince is very much business is business. However, there are certain times where the human being gets hurt. With Hogan, it was personal. That was the moment in time that shit changed.
You can call this the New World Order of Wrestling, brother. The Outsiders eventually became the NWO storyline.
Yeah, baby, that was the NWO.
The NWO! Ready or not, here we come! The NWO was coming in to take over WCW and take all their...
What are your thoughts, Tiger? What do you think? Tell people.
Become WCW. Yes, it was a storyline. Yes, they were characters.
but in every sense of the word, the NWO brand was in many respects more powerful.
Then they started expanding and expanding, and they just got too big.
WCW was cool. It had the cool factor going on. I started to see WWE as less than.
New World Order, it was edgy and like nothing anyone ever seen. And they started kicking our ass week after week after week.
When Hulk became a bad guy, switched. And they beat us in the ratings, and they didn't look back for
83 weeks.
How many weeks? 83 straight weeks. For 83 straight weeks. For 83 weeks? Was it 83 or was it 84? My podcast is called 83 Weeks. For 83 straight weeks, we were stomping a mud hole in WWE. We were so far ahead of them, it wasn't funny.
For us to be winning, week after week after week, it became infectious. We thought we had the strongest team. We thought we had the better stories. No way we thought we could lose.
Not only are they kicking our butts in the ratings, they're mocking us, they're really having their way with us.
This was a war, and I didn't know whether or not we even stay in business because Turner was coming after us.
I'm either all the way in or I'm all the way out. So once we committed to go after Vince, I was all in.
Is there any question now? What is the most powerful organization in professional wrestling?
At some point, it was suggested to me that I become a part of the NWO, and it made sense because I was WCW. I was recognized as the president of WCW. Who better to take over than the guy that's actually writing the checks?
Made himself a character.
In the beginning of the Monday Night Wars, I don't think that Vince even considered Eric Bischoff. Vince looked at the Monday Night Wars as something between Vince and Ted.
When you go back and you listen to the interviews, Vince always talked about Ted Turner.
Ted Turner's wrestling organization.
Ted Turner's trying to put him out of business. Ted Turner this, Ted Turner that.
Ted trying to own the World Wrestling Federation.
Was Vince McMahon going to come out and say, hey, this guy named Eric Bischoff that's never been a wrestling executive in his life, that's only been in a creative role for about a year and a half, is kicking my butt every week for 83 weeks? He wanted the perception of the battle to be between Ted Turner, the billionaire media mogul, and little old Vince McMahon. That elevated Vince and made him the sympathetic babyface, which is exactly what Vince wanted.
Do you remember the first time hearing about Eric Bischoff?
I didn't know. Well, actually, I didn't realize this, but years before, Eric had come to WWE and auditioned as a television announcer.
1990, wow.
My hero? Hulk Hogan, absolutely.
Wow.
The man, the myth, the legend.
And I didn't get the job.
History.
I was very disappointed.
History right there.
Did you regret not hiring him when you saw him show up?
No.
Regret not hiring him?
Yeah.
You about to say no?
No. I don't really regret anything in my life.
Are you sure about that?
I did everything you possibly could do, as anyone would.
Are you doing an AW live stream? No, I'm going to be at Grand Slam today. I'm going to New York once this stream is over.
Including when Turner took our talent that we had created. At that time, I wanted to hang on to one of my stars. So I made a deal with Brett.
He flew up to Calgary, flew up to my house, and gave me his offer of a 20-year contract. I owe it all to my WWF fans. I'll be with the WWF forever.
20-year contract.
As soon as I signed us, Vince is not going to be good. This wrong thing, ego-wise, it was a bad move, bad business move to try and keep Brett. I had to keep Brett. No, dumbass Vince, you didn't have to. Just create new stars, Vince. So anyway, I have this big contract, and it's not working. So I go to Brett, I said, Brett, look, I can't afford to pay you what I'm paying you now.
My dad took
Here we go.
and showed Brett where the
Here we go. Screw job coming.
said, look, you can use this as leverage to help negotiate yourself a much better deal with WCW.
So Brett went for the other guys, and was paid a lot of money.
Bret Hart happened to be the WWF champion at the time.
Oh,
All
shit.
my dad expected back was for Bret to do the right thing business-wise since he was leaving and lose to Shawn Michaels.
Brett
you have property around your waist belonged to WWE and belonged to you. You didn't win it. You know, you were granted that. I can't let you go to Turner with the WWE Championship belt. That doesn't make any sense. Brett had different.
This makes sense.
Everybody felt like he should drop the title to somebody before he goes. And I don't even think Brett had a problem losing the match.
It was to who he was losing it to.
It was losing it to me.
Sean was a real dick.
Brett, I swear to God. Oh, man.
Rivalry thing. It was real.
Oh, man. Brett was a hater before Kendrick made it cool, man. I swear to God.
We were kind of capitalizing on this real life dissension that we had. Sean and Brett, two great performers. We're not getting along. Sean started cutting what we call shooting promos. They would go off script, you know, and say something personal.
He stabbed the World Wrestling Federation in the back. Why? For his financial gain.
After a while, you begin to know what bothers somebody, and man, I poked that bear like nobody's business. I was such a prick.
At least he admits it.
Punching Sean over quite a few times.
Even though lately you've had some sunny days, my friend.
Telling on national TV that I'm banging Sonny when I'm a married man. You're crossing a line where you're messing with my family. You're messing with me on a personal level. And it's bullshit.
What were your thoughts about that? My thoughts at the time were, well, this is good for television.
The Survivor Series.
What's wrong? Oh, shit, here we go.
This last match in Montreal. Okay, well, we do the honor for Sean tonight because we need someone to replace you. And Brett said, well, I'm going to do that, especially in Canada.
There was a phone call that happened with Sean, myself, and Vince. Vince said, look, Brett's not going to do it. He just refuses to do it. I don't remember all the specifics, but basically I was the one that was like, well, fuck that. If he won't do it for him. I met Vince when I was 23 years old. I've spent more time with him than I have my own father. I get emotional about it because it's, you know, I put him through a lot. I was in a bad place for a lot of years.
Talk about the screw job now.
To me, he deserves something in return for that. And so for that, I give him my loyalty. All he had to do is look at me and say, Sean, this is what I want. And I did it. On that night, he did not want Bret Hart walking out of that building.
You know, I will say this. I kind of side with Vince again when it comes to like, hey, this is what I want. Talent's refusing. At that point, if I say, hey, drop the title, and you tell me no, and I ask you multiple times, and I'm paying your bills, I'm paying you paycheck, and you tell me no, and I still know you leaving this company, bro, I would have screwed him over too. I'm sorry. Listen, you can say what you want about Vince McMahon. In this situation, not everything else, in this situation, in the Montreal screw job, I would have did the same thing. Like if Vince, if Brett is not going to do business and he's going to see out of the company, we'll do it for him. Would I have done it the exact same way? Maybe not. I would have probably stripped the title off of Brett before he went out to the building and had a different match. Maybe the crowd be angry, whatever, but I would have, you know, had an impromptu match or something. I don't know about doing a screw job in the middle of the ring, but do I agree with how it went down? No. But do I understand why he did it? And do I kind of like, in some ways, am like, yeah, I understand why he did it. Yeah, because I think I would have, if you gave me the option of doing the screw job or having Brett go over and take my title to the rival company where they could do whatever they want with it, I would have did the same thing. I would have did the same thing.
And I made sure that happened.
Day of.
Fuck, we're in Canada. I would have did the same exact thing.
The schma was finished, and everybody was going to get involved. We were going to throw the match out, and we'd figure out what to do afterwards.
Schmaz is a big brawl of a bunch of different guys, and the referee just throws it out. No one really wins or loses. And it's like, that works for me. But the WWE have been screwing wrestlers in different ways for a long time. I knew about Wendy Richter, so I didn't trust anything.
The Wendy Richter thing was her own fault too.
If he wants to make this a real fight, we can make it a real fight.
If the booker says yes and you say no, don't be surprised if the booker books you in a situation that you don't want to be in. Simple as that. Don't feel bad about the Richter situation. She said no. It is what it is.
Anytime he wants to. I won't fight him.
I'm paying your bills. Don't fuck me over.
If you watch that match, it's a great match.
Say what you want about Vince as a human being, but as a booker in this situation, I get it.
Eventually, Sean puts me in the sharpshooter, which is my finishing move.
As a businessman, as a boss.
Puts it on wrong. If you see it, I correct Sean while he's doing it, and he switches it, puts it on right, and then turns me over. And I can see the timekeeper, and I see Vince yell at him.
I'm yelling at the timekeeper, ring the bell, ring the bell. Even though Brett never tapped out.
And he won't ring it. He's like stunned. He's like, and then I see Vince snap at him. They ring the fucking bell.
Damn.
The bell rings, and I'm screaming on the headset, "Why'd you ring the bell?"
And I can feel it. Like everything is coming to me now. It's like, they did it. They did screw you.
I wanted to be out at ringside so that he would know what happened. And I took back what was mine.
All right, well, he didn't have to be there. You know, he could have been backstage. If I was Vince, honestly, call me a bitch, I'd have been backstage. You can handle it backstage. I ain't about to be out there like, yeah, pussy, I did it, and what? Like, all right, bro, you doing too much. When Brett spat on him, yeah, no, I get it. I would have did the same thing if I were Brett.
The match, as hard as I was wrestling at the time, you get a fair bit of froth in your mouth. I leaned over and I spit on his face.
Yep.
I got him bullseye.
Right into my eye. That was gross, but nonetheless, I thought, damn, how do they do that?
And then I went out and broke all the monitors and smashed all them to pieces on the floor.
It was just chaos. Brett writes WCW in the air.
It's hard for people to imagine how mad you can get when you get betrayed like that on national television, and in a lot of ways kind of made a fool of.
I mean, at the end of the day, you weren't willing to do business on the way out, so.
My brother Owen was very calming. He goes, "That wasn't right what they did, that was wrong. You have all respect of everybody in the dressing room and that kind of stuff." He was very consoling to me at that time.
I mean, I imagine it was an embarrassing moment and everything.
14 years I've given Vince McMahon 100% every night. I bled for him. I've took front turnbuckles at 100 miles an hour. I've given him Christmas mornings with my kids that never happened. I've never missed a show. I've given this guy everything I got. I couldn't have given a man more than what I gave Vince McMahon. None of that meant anything. When Vince screwed me that day in Montreal.
I understand the hate. I understand both sides, honestly. I understand why Brent feels hatred towards Vince or resentment. I would have felt the same thing, but again, at the same time, this is your last day in the company. I ask you to do one thing and you say no. Don't be surprised if I, have some different plans in there for you.
When I walk back to that dressing room, I'm ready to kill him. Like beat him to death.
Sean, you were in on that? Fucking idea. I'm making no place to God's my fucking witness.
Lie to his face.
He came up immediately and said, "Did you know?" I said, and the guy did not.
Vince was so adamant. We had to absolutely swear that we knew nothing about this. He was like, "I don't care who asks you. You bold-faced lie right to them and say I knew nothing about this. This was a Vince McMahon call."
I swear to God, I knew nothing.
Yeah, well, swear to God all you want, and someday God is going to strike you down.
There was chaos in the back and people everywhere freaking out.
Just remember someday, Hunter, what goes around comes around.
I remember being just so...
Then AEW happened? Damn, Julia Hart really had that, really had the hex on him with AEW and NXT, huh?
Pissed that they did things this way.
I think Vince is in a panic mode, and it's kind of like, what can I do to stop this rebellion right now?
I felt like, in a strange sort of way, because Brett and I had this relationship, I felt like I sort of owed Brett something, because from his standpoint, I double-crossed him.
Vince said, "Look, he's gonna want to hit me, and I owe him that."
I can picture him walking in that locker room in Montreal. everybody else fired up, everybody else emotional. I leave the room because I don't want to watch Vince get punched.
Finally, Brett gets up, walks across the room. They all kind of meet.
I walk over to his locker room, hands down, and Brett hauls off it. Man, he hit me so hard, right in the temple.
There was no, like, Vince is going to give me a shot. Like, I don't know where they get that story, because that is such a bunch of bullshit. It was...
No, he probably did, because I believe that, you know, I mean, if I were Vince, I probably would have. I think I would have just took a book too, bro. So yeah, Vince definitely went in there with the intent that he about to sock the shit out of me. This is kind of this is your little get back. I'm gonna let you have this one. So I believe that. I believe Vince gave him a get back.
We came at each other.
Because he could have literally just left and never saw him again.
And we actually tied up like a wrestling match. Everybody's ready to pounce on me as soon as we grab each other. And I remember going, the only way I can get a shot in, one shot maybe, is an uppercut. And I came right up between Vince's arms, and it was like, you know, when you hit the bell, when the thing goes up.
To this day, I have no idea how the punch got through.
He was out cold like a starfish.
Drilled him. Really, as hard as I could. Knocked him right out.
Probably the best thing I ever did, and he deserved every bit of that.
Vince did get seriously hurt. I mean, Vince had, you know, big, nice, shiny.
Man, he limping and shit.
That night, I'm limping around, and like, oh my God, stars are all over the place in terms of my head. It was a pretty good concussion.
I felt bad. I felt bad for Brett. I felt bad for Vince. Vince didn't want to do that, but he had to do what's best for business, and that's what he's always going to do.
That was the Montreal screw job, as it was called, and to this day, I don't regret any of it.
Don't spoil anything, Greg.
Things just got real, and it gave me a whole.
Don't spoil anything, Greg.
For the business.
The Montreal screw job was like a moment in time where you can see the shift. You know, it's like a landmass moving. You don't see it, but then there's a moment in time, there's a big earthquake, and it moves a bunch, and you go like, "Oh, I saw it."
Over the Edge 1999. Yeah, Greg. Don't say anything else. Nothing else. Nothing else. Don't want to know. Nothing else.
It like shifted, and then there was a seismic change.
The real life event that happened, the dispute with Brett and the controversy afterwards, led to the birth of a Mr. McMahon character that became one of the most hated characters and most beloved characters of all time.
Now we're getting into the late 90s and 2000s.
Is this the final nail, so to speak, in the World Wrestling Federation? Au contraire, we're just getting started.
Oh man, that was episode 3. So this episode, they dig a little bit deeper into what happened in the mid 1990s with WCW and everything that was going on. Obviously, Hulk Hogan and the NWO and all the wrestlers signing over, the competition with Eric Bischoff, 83 weeks, all that. Then he got into the screw job, which took up about a good other half of it. I would give this a 4. This is definitely a 4. Did I learn anything new? No, I kind of already knew this stuff, but it was good seeing the perspective of Vince and all that. Yeah, Greg, don't say what happened in any episode. You can say what episode you're on, but don't say what happened. No spoilers in the comments from anybody. If you spoil it, I will time you out. If you spoil anything, you can say what episode you're on, but don't say what happened. Don't even reference anything. We're all watching this in real time. All right. All right. That was episode 3. We're going to be taking a 1-minute intermission. And then after that, we will be on to episode number 4. All right. Brief intermission, guys. Be right back. All right, chat, we're back. Had to take a little brief intermission. Get a new bottle of water. Because as you know, your boy Sooplex, he goes through multiple bottles of water a stream. And had to get my cats out of the room. Probably the last episode, I'll probably take a little bit of a longer intermission to feed them and everything. Had to get out my fan too because it's getting kind of hot in my room, in my studio. But guys, that was episode 3. We are heading into the 4th episode, Attitude. With the Monday Night Wars in motion, a new era begins at WWE as Vince takes a bold new persona and the programming enters risque territory. So I think this is where we really enter in 98 to mid 2000s. So yeah, this is about to be, it's gonna be a juicy one. You guys ready? I will be starting episode 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Uh-oh. I think my cat knocked out the Ethernet cord. I was wondering why I'm on Wi-Fi. Hold on a second, chat. Hold on a second. My cat knocked out the Ethernet cord. This is why I try to keep their ass out of my studio, because then shit like that happens. Alright, chat, we're back. Let's do this. Here we go. Episode 4. Overall thoughts so far? Great. Great documentary. There's 6 episodes in total. We are currently on episode 4.
My favorite was a performer by the name of Dr. Jerry Graham. He was a doctor, obviously. Big guy, bleached blonde hair.
Alright, the babies are back.
Like a cigar with $100 bill.
Could it be 2 call from dad, huh?
He was a heel in the parlance of our business. Maybe that's one reason why I liked him. I don't know. Because I never liked the good guys.
Alright.
Like him so bad.
No. Nala, leave the wheel alone. Oh, Lord, she's about to protect the bike.
Nerves are struck, just like he did. Yeah. He doesn't walk.
Leave the bike alone.
So he sort of took me under his wing.
This little girl is always getting into something.
Or did I ever? He had this 1959 convertible. I'm riding a shotgun. He's honking the horn going through intersections, regardless if the light was green or red. And it's like, this is grand. Man, I want to live my life like this. He was just so flamboyant, so aggressive, and the hubris and the color and all of that. It was like, yeah, that's who I want to be.
Oh man, here we go. We're getting into ruthless aggression era events. Attitude. In January 2024, Vince McMahon resigned from WWE after allegations of him involving sexual misconduct, assault, and trafficking. The majority of following interviews, including Vince McMahon, were filmed before the allegations were made public. Oh boy. This is all following the Montreal Screwjob in '97, baby.
In Montreal, in the Survivor Series, Bret Hart, the Hitman, is counted out by Vince McMahon, and a brawl ensues afterwards. Unquestionably the most controversial bout in the history of wrestling.
The Montreal Screwjob, it just was so crazy surreal. That caused such inner turmoil within the business. The underground world, what is now the internet world, got a hold of the behind the scenes information, and that was spreading like wildfire. You're seeing the reaction by people of something they should have known nothing about.
The fans knew that Vince double-crossed Bret Hart, which was something very, very unprofessional by the rules of professional wrestling. There's 2 sides to every story, but most people did not side with Vince on that one.
Listen, the Montreal Screwjob to me as a Canadian, like, I fucking hated Vince.
Vince goes on television and tries to explain it. off very well.
Brett screwed Brett.
I have no sympathy whatsoever for Brett.
The Brett screwed Brett speech, that begins a moment in time where reality takes front seat to fantasy and we begin to blur the line.
Vince McMahon to a promising what? They're moving McMahon out of the building. Yeah.
As a result of all this, I have all this heat, as we call it.
I wonder if somebody's gonna come up with Jesus out of Vince McMahon this week.
And so I thought, okay, Vince, why not turn that into
This is when he started the heel character. One of the best characters of all time. As much as I hate Vince McMahon, that is one of the, if not the best heel persona of all time. The heel boss. Alright, can you get your... Jesus Christ. Exposing yourself to my camera. Sorry, y'all.
At that point in time, Vince McMahon creates the Mr. McMahon character, the evil tyrant boss, and eventually that would change the trajectory of the business.
Let's talk about the business and the challenge that you have received from WCW. If I look at cable listings for January in 1 week, WCW is number 1, number 2, number 4, and number 6. You're down to number 18.
Damn. Number 18.
WCW, they were just so far ahead, and their product was better. So I'm just thinking, it's like, this is just a domination, and it's going to be like this for the foreseeable future.
You know, I think once Bret Hart made the transition and came over to WCW, I think if you were to put the rosters side by side on a piece of paper, WCW was in a much better position than WWE was. I wanted to dominate and win. You know, if WWE went out of business in the process, that would have been unfortunate, but I wouldn't have felt bad about it.
What is this? What a piece of luck this guy is. Oh, there it is.
The gobbledygooker.
For years, we were kind of stuck in that really young demographic, whereas from WCW, they were hitting that 18 to 34 year old.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get my cats out of my... Let me get my cats out of my studio, because they're playing around with shit. Alright, you two gotta go. Come on. Come on. Dad's trying to work.
You know, 83 weeks of getting our tails kicked in the ratings, it messes with your confidence, it messes with your psyche, but it also lets you know that you got to do something different. I knew if we didn't change, we just get left behind.
You're dealing with networks, and you're dealing with people in the networks that are looking at you going, hey, these guys are beating in the ratings, and I see our talent on their show. What's going on here, guys?
You listen to the audience, and you sort of feel it. It's time for a change. It was time for us to take another step.
How long is this documentary? About roughly 6 hours.
When I started working with Vince, it was absolute war between the two franchises.
It'll be me and you, McMahon, in the ring.
Vince decided that he wanted to be known for pushing the envelope, for being bold, being a little crazy.
Vince came out and did an interview about this new way of producing WWE programming.
We in the WWF think that you, the audience, are quite frankly tired of having your intelligence insulted.
Vince kind of teased all this newness that was coming down the road, and I thought, yeah, whatever. You know, you're going to come out with another version of Doink the Clown and some evil dentist, and you're going to keep doing what you're doing. I didn't know that Vince was making the decision to create the Attitude Era.
WWF Attitude.
Was there a distinctive moment when the Attitude Era was born? Yeah, there was.
Bro, Brian Pillman with the gun. Are we doing Sean Lost His Smile?
One night,
I thought it was Brian Pillman with the gun.
television taping, and Shawn Michaels came down in bicycle shorts, and right before he went out, he stuffed the front of his shorts with a sock.
It was gauze, wasn't a sock. It was gauze that I'd wound up on the trainer table. And I was just, bouncing around, gyrating and stuff like that. Vince's reaction was to call me the next day and tell me how unprofessional it was and that he was fining me $10,000. And I said, okay, But you go back and watch that, tell me if that isn't fun. If we're talking about entertainment, it was very entertaining. That was one of the things that got us into the conversations of, you know, we need to start going there. I felt like you can have respect for this line of work, but you don't have to act like it's freaking not weird. Suffice to say, I weaseled my way out of the $10,000 fine.
Vince was livid, but then 3 or 4 weeks later, remember Vince pointed to
Shawn Michaels. That's attitude. That's what he says. He's got attitude. We need more attitude.
the Attitude Era was born.
Yep, remember that intro. Raw is war, baby.
The Attitude Era was just this transformation that took place. We changed how we presented our product. We got a little grittier, we got a little dirtier, we made it a little more raw.
People just go, oh, the Attitude Era, here's where it started, here's what it is. It was slowly bits and pieces over time.
We are the Generation X. You make your rules.
We will break 'em.
Generation X.
It's my favorite tag team and faction of all time, baby.
Faction. They were an offshoot of the Clique. They were anti-authority. And there's something about anti-authority at this time that really spoke to fans. And whether it was part of the fiction or completely real, you didn't know.
This is going entirely to the next thing.
But you couldn't turn away.
When Sean and I started doing DX, man, most of the things we were saying and doing, Vince was coming back and telling us, God damn, you guys do that again and you're going to get fucked like him, you know, USA's threatening to take us off the air. But we're like coming in the back and people are going crazy. And then there's a flip moment in time where all of a sudden it's, hey, that worked. Do that again.
Oh my God!
He just finally changed the writing to where it wasn't for a 12-year-old demographic. It got into that 18 to 34-year-old male demographic.
Once that door was opened, I marched right through it because it was working.
It was all about filling up those arenas and stadiums, and you know, it was just like we got to do whatever we got to do to be the best.
What a time to be alive. Oscar Wilde, what's up, brother? We're on episode 4 right now.
The biggest star of the
Stone
Attitude
Cold.
Era by far was Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Anytime you stick your head in the ring with Steve Austin, bottom line is, I'm gonna kick your ass. Straight and simple.
And that's all I gotta say about that.
We weren't used to seeing this kind of foul-mouthed, roughneck, blue-collar, southern badass.
When I first got into the business of professional wrestling, I never had any designs on being as successful as I would be because I didn't know how far some ragamuffin from Victoria, Texas could take it.
Prior to WWE, Steve Austin was a wrestler in WCW.
Stunning Steve
He got
Austin.
fired from WCW, so he winds up in ECW, which is sort of the punk rock indie federation in the pro wrestling world.
And walking into that federation, man, it was an eye-opener and a hell of a scene.
This is extreme. This is the ECW arena.
ECW was the necessary disruption of the pro wrestling / sports entertainment industry. No rules, no regulations, a testosterone and adrenaline-driven, no holds barred. This can't possibly be legal. What
God
the
damn.
fuck am I watching atmosphere? It was a mosh pit.
ECW was a wild-ass, renegade-type promotion that attracted a niche audience. It was very unusual. I greatly appreciated the promotion and the promoter behind it.
There ain't a mouthful organization in the world today like ECW.
Vince always saw
Oh, yeah.
everyone else as a feeder system to the major leagues of WWE. So I knew we didn't have Steve for a long time. We were going to make it quality time for every moment that he was in ECW.
We achieved a lot of success in a short time, and finally Vince took serious notice of me, and that's when I would go to WWE.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, I
So I turned into Stone Cold Steve Austin, and I became this just trash talking SOB from South Texas, and it became very entertaining, and people started disliking me. We started gaining traction. Now,
Head
at that
bobbing.
time, everybody knows that Triple H was supposed to win that King of the Ring pay-per-view. But then Triple H got punished because of what happened in the Garden. And I hear his voice behind me, it's Vince. He goes, "Hey, Steve, you got a second?" I'm like, "Yeah, I guess so, you're the boss." He says, "Hey, I just want to let you know in 2 weeks you're going to win King of the Ring." So we get to the King of the Ring pay-per-view. I'm wrestling Mark Merrow first. We do a move, he kicks me in the mouth, busts my lip wide open. I've got to go to the hospital immediately and get 14 stitches. As soon as I come back from the Ace comes up to me and goes, "Hey man, you got Jake the Snake Roberts in the final, and Jake just got a religious promo on you.
The power above is reaching down and lifting me up."
Austin 316.
Austin 316, because back in the day you watch football games, they would put John 316 signs in the end zone. Go out there, work the match with Jake. I go to the microphone, and then I just went out there and started running Jake down.
You sit there and you thump your Bible and you say your prayers, and it didn't get you anywhere. Talk about your Psalms, talk about John 3:16.
Austin 316 says, "I just whooped your ass." What an iconic line.
When Steve said that, I'm like, "Oh my God, tell me you didn't just do that. That may not play too well, and the Bible Belt." And then I kept talking and kept talking. I could hear Vince in the background because he was doing the commentary, and I said, "Oh man, I need a button on this promo." And so just out of the blue, I said, "And that's the bottom line." Stone Cold said so.
It was brilliant. It changed who he was and perception of who he was as a character.
The next night, everywhere you looked were Austin 316 signs. Austin 316 took over, and it was insane.
When the Monday Night War started and we kept losing in the ratings, for a while we understood it because they had a really hot show. It was really fresh, and they had a lot of great talent down there and some cool storylines. But as we started to ramp up, we really thought we had a better show. We're like, "Man, what is up with these ratings?"
Today's my birthday, Soup. They dropped the documentary. Happy birthday, 3-Shot.
At that point in time, I remember this is like, we need to do something here. We need a way to get a lot of eyeballs on us and do something in a really big way for WrestleMania. And that's what we did.
At this time, I would like to introduce to you a man who is simply the baddest man on the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, Iron Mike.
Oh man, I get to see him live in 2 months.
I get a phone call. "Eric, you're never going to believe what they're doing next." I'm thinking, yeah, whatever. I was so far out ahead of them at that point. I was like, yeah, whatever. I was arrogant. Because they're bringing in Mike Tyson. I got uncocky real fast.
The idea for bringing in Mike Tyson came from Vince, and Shane McMahon was heavily involved.
One of the big personality, someone extremely identifiable to be a part of WrestleMania, and there was at that time no one bigger than Tyson. I believe he had gotten out of jail about 3 years earlier.
Knowing Mike Tyson's baggage during the 90s, was it risky for WWE to so fully invest in him?
And he hadn't been arrested for rape yet, though, when we did that, right? He had?
Mike is not perhaps universally approved of now, but he's certainly, his public image is certainly in a better place than it was at that point.
Wrestling at that level is about generating heat. Heat is what sells tickets. And heat doesn't have to be positive. Heat can be negative.
Specifically, I would like to thank Mike Tyson, being the media magnet that he is.
Tyson being on pay-per-view was a big deal. Mike would be
WrestleMania 16, or was it 15?
Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Shawn
14?
It's Mike Tyson, like one of the biggest names in sports. And by then,
14.
Why not see Steve Austin was taking off?
Mike, I'll tell you this.
If you get in my face at WrestleMania, I knock your damn lights out, and you won't want to get back in the ring ever again, and that's the bottom line.
15? I think 15.
At that point, I thought that WCW, while still ahead, is going to get very, very competitive.
I think it's WrestleMania 15.
It don't get no bigger than this. This is what our business is all about. It's about earning the opportunity to wrestle in the main event at a WrestleMania.
Yeah, WrestleMania 14.
WrestleMania 14, Sean had a real bad back, and so that match was very forgettable. The match wasn't good. It wasn't anything to brag about. I remember afterwards, I looked over at Vince, and he goes, Steve, don't worry about it. From here forward, it starts.
I would like to congratulate the new World Wrestling Federation champion, who has an attitude.
I think Sean was pissed because Tyson threw the shirt over his face.
Necessarily that all of us here in the WWF necessarily appreciate.
The Mr. McMahon character, at least in my mind, became a real thing after the Mike Tyson storyline played itself out.
Hey Vince, are you turning into a bad guy?
I've always been a good guy.
But they're booing you. They're booing you now.
Always be a good guy.
The owner of the WWF, Vince McMahon, makes his way to the ring. Not honestly, not the most rousing ovation.
At that point in time, a feud with Stone Cold Steve Austin would ignite and would start a battle between those two.
Well, that's my favorite belt design right there.
Change the course of the
Big Eagle. It's my favorite belt design. What a beautiful title. What a beautiful title.
But all of that based on blurring the lines of reality and fiction.
You got to understand the power that a Vince McMahon has, the control.
You've got the eccentric billionaire boss, Vince McMahon, and then you've got the anti-system Stone Cold Steve Austin, and they were perfect for each other.
I will fire your ass.
It was about a guy who was trying to keep me down and control me, and it's about me trying to buck the system.
You stupid bastards, you ain't got the balls to fire Stone Cold Steve Austin.
In any other era, I'm a heel because of what I'm doing, the trash I'm talking. You're pathetic. You're completely pathetic. But I was the guy that brought the gray area to the business of professional wrestling, which is usually a black and white type thing as far as love and hate.
See, my day, it was a good guy and a bad guy. Vince Jr. made it the bad and the worst. There were no more good guys in wrestling.
Society at that time had taken a rougher edge. Society
Did they release? Yes, they dropped it all at one time.
attitude that forced you to create
We're on 4 right
characters
now.
that fit into that gray area in the middle.
The fans did not want to see good guys no more. Nobody want to see a good guy, even in the movies. Look at the video games and the wrestling business. We cater to what is in front of us. You tap into that. That's big money. So Vince said, hey, give me some of that money.
We don't always set trends, we try to follow them. And back in those days, it was Wild Russ.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, who is as cool as he is mean, and he's just about the biggest thing in wrestling, worshipped by his fans.
Feels like smashing a beer bottle, he doesn't. Feels like throwing up his middle finger, he doesn't.
Stunner.
Some part of us really loves watching the bad guys get over. Maybe the part of us that doesn't like the fact that we have to behave ourselves.
Exactly.
You can't go around shoving people. You can't go around insulting people.
There's an allure to it.
Vicariously through those kind of storylines, and we love to punch your boss in the mouth. And, I got a chance to literally and figuratively do that almost every Monday night on Raw. I think the fans responded strongly because he's such a strong character. He's just so over the top. He's larger than life. He's easy to hate. He's also easy to love, but he's very easy to hate.
Mr. McMahon, he's at the top. So Any and everybody that's not at the top hates the guy at the top.
You know, he's got an entire collection of Corvettes.
Vince walks by with his custom suits and his flaunting and everything. What's to like? He's easy to hate.
Get that mic out of my face at my mic. I own that mic. I own that camera. Cut it off.
And he became the most hated character in the history of the business.
Mr. McMahon, of course, is a character derived from Vince McMahon, and it's a character of someone I could relate to when I was growing up. Because when I was growing up, I was like dirt poor. Coming from that environment, I don't like rich people because I was around some people who thought they were better than me because they had, quote, more money. So it felt like you weren't anybody at all. You were nobody. And you learned certain things. In those days, I could fight and love to fight. If you do that well, now you're somebody. I was good at fighting.
So you're going to Paul Tyson? Yes, I'm going to be at the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight.
You cheated. Yeah, I won.
What the hell's the matter with you?
And so, with my character, Mr. McMahon, I can play someone who intimidates because that was the way I grew up. That was the way I thought rich people were. They were trying to intimidate you.
You're gonna get it.
I know how to be an arrogant person that just like throws his weight around and a bully and that sort of stuff.
It's not my fault that I happen to be a self-made billionaire.
It was easy for me to get into that character because I knew all the things that I disliked.
Some people are rich, and you're not.
He knows how to manipulate a crowd as well or better than anybody that's ever done it.
Well, I'm a real Texan now.
As they call it. You go out and you manipulate the audience, and you know they boo the hell out of you, and you really want to get that hate and feel it. We're not afraid of it. It's like go embrace it.
This is what I think of Texans.
That Vince McMahon heel character, man.
This was a master of making people care or making people hate him or feel emotion. Emotions are when you sell tickets.
It's emotion.
That's when he had it.
If you mash that button, selling any emotion from people, they forget where they are. They're not at a movie theater, not an arena. They're right there looking at you. It's one-on-one. That's when you know you have them. Performing is easy. Being yourself is the more difficult part.
And what similarities do you share with Mr. McMahon?
Character, Mr. McMahon, with me?
Yeah.
None whatsoever.
Mr. McMahon
All right, bro.
is an extension of Vince McMahon, but blown way out of proportion.
The difference between Mr. McMahon and Vince McMahon? Probably not that much.
Exactly the same person. It's not a far stretch.
The character, Mr. McMahon, is really just Vince. They'll tell you different. No, Mr. McMahon is Vince. A lot of the promos and the diatribes that have been cut on other people, I've had actually cut on me in real life. I'd never say that. I said, yeah, you would. You said it to me.
Bruce claimed that he's been on the receiving end of the Mr. McMahon in real life.
I'm very, very passionate about our business. And sometimes that passion is a bit effusive. So I probably can get out of bounds a little bit.
A little bit.
The Mr. McMahon character is pretty close to Vince the Man, but obviously highly exaggerated. The best characters in wrestling are guys at their core with the volume turned up. What you saw from me as Stone Cold was dude, the volume turned up. Same with Vince.
Much of great fiction is that funny line.
The gray area.
between reality and storytelling. Vince loved blurring that line between fact and fiction.
A lot of people have confused through the years, you know, who my character was on television and who I am. It used to bug the hell out of me. I'm not that guy. And I realized
I feel like he wants to believe he's not that guy.
it doesn't matter how you want to be perceived. It's the way you are being perceived. Your perception is reality.
Perception is reality.
Change the way people think about you.
That is very true.
Hatred, driving Mr. McMahon.
Austin McMahon
That dynamic was just ridiculously good. You could make a
Greatest
great
feud of wrestling. One of the greatest feuds of wrestling. Some might even say the greatest feud of wrestling, and I have a hard time combating that.
Versus Mr. McMahon is what generated the huge amount of ratings for WWE that essentially ended the 83 weeks of WCW, beating them in the ratings.
Brian Gewirtz.
And ultimately, like a tsunami, overtook the wrestling business, period. It was the hottest thing in the world.
I say this and I know it's going to sound like I'm putting myself over and I'm being an arrogant prick, but Vince took our formula, decided he was going to do it, only he was going to do it better. And he did. There were so many things that we did in WCW that WWE eventually replicated. DX was nothing more than a derivative of the NWO. The Mr. McMahon character was a derivative of evil Eric Bischoff, the evil boss. Come on, Vince, you gotta admit, you ripped me off on that one. Now, granted, you did it better, but come on, who did it first?
If Eric Bischoff thinks that he played the heel character before I did,
yeah, okay.
If that were the case, he sure as hell didn't play it as well. So, good for him.
WWE was going to win inevitably. Vince McMahon, being the competitor he is, the fighter that he is, would have done whatever he had to do to ultimately win that fight. And I was coming up short. I was not focused on creative. The NWO angle was a couple years old now. It wasn't fresh anymore. Things that were going on in WWE with Mr. McMahon and Steve Austin and others was new, was fresh, which caused the audience to shift over and check out what they were doing.
Eric's big mistake was thinking because I'm ahead, all I got to do is go with these guys and I'll always be ahead. In wrestling, everyone's got a shelf life, and you always have to make new stars. And Vince was trying to make new stars because he had to.
And that's the bottom line.
And Vince got very lucky. Austin was an incredible success. And then Dwayne The Rock.
Y'all woke up early to start the fake outrage? What are you talking about? Who's starting outrage, bro? You woke up early to come in my comments with some bullshit. Shut the fuck up.
Friends, welcome to the show of the fastest rises to the top of the history of wrestling. The Rock. Let's start off with a bit of your history. When you broke in, you were
The Rock.
part of a wrestling legacy.
My grandfather was High Chief Peter Maivia. He was in many ways responsible for putting the island of Samoa and Samoan athletes on the map.
From the Isle of Samoa, High Chief Peter Maivia.
My grandfather wrestled for Vince McMahon Sr., and then in the 80s, my dad came along, Rocky Soul Man Johnson, and along with Tony Atlas became the first black tag team champions.
Rock, everything he do is just like his father. Walk like his father, dress like his father.
Bro, I'm from Billy.
You didn't know nobody. You think that Rocky Johnson.
I remember
fuck
being
off.
Vince McMahon Jr. when I was 11 years old. Looked down at me, good to meet you. Gave me a great firm handshake. Looked me in the
I heard Vince loves this commentary so much he tried to buy it. Yeah, I saw all the reports too.
When he came in, we really promoted him as this third generation guy that you're going to love.
This guy is going to be phenomenal. The first third generation superstar ever.
We shoved him down their throats.
Oh, you hear the chant of Rocky sucks.
They hated him.
Roman Reigns story, man.
I think thought that this person was just like handed this opportunity, and no matter how hard Dwayne worked in the ring, initially people started pulling him.
I'm sick of hearing about The Rock. He might be his own man. Who cares?
The fans hated The Rock because WWE told us to love The Rock.
Yep, Roman Reigns story.
It took The Rock turning heel and acknowledging that the fans were booing him for the fans to start to love him.
Yes, sir.
Nation of Domination was a faction that was based on pride in being of color and not being held down by the man.
The newest member of the Nation of Domination, Rocky Maivia.
I talked to Vince. and I
No,
said,
you shouldn't. I
"I would
don't,
just
man.
love
You
the
shouldn't.
opportunity to speak on why I'm joining the nation." And he said, "You got it."
I got 3 words. guy. That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
And I said, it's not a black thing, it's not a white thing. It's a respect thing, it's about me kicking your ass thing.
This isn't about the color of my skin. This is about respect.
You know, sometimes in our lives we find these moments where there's a shift and a click, and you go, man, there is some real power behind that.
Well, Rocky Maivia is a lot of things, but sucks isn't one of them.
And boom, just like that, within a month, I became the hottest heel in the company. If you smell what the Rock
is cooking. I'll tell you something, man. The Rock in the Attitude Era, best wrestler, man. I don't care what nobody says. I'm a Rock guy over Stone Cold. If you disagree, blame my grandmother, but she's right.
I said, you know, this is a really big deal. I said, I'm the first WWE champion of color.
Yes, sir.
I know. And he goes, but I don't see that.
I don't see color? Oh, boy.
And I know this for sure. He was always about, I don't care what color you are. You could be black and green and purple. You could be a unicorn for all I give a shit. As long as you are drawing money, you will be champion.
See, it ain't got nothing to do with color. It's not racism. It's business. He don't see black. He don't see white.
He see green. I don't see black. I don't see white. I see green. That's all. Okay.
WWE at that time, the Attitude Era, it was a unique and special time because it truly was whatever you can imagine, we can do.
I'm not here to talk about EW right now, man.
The Attitude Era, man, it was a movement. Everywhere you went, you saw Austin 316. You saw DX.
Suck it, man.
You saw The Rock. Everybody was in on it.
They were so popular. Their merchandise was everywhere. The influence was all over the culture.
You invited The Rock to speak at the Republican National Convention?
Please welcome the one, the only, Triple H.
For a lot of us in the Attitude Era, we went from being like, yeah, I'm a dude on TV that people recognize occasionally to you can't go anywhere. So it was getting out of control.
Yeah, they were like celebrities in the late 90s.
But I mean, as far as actual real popularity, that was the peak.
It's the entertainment phenomenon of the 90s, a billion-dollar industry worldwide, a TV ratings smash, a sport of sorts that draws more teenage male viewers than Monday Night Football or World Series baseball.
People who remember that period, you know, that is a very fond memory because wrestling really was huge mainstream at that time. From a pure marketability standpoint, the product they were putting on was awesome. It connected. From a moral standpoint, morals are morals, but it rubbed some people the wrong way.
One true thing about professional wrestling.
To be fair, you're not talking much at all. We're on chat on the other hand. Hey, man, I'm reading the chat, but I'm also watching this documentary, so.
Promoters will have you believe that's family entertainment. But if you've never been to a show or never seen one on TV, watch one. You're in for a shock.
As performers, you're just going for whatever the biggest reaction is. And you're seeing these things get bigger reactions than...
I mean, I said it before, I'll say it again. I had the Raw's 15th anniversary DVD set when I was younger. I played that thing all the time, and I always played the Attitude Era. It was this too, the Attitude Era set. Played that one the most. So even though I didn't live through the Attitude Era, I definitely lived it in the 2000s.
Critics say the World Wrestling Federation blows away the envelope of good taste.
Perhaps no one.
Like, it wasn't even 10 years old, and I was watching it, you know?
They knew that they could get away with everything. Not anything, everything. And they pushed it. They pushed that for all.
What's the point of this doc if he's not addressing the... Well, we're not there yet. We're on episode 4. addressed them in episode 6.
This was maybe a standard deviation.
They touched upon it lightly so far, but that's episode 6, buddy. We're on episode 4 right now. They're in Attitude Era. We're gonna start getting into ruthless aggression and PG in 5, and then he's calling himself out, and then we're gonna get into Brian Pillman has a gun. That's the one right there.
So it's still family friendly, maybe for more of an adult family, not for young kids.
You know, they were doing the double talk. They would say, "We're not marketing to kids," when in fact their audience was kids. And so some people would go like, "Hey, you've got a responsibility to not be such a bad influence on kids." You know, they go, "Oh, but we're not marketing to kids anymore. That's what we used to do." You know, it's like, all right, whatever.
I think it was primarily aimed at young males.
Action figures, dolls. These aren't being bought by and enjoyed by adults. These are for 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds.
Frankly, the Attitude Era, the kids embraced it.
Suck it!
They've seen something maybe they weren't supposed to see. So, the Attitude Era, in many ways, probably attracted kids. Would I have let my kids watch it? Yeah, I probably would have.
It's a monster, is really what
My mom would not let me watch that. She barely let me watch it during the 2000s.
entitled to his opinion. I'm entitled.
Barely let me watch in the 2000s.
Wholeheartedly would want parents and everyone to be able to exercise their freedom of choice.
I got banned from watching it at one point. I had to sneak it around her.
Don't like us. Click us off. Don't watch us.
Look, I was the one certainly leading the charge in that, don't tell us to raise your children, you need to raise them yourself, and if they're influenced by television, that's your fault. Now, having a daughter, look, there are times we probably could have been less objectionable towards our women.
It is time to stop your grinning and drop your linen.
We continue to consistently go over the line in terms of taste. There were a lot of questionable things.
You look pretty damn good on your knees, John. It almost looks like a natural position.
Oh, Jesus.
It was, exploitive of women like you wouldn't believe, but
yeah,
that's what was selling, and the audience was guys, teenage guys seeing women like that. From a pure marketing standpoint, it was very, very successful.
The Attitude Era women.
Yep, I still remember the Trish bark like a dog segment.
Eye candy. That's kind of what they were at the time.
Sable
was the pioneer WWE diva, so to speak. She knew exactly what her role was. People know her as sexy Sable, but she was also athletically contributing to the show, which I think is
the Sable bomb
because it wasn't normal, it wasn't acceptable, it wasn't what the women did. At the time, like the late 90s, you had Jerry Springer.
Just when you thought you'd seen it all, the bad get badder.
Jerry Springer was something else, bro.
Howard Stern was huge.
I want to bang Bonnie, Jill, and Brandy.
The Attitude Era definitely was a reflection of what was going on in the real world.
Edgy television, man. Wish we could go back at times. Not every day, but at times, like, damn. Edgy television really was where it was at. Nowadays, not so much, obviously. That would not be working today, I'll tell you that much.
At that time, that was what was on television.
It would appeal to a certain audience, for sure.
The difference is that he's in a distinctive position where he reinforces those tendencies rather than challenging or changing or transforming them into something else.
We more or less followed what was going on in the entertainment business. A lot of times, the highest order hour, the highest rating in that segment were women. Much higher than some of the great matches and things of that nature.
We felt like we needed to be edgy because that's what television was at that time.
Good morning, Humble 85.
And there ain't a damn thing Vince can do about this. We always want to serve our audience, so we did, and of course took it maybe a little too far in some cases.
Back at it now and say how crazy it was. You can look back at it now and say, God, you should have never done that, or that was so inappropriate, or it was.
And
We'll get back our edgy television wrestling when WWE go back to the net. I mean, they're not going back to the Attitude Era when they go to Netflix, but we may get some aspect of it back. But they're not completely going back to the Attitude Era when they move to Netflix. Don't let them convince you that because they're going to Netflix, they're going TVMA or now. Like, it's not going that deep.
I'm ordering you to appear in this ring right now.
Oh boy. Tackling Owen Hart.
After the problems I had with Bret Hart, I met with Owen. I said, Owen, do you want to stay with us, or do you want to leave, with Bret? He said, well, I'd like to stay.
It's time for me to do what I have to do, and that is remain right here in the World Wrestling Federation.
When I went to WCW and Owen stayed, nothing was the same anymore. He thought I was mad at him. If anything, I had great sympathy for him and felt badly that he was in the predicament that he was in. Owen had nothing to do with either me or Vince, but he was going to pay for it. And they kind of humiliated his character as often as they could for quite a while to get at me.
Yeah, they were playing my man's Owen.
Do something against Owen because Bret left. All he speaks to Bret's ego. Ready, Bret? Why would we do that? We don't care about you. You left. We're trying to make Owen a star.
So they ended up doing a storyline with him where they said, you're going to be the Blue Blazer again, and you're going to be this sort of clumsy oaf hero.
Oh boy, they're about to get into Over the Edge. Oh shit.
You talk about that day. How's Owen?
They don't talk about this too often.
Let's take you now to an interview conducted earlier tonight, and we got big problems out here.
Well, Blue Blazer, you got a big match tonight going after the... We were live in a pre-taped interview of Owen. We were going to drop Owen down, kind of like rappelling from the top of the ceiling.
Owen was to fly, so to speak, as we've done before, from the rafters of the building.
I'm watching the pre-tape interview, and I hear someone say, Owen's in the ring. What the hell is he doing?
I was on a flight, and I could feel something overcame me. And I can remember when something bad happened. I can feel it.
Intuition.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you're doing live television, a lot of things can happen, and sometimes they are not good. The Blue Blazer, as we know, as Owen Hart, was going to make a very spectacular superhero-like entrance from the rafters, and something went terribly wrong here.
You want to know something? I don't think I've ever seen a testimonial from any of the 10,000 people that were there in the arena. I would love to get the perspective of a fan that was there. I haven't seen Reddit posts, Twitter posts, nothing. I've never seen a single testimonial from anybody that was there. It was it's like the crowds almost just didn't exist in this moment. I hope they interviewed somebody from the crowd for this. I really hope they did.
Thank God for the audience that we were in a blackout, so they didn't really see it. Thank God.
Well, that's good.
Came up,
They showed a picture?
Owen in the ring, and medical personnel were working on him. We wondered whether or not could Owen be alive. Surely he could be.
Jerry Lawler back joining me here. King, I was just reiterating the fans, this is not part of the show. We're here to entertain and have fun, but this is neither.
No, it doesn't look good at all. Jerry Lawler came back and says, Bruce, I think he's dead. Like, no. I was like, how do you even say that?
I didn't experience this, but even watching it now is just so upsetting.
So, they pronounced him dead.
I have the unfortunate responsibility.
How Vince continued the show after this, I will never understand.
Owen Hart has tragically died from an accident here tonight.
The decision that basically I had to make was whether or not the show goes on. The live audience didn't really see what happened. Had they seen, there's no question about it, you have to shut the show down.
We didn't announce to the live house because Just didn't think that was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Those people came to see a show. They didn't come to see somebody die. And me as a businessman, it's like, well, okay, let's continue on. Let's continue the show.
First off, Owen Hart, I'm praying for you, buddy.
Oh, dude, like, in some ways, I understand the mindset. Like, okay, the people didn't see it. Let's not tell them. Maybe we can keep the show going, and then the fight. But like, dude, like, someone died in the middle of the ring of your show. Like, did you not consider the wrestlers in the back, how they're supposed to perform after this? Like, dude. Oh, like I honestly, I understand what his mindset was in the moment, because you guys got to remember, in the moment, like, this happened, and he had to think of this on the fly. But like, in retrospect, like, Jesus fucking Christ, man, you really continue to show after somebody died? Like,
Val Venus, you've been chasing these puppies around. Well, pal, I got
you can even look at them right now, they look shaken up.
always have been.
They never should have continued the show.
No.
You know, one of your buddies just died. Like, literally just died in this ring. And his blood is right there. And we're going out
Dude, that's
there.
disgusting. That's his blood? Oh my God. I couldn't have done it. I don't know how they did it. I could not have went out there. Vince would have just had to, like, find me or fire me. I couldn't have done it. If I knew my friend died in the middle of that ring, I could not go out there and compete. I couldn't do it.
Wrestling.
They're better than me.
You know, trying to perform for this audience that doesn't even know it while we're brokenhearted.
What you do, your business is entertainment.
Like, obviously, if it happened today, they would have stopped the show. But, like, fuck.
And you allow the entertainment to continue with the blood of Owen Hart still in the ring. I'm not sure that's not disrespectful to Owen Hart.
I never knew that Owen's blood was in the ring while the show went on. That is so, wow.
So there are a lot of negative comments, actually, as whether or not this show should have continued.
I actually know firsthand from the wrestlers involved that they wheeled my dead brother right past all the wrestlers, and actually pushed wrestlers out the door and said, go, 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 you're on.
Naturally, Brent's going to feel like, you know, like a brother should. You had every right to say anything negative about our company.
I think if Vince McMahon had dropped Shane McMahon from the ceiling and he splattered on the mat, I don't think he would have scraped him off the mat and set the next match out.
That'd have been me. Not just my son. That'd have been me who was splattered on the mat, as Brent said. I would want the show to go on. So get me out of there, you know, and let the show go on.
Dude, what the fuck?
I'd do it with me. And to this day, I would.
You hear shit like that, and it's like, damn, I'm so glad he's not running this company anymore. Could you imagine that shit happened today? And I think in today's day and age, with all the sponsors and everything else they had, Vince probably would not even have had the opportunity to make that decision. Like, imagine if today someone from the WWE roster dropped out of the rafters and fucking died in the middle of the ring, and he tried this shit. It would have been the end of WWE, bro. It would have been over for them. Every single investor would have pulled, every single sponsor would have pulled, the wrestlers would have left. Bro, it would have been curtains for WWE if they did this in 2024. He is so lucky this happened in the 90s when, like, this is when we say it's a different time back then, because this would have been, I'm almost certain, maybe WWE wouldn't have went out of business that same day, but it would have been over for WWE if that shit would have happened. It would have been over. It would have been. I couldn't even think I could watch WWE anymore if that happened today and the show went on, bro. I don't think I could have watched the company anymore. Like, it's a little different because I was 2 years old when that happened. I didn't even know the whole Owen Hart happened until I was like maybe 10 or something. But Jesus. Not to mention social media. Dude, if social media was around back then, the fucking pictures and video evidence does exist of that fall happening, but like, it's locked away in some vault and will never see the light of day, ever. But if that happened in 2024, it would have been on TikTok. Instagram, YouTube. It would have been everywhere. Everybody in Obama would have seen Owen Hart fucking die in the middle of that ring if it happened today. Thank God we only got pictures and the video evidence is nowhere to be seen and never will be seen. But Jesus Christ, brother. Like I said, some of the things that happened in the Attitude Era happening today, it's like I can't even envision it. I can't even envision it. And I was born in the 90s, but like seriously, can't envision it.
It really was very hard for me to take at that time because I kept thinking that maybe it was
The Spanish commentary at TS audio of Owen's impact. Oof, well, I guess I will not be listening to that.
maybe they murdered him to get back to me.
At 10:01 a.m. this morning, my legal counsel filed a wrongful death lawsuit for my husband's death.
In terms of Owen, we settled a lawsuit basically with his wife. And then we find out, which we thought, it wasn't our fault. Unfortunately, the apparatus they were using was defective, and the manufacturer knew it was defective. And then we sued the manufacturer.
They investigated.
This dude just said it wasn't our fault. And yeah, I guess in some ways you didn't make the actual suit. So yeah, him dying isn't your fucking fault. But it still happened on your show, dude. Like, I still remember the video reports that, like, Vince told Owen, like, yeah, you got to go up there. And Owen was a little bit, like, hesitant about it. And Vince still told him, like, like, he alluded to, like, him losing his push if he didn't go up there. Allegedly. That's what I've heard from stories. But, oh, dude, Vince is so soulless. What the hell, man? Like, we know he's a bad guy, but he sounds so soulless and void of any responsibility here. Oh my, this is just so disgusting.
In WWF for a long time. A policeman from Kansas City's police department called me, and he goes, "I promised you I'd call you, and I'm calling to tell you that there's nothing criminal here. That this was just a horrible accident."
Well, yeah, I don't believe anybody intentionally tried to kill Owen, but still.
And for me, when I heard that, it was like, okay, it's an accident. I think in my heart of hearts, forgave Vince. I had plenty of reasons to have issues with Vince, but they were on a professional level and not a personal level.
Do you think there will be any changes in wrestling because of this?
I certainly hope so. And we're not so dead against the wrestling business. What we are disappointed in is in the sort of the drastic turn that wrestling's taken in the last 2 years. And it's a shame that, the fans have sort of become wild dogs that sort of want more and more and more all the time.
At that point, we're all pushing the envelope.
Damn.
Everybody's willing to do whatever it takes.
Did he talk about Chris Benoit? I mean, we're in the early 2000s. We're in the 90s still. I'm sure it'll come in episode 5. He's going to have to. That's such an integral part of Vince and WWE. So I'm sure in episode 5 they'll talk about it. But we're on episode 4 and they're still on late 90s, early 2000s. That's the mid 2000s. So yeah, I think it's coming in the next episode.
No one's saying I don't want to do that or that's too dangerous. But it's some
The tooth is in his nose.
enough is enough.
We want to give our fans what they want. We're probably pushing as far as we can right now, but who knows as it relates to the future.
In 2000, Martha Hart settled her lawsuit against WWE. In 2003, WWE settled its lawsuit against the manufacturer of the harness used in Owen's stunt. I hope they gave all the money to her. Whew! Woo, that was definitely a heavy episode, man. I mean, earlier they were talking about the Attitude Era and all the stuff that led into the success of it. I don't even remember really what happened too much before, but when they got into the Owen stuff, damn, man, like that, the Owen portion really, like, even like with the whole screw job stuff and the Wendy Richter stuff, you can make an argument that, okay, I can see from Vince's perspective why he made that decision. With everything else, it's like, Here, once he starts talking about, well, it's the manufacturer's fault. If my son would have dropped, if I would have dropped, the show would have continued. I had to send it. It's like, dude, oh my God, like, how are you? Dude, I need a mental break from that. Like, holy fuck, man. Like, that's so... Hearing your boss say something like that, it's just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, if I were your employee and I dropped in the middle of that ring, this is how you would think of me? This is what you would have done? Oh, my... And you know what's crazy? Is that I could kind of relate to this a little bit. And that at my job... It wasn't an employee, but a customer at my job. This is about 2 years ago now? Yeah. 2 years ago at my job, one of the customers at my job actually collapsed on his way to the bathroom. And the EMTs came and police came and everyone's like looking over. We're working. We're like, I'm working. Everyone else is working. We can see what's going on. And then we saw a black tarp. They tarped the whole thing off. Nobody could go by. And I'm like, is he going to live? And then we saw detective and forensic scientist. And I said, oh, this guy died. Like, I actually witnessed a guy die at my job. Did I see him collapse with my own eyes? No. But did I see everything afterwards? And him get whipped? Yes, I saw all of that. Like, someone at my job, not someone worked with me. Not a coworker, a customer, but somebody on my shift at my job died. The tow process took like 2 hours from the time he fell to the time it took like 2 hours. And management didn't want to tell us. The supervisors didn't want to tell us, but we all fucking knew. All of us fucking knew because it was very apparent when they tarped it off and the forensic scientists came in. And the police came in. Like, it was clear as day. This guy died. And when I tell you the soul was sucked out of my job for the rest of the day, nobody really wanted to talk. Nobody wanted to... Some people went home that day. Not everyone really just kind of stayed. Some people did, but most people stayed. But that was like one of the hardest days to work at my job. And... if you guys say, oh, did they shut? No. Business as usual. They kept going. The day went on. That happened midday. Closed on time. And everyone at my job was just like, man, how could the business keep going? Like, shouldn't we have shut down? Like, shouldn't we have done this? And everyone's trying to talk to management. Management's not trying to answer any fucking questions. I mean, legally, I guess they can't, but like, they also wasn't trying to tell us anything. And to this day, management still won't tell us. But we all know in our head. And that kind of, like, this brought me back to that. Because it's like, even though it wasn't a coworker that died, somebody died at my job. And it was business as usual. They didn't want to tell anybody. We were just expected to keep working. And to this day, I still felt like we should have shut down. Obviously, don't make a fucking scene about it. But I felt like we should have shut down as a corporation. But we didn't. Because in their heads, don't want to cause uproar, don't want to cause a scene. I don't know if it's reported at any news reports in my state or anything, but got to keep going. So yeah, I clocked in at 10 o'clock that day. Somebody died at 2. I clocked out at 6:30. And it's just like, nobody really talked about, oh, you guys were all right, da-da-da, like, we were all there for each other. All of my coworkers, we were all there for each other. My one coworker, like 15 years ago, she witnessed somebody died at the same job. I don't know if they shut down today or not, but she witnessed it and she was having PTSD from that moment. And she decided to stay at work. I told her multiple times, like, hey, you should go home because you're obviously reliving this trauma. You should not be here. You should go home. But she was content to stay, and it was hard to watch her work throughout this because you could tell obviously it was weighing on her. She was very upset. She almost broke that at one point. It was man. I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, guys, but this story literally brought me back to that moment at my job because it literally happened 2 years ago. Oh, man. I ain't gonna lie. Intermission. I gotta take me a brief break after that. That was a little heavy for me. I'm not like... I mean, I'm still gonna watch the whole thing. It was a little heavy for me because it brought me back to a little traumatic time at my job. But yeah, we gonna take a brief intermission, guys. We'll be back in a few. Don't go anywhere. are you doing in my chair? Alright, Chad, I'm back. I'm back. Was Nala keeping you entertained? I walked by and I saw she was in my chair. Appreciate y'all giving me that time. Had to take a 10-minute intermission because, not gonna lie to y'all, you know, when I learned about the Owen Hart incident, that was before I started working. This is my first time actually seeing a documentary or reliving that experience after I witnessed, you know, somebody die at my job. So, kind of brought back some shit. I'm good. I just need to take a little breather. Got some fresh air. We're all good. We're about to go right into episode 5. We're about to go right hot, heavy, right in episode 5, family business. I'm sure this is where they start talking about the mid-2000s. Probably going to touch on Chris Benoit. Vince brings his family into the fold and attempts to push the envelope on air and beyond the ring. A momentous merger changes the wrestling landscape. 64 minutes. Are you guys ready? I forgot to grab another water. Hold on. Oh, I got one right here. I'm fine. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's get right into this. Got a pic of your cat in the DMs. Was she real? How long was Nala on camera for? How long was she on camera for? Because I know I was going for at least 10 minutes.
By Vincent Kennedy McMahon was driven by the overcompensatory behavior, rebelling against the first miserable.
She was talking into the microphone. I love that.
And escaping that abuse has been his life pursuit. In creating an atmosphere.
She was in front of the mic. I thought she was continuing to scream. Shout out to my baby. She knows the game.
Outside forces.
My baby turned into Vince. She said, "The show must go on." Shout out Nala with the Vince mentality. The show must go on. She had to take the reins in for herself.
And in control.
Is your cat on the juice? I sure hope not. The fuck? I sure hope she not. If she is, I ain't give it to her. I don't know who else she getting it from.
Only know from Vince McMahon. Years ago, he had a Playboy interview that talked about his upbringing. It talked about the physical abuse that he suffered at the hands of his stepfather.
Yep, heard about this Playboy interview from his mother.
That he implied was at the hands of his mother.
Yeah, fucked up ass childhood.
I'm not big at looking backwards at all. I don't know whether or not I'm afraid to look back, like what's back there. My childhood was what it was. It was difficult. I mean, there's fighting, there's infighting, there's incest, and you don't like it. But I felt that as a kid, when you're getting the crap beat out of you, once he stops, if you're still breathing, you're still living, you win. I know from a psychological standpoint, when you're abused as a kid, the tendency is for you to abuse. And I think sometimes that's just a cop-out. I've never subscribed to that. You know, anything that's rotten like that, or anything bad that happens to you, get rid of it.
I mean, obviously that came outwards in your programming. Obviously, you can't get rid of it.
Will it come forward on occasion? Sure. Will it hurt on occasion? Sure. But throw it the fuck back there and go forward.
I feel like we about to be in some real deep shit with this episode. I can tell already. Lock in, chat. Lock in. About to hear some dramatic shit. I can tell. Oh, we're at current day now. 2021. WrestleMania 37. Shane McMahon's backstage. All the women are watching the monitors as Sasha takes on Bianca. All right, I guess we're skipping Benoit.
Shane McMahon and Stephanie McMahon, the only two children of Vince and Linda McMahon, talking about what it's like to have their lives unfold before the cameras. I'm fascinated to know, what was it like growing up as a McMahon?
You want to start? Go for it.
Being Vince McMahon's son, I grew up in a very interesting world. I always wanted to be in the business, and the business of the business specifically. I started at a very early age. I remember being in the audience, remember being
Look at young
backstage.
Shane.
Was all over the place, just soaking it all in. You know, I would sweep the ring, I would take the guys' jackets back. And then I became referee and ring announcer. And you start earning your stripes.
Shane and Mr. McMahon.
My involvement as a performer started as a surrogate to my dad.
Did you see Shane there holding the ropes for his daddy?
You know, if my dad pissed somebody off, you couldn't get to the boss right away. You have to go through different layers. And it caught on, and everybody was having fun, and I just ran with it.
A tremendous chorus of boos for the boy wonder, the heir apparent to the throne.
I love it. Getting the ability to go do something I always wanted to do since I was very little. So that's how the family dynamic started to grow and eventually became Vince's daughter.
Let me jump in for just 1 second, please. I have always wanted to be a part of this company, and I'm so proud to be today. Growing up, it was larger than life, and I could feel that as a kid. It was just the most exciting thing to be a part of.
Here.
WWE has always been polarizing, and when I was growing up, some people would love me just because of who my father was, and some people would not give me the time of day because of who my father was.
Stephanie was so bad when I mean, she still is. But like 2000 Stephanie,
After I graduated college.
Just relax, no pressure. Everything will be good.
You gonna take it easy on me?
Oh, without a doubt.
A decision was made in a very short period of time to give it a try and see how it went.
When Steph started to work with us, it escalated incredibly fast. There was a storyline where Steph was getting married to a talent named Test. But
Triple H stole him away.
they didn't know what the payoff was. There was never an ending to the story. So I come up with an idea and present it to Vince.
Triple H booked himself into marriage.
I was at her bachelorette party and I Mickey'd her drink. And then I end up getting married to her like at one of those drive-through things in Vegas. He's like, man, I love that.
I mean, looking back on it, the Triple H quite literally forced Stephanie to marry him. Is it like that? Like, she should have sued him. Like, you should have sued him. You were inebriated. They shouldn't even conducted the marriage. What the hell? That's a crime. She's a criminal. She's not criminal. She's a not a minor. What's the word? You're a victim. She's a victim.
His line is, and Vince, it's not a question of if, but how many times.
Consummate the marriage.
A victim.
The first time we go back on TV after this whole angle happened, the crowd turns on her and they're chanting slut. And Vince, as they're going crazy for her, he looks at me and he goes, meaning like this is money.
Man, I've got a big smile on my face because that means the audience is participating. Anytime the audience is participating, they're loving what it is you're doing. So Steph became this great heel. You know, I mean, she was willing to do anything. You know, she's always been.
It really is weird to think that like Stephanie was used as sex appeal and taken advantage of by so much of the roster under her dad's promotion. Like, when you think about it as an adult, that's really, really, really weird for a father to be approving of that.
You know, whatever it is you want, Dad.
Like, I understand it's TV, but like, I don't know if I could have my daughter doing half the shit Stephanie was doing on TV in the 2000s.
You know,
I don't even know if I would have her doing 90% of it, honestly.
she knew what I was trying to
You being married to a talent on TV as part of the character, oh, okay, yeah, but all the stuff with her out there having her ass bent over, getting it slapped up, like, me as a dad, I can do.
If anybody knows it's you.
When I was younger in my career, I was just all on board to do whatever he wanted. I totally look back on some of the stuff I did and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Yeah, for sure.
Did you think it was weird that your dad was having you do that?
Yes! I just said this. Yes, it's very weird. Of course, she's probably not going to think so. It's her dad.
Yes, sometimes I
Well, never mind.
thought it was a little bit weird.
Oh, maybe I hope so.
It was a different time in our business.
Sounds like she's a victim. That's going to be a TikTok sound.
Of all the crazy stuff that's happened in my life, from starting out as a fan to where I am, the family part of it would probably be the craziest. So after
That should not have been legal, bro.
Steph gets married to me secretly against her will, it became this whole thing the McMahon.
Stockholm syndrome, bro. She was married against her will, then end up pairing with her husband. Like, bro, Stockholm syndrome, bro. Let's talk about it. She's a victim. A victim. Let me stop.
Running WWE.
The McMahon Helmsley era.
That's where I'm with her every day. And that's how we get to know each other, really.
I was not allowed to date our talent, but it was my dad who, ironically, sort of pushed us together.
Paul is a wonderful human being. He and I were friends. And I would even lead and say, Steph, you need to find...
He said word. He said word, friend.
Somebody, a real man, someone like Triple H.
And then my brother would say, not Triple H. And my dad would go, oh yeah, no, of course, not Triple H. But, a guy just like him.
Shane was very much against it, vehemently so.
You guys make me sick. Hey, brothers, come on, give me a hug.
You know, storyline.
Yeah, Shane never. It always was very apparent. Shane never liked Triple H. Like, even in their adult years, I mean, they were adults then, but even like in their corporate years, Shane never liked Triple H. Missed opportunity to do a match between those two, honestly.
Don't date the boss's daughter.
Shane, can we stand? You're gonna let your daughter date a wrestler? Shane, that's who I am. I'm wrestling, I'm performing. I don't know what you mean by that. And so, to me, it made sense for Stephanie to date and marry someone like Paul.
As it's moving forward, there are moments in time where it's Vince, and he's Vince McMahoning this, and
He's Vince McMahoning.
as we're looking for locations for the wedding at one point in time, he seriously suggests to us holding it on pay-per-view.
So what if Stephanie and Paul's wedding was live on pay-per-view? Wow, people would buy that. It'd be awesome. It'd be great. And Steph said, no.
And when Steph says absolutely not, he's like selfish, and like, I can't believe you're selfish. And then Vince books Vince versus Steph, and I believe a street fight.
Wait, is this because she booked this because she wouldn't book her? What? I remember this match.
For our legitimate wedding.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy? What? I never knew, like, the lead into this match was because he wanted them to get married on TV, and she's like, no. He's like, oh, fight me on TV. That what the yo, this dude's, oh my god, bro. What the fuck, dude? Dude, you know, I've seen this match twice. It's uncomfortable every time I see it. To this day, I don't understand how this match happened.
I remember
Like, Vince literally fought his daughter in the middle of the ring. How are people in a crowd even? How was the? Wow.
threatening my dad that if I had a black eye or a broken ankle for my wedding, that she would divorce him on the spot. Needless to say, I had no black eye. I had no broken ankle. I may have gotten choked out in the match, but that's a little bit different.
Yeah, just craziness. Full-on craziness.
What the hell kind of family did I marry into?
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Girls have got to be the head and
Dude, this is so...
Create that McMahon family.
Like, y'all don't understand. I lived through a lot of this as a child. I'm an adult now, and watching this is like, dude, what the fuck? What is... Oh, my God.
Soap opera. And the kids ended up being very, very popular performers. Super popular.
Where was Linda during all this time?
She ain't no part of it.
Definitely a big part of all of this.
Well, I mean, in the 2000s she was, but after that point, after she went for like to run for Senate, she wasn't no part of it.
Linda McMahon.
She was the worst, like, of the McMahons. Television character-wise, she was the worst. Even though, like, probably person-wise, she was the best one. But television character-wise, no.
Linda was very important to the company.
The World Wrestling Federation is known as Vince McMahon's company. The name that you seldom hear was that of Linda McMahon. And she is the chief executive officer of this company.
There weren't a lot of titles, okay, when I came on. It was Vince was the boss, Linda was the second boss. Linda handled the business. Vince handled
They don't really talk about Linda too much, so I am curious about this part.
So my mom introduced me to Linda, my wife. I think I was 16.
They met at a church, I think, right?
Linda grew up in a very middle-class family. Both parents worked in nice houses, not rich, but real middle class. And I was just sort of attracted to that.
He had kind of, the bad boy reputation from high school. And so, I was the exact opposite. And you know what? I liked it.
Linda was like 17 when we got married, so very, very young. And I promised her I'd always love her. And I promised her that there'd never be a dull moment.
Well, there definitely was no dull moments.
So I promise.
Dude cheated on her so many times.
This is gonna hurt me a lot worse than it hurts you.
My mom never wanted to be on TV, ever. She hated being on television. She said, Vince, please don't put me in this position. I'm not a good actress.
Of the four of us, I'm probably the least comfortable in front of the
Yeah,
camera.
it showed.
And I'm not nearly as good at it as Shane and Stephanie and Vince are.
Congratulations, Triple H.
She wasn't a good actress, and she knew it, but Shane's involved, Stevie's involved, I'm involved. I think we can use you as a character.
So, without further ado, allow me to present my wife, Linda, accompanied by the beautiful...
This was such an uncomfortable storyline where Trish was sleeping with Trish. I mean, when Vince was sleeping with Trish while Linda was in a, like, vegetative state. I mean, now, mind you, the payoff to when Linda stood out of the chair at WrestleMania, like, 17 and slapped Stephanie is one of the biggest pops of that entire WrestleMania decade. Go back and watch Vince versus Shane and watch the moment when Linda McMahon stood out of her chair and slapped Trish. It is an ungodly pop. Unless I'm misremembering it, that was an ungodly pop.
I came into the wrestling business in a little bit of a non-traditional route. I was doing fitness modeling.
Fitness model, you know her from the cover of Muscle magazine. Trish Stratus.
As a fan growing up, I was heavily into when Cyndi Lauper came and she was with my director. I mean, that was something I was like, oh my God, seeing a female in the ring at that point at my age was very cool to me. But when I first started in 2000, the female role was overtly sexual, I would say.
Well, Trish.
Mr. McMahon. One of my very first storylines was being paired with Vince McMahon. Knowing I was about to work with the boss and, with Mr. McMahon was a huge, huge opportunity. I was super excited about it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the storyline was actually pitched like, so what's going to happen is you're going to be Vince's mistress.
I've been very bad, Vince. I deserve a spanking.
Yep, remember this segment.
Drug his wife.
You did double up Linda's dosage, did you not?
She did. It wasn't quite pitched like this. I might have been like, what am I going to do now? It was something that evolved. It was like, let's see where we can take this. And wow, it took some interesting turns.
Get this now. I kissed Trish Stratus.
Oh, he kicked Vince. She kicked Vince to the balls. Thus she slaps. You sure she didn't slap Linda?
That was the show, but
Are you sure Linda didn't slap Trish?
I mean, you can't get any more
Oh, I'm on 5 now. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me. I'm on 5 now.
What we were doing to provide fuel for our storyline, and Linda was super cool about it too. She was in on it, you know. We were all in on it. There was a scene where I lean over and I kiss Linda, and that came from Linda. Like she's like, "Oh, it would irk so many people if you would just like lean over and kiss me on the head."
What you must do is evoke emotion, whether it's anger, whether it's happiness, even sometimes disgust if the bad guy, went a little too far. But it's always about emotion.
Have a nice Valentine's Day, Lena.
The on-screen affair with Trish, what was the family's reaction to that one?
I don't think our family had an objection to it because they knew I was a character. Trish was a character. So, as I recall, I don't think anyone had a problem with it.
If anything is mentioned about my mom, usually my first reaction is no. My mom's kind of sacred to me, so I didn't quite like that one.
Shane said he was a little bit...
Okay. Shane is a bit more conservative than the rest of us. So
This nigga just said, "Oh, my family's okay with it." Then the interview's like, "Oh, Shane said," he's like, "Oh, okay, well, Shane's a little different." This nigga's such a sleaze. I swear to God, bro. Vince is such a sleaze.
You're getting too close to real now. I'm thinking, as a storyline, as characters, entertaining the audience.
Like your son's uncomfortable, and you're like, "Well, he's an outsider."
So 15 years later, I'll do interviews. We'll talk about the good old days, and it never fails. It will always be like, so there was this time, I'm like, when you got on all four and you
Yep.
barked the dog.
Yep, I remember that.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're that sorry, then prove to me just how sorry you are.
This segment was so uncomfortable to watch when I was younger. To this day, I didn't understand when I was younger. Got her knees, barked like the dog, then stripped down. Even when I was younger, I was uncomfortable with this segment.
On your hands and knees like a dog.
The bark like a dog scene obviously is very memorable and was really, yeah, I wish I never did that one.
I used to have a female dog, and that bitch did everything I told her to. Now get it,
Bruh. How was this allowed? How was this allowed? Like I said, different time, man. That shit would have got them pulled off Netflix and USA and Fox so fucking fast.
Bark like a dog. Come on, tell me you're sorry.
With the barking like a dog segment, they want me to be like, it was horrible. But that's exactly the feeling we wanted you to feel. Don't you get it?
If you're really, really sorry.
A victim.
Trish, take your clothes off.
And of course the crowd cheered this.
Take it off now.
That is an amazing have your cake and eat it too kind of heel performance. Because at the same time that he's getting everybody to know that we're supposed to hate him, he's giving them a titty show.
Oh, you're sorry. You're sorry. Take your bra off and take it off now.
Knowing that he's bad for doing so doesn't get in the way of the pleasure of watching her be humiliated.
I thought the segment sucked when I saw it, but, wrestling was very much for guys. And guys who fantasized over hot women, but also kind of hated them because they could never get them. So therefore, seeing hot women demeaned was kind of cool to a lot of those guys. It's a very ugly way to say it, but that's exactly what it was.
We knew we were presenting a sensitive scene to the fans, and we knew that it was going to be talked about. We knew it was going to be interpreted and misinterpreted, but we were aware of that. And the thing is, when we did that scene, we knew the comeuppance would come at WrestleMania, the grandest stage of all.
Ultimately, it all played out at WrestleMania in a match, Shane against my dad.
It was son versus father. And one encore was my girlfriend, Trish. Storyline.
Oh, this is the match, guys.
Encore was Linda, my wife.
I'm telling you, the segment where she stands up.
I had to stand up for the abuse that was going on with my mom.
I still remember this segment. Oh, I remember this match vividly because there was a point where Shane McMahon, and I hope they show it in this documentary, Shane McMahon does the leap of faith, elbow to Vince. Vince is on the table. He does a leap of faith. I swear on my life, I have never seen so many camera flashes go off at the same time. To this day, that is the most camera flashes I've ever seen for a single wrestling match ever. When he did the elbow drop to Vince. I hope they show it. You'll see what I mean.
I just couldn't take it anymore, which would be accurate. And my sister taking the other side, you know, like cutthroat, very much like my dad. I was so nervous going into that match because I've never raised a hand with my father. It's always been one way, you know. When I was younger, my dad and I would wrestle. One time, my dad grabbed like all my rib meat, you know, he went,
nigga, I thought he... Oh, I have the captions on. He said grabbed all my rib meat. I read that. I thought it said my dad grabbed all my meat. I almost turned this fucking Netflix thing off and walked away, bro. Thank God he said rib, because at first all I saw was my dad grab my meat. I said, no, not another victim. God. Oh, this gets worse and worse. Imagine she's just like, oh, my dad grabbed my meat.
It's always been one way, you know.
Oh, Lord.
When I was younger, my dad and I would wrestle. One time, my dad grabbed like all my rib meat.
Oh, no. Why am I laughing?
You know, in there on the skin and everything else. And then I went, oh, and then as I peeled back, he grabbed my hair in the back.
Oh, no, that's even worse.
I was like, you totally cheated. I go, you can't do that. He goes, that's what I do in life. I cheat and I win. He goes, learn that lesson. He says, sometimes you got to cheat. I was like, all right. So before I went out in that match, I started kind of panicking when I was like, oh, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Shane to strike me, and I can't do it. Slap me, you can do that. No, I can't. I can slap you.
Bell rings. My dad hits me with about 4 shots to the face right off the bat.
I waffled him a couple of times and got his attention, and okay, no problem now.
And I was like, oh, finally my eyes swelled up. I mean, immediately. I was like, well,
Damn.
this may be a little easier than I thought.
Here, wait, here's the elbow drop. Look at this. Look at this. Dude! All those cameras flashing at once. Oh, when Linda stood up? This pop.
He's like, do not hold back. And I did not.
Oh, why did they mute? Why did they mute it?
It was a huge pop, and then we had to finish after that. The audience loves it when it looks like it's real. Sometimes it is real. These are real life McMahons. You build up the tension, you build up these characters, and then you have the resolution of the story. Oh, it feels so good.
For Vince, nothing was off limits. What's real, what's not real, it doesn't matter. If it's going to draw money, if it's going to draw interest, anything that makes his business stronger is open for him.
I want you to give your mother a message, and that is that soon, after this divorce is final, there's going to be a new Mrs. McMahon. A voluptuous Mrs. McMahon that can keep up with my sexual prowess.
Vince was a master of blurring storylines.
he would twist something that started out with a piece of reality and then just take it step by step into a place where you didn't know what to believe and what you didn't believe.
You owe me, Sable. And when people like you owe me, I generally collect.
Sable is probably one of the, as far as pure successes in marketing for a short period of time, she's one of the more underrated characters they ever had. I mean, she was a absolute ratings draw. Sable would get on the air and 500,000 people would tune in during her segments. The only one I remember who would do better was Austin. But she left at the peak of her popularity and sued the company.
In this corner, former World Wrestling Federation Women's Champion Sable. Her opponent, Vince McMahon. At the center of this feud is a $110 million lawsuit that included charges of sexual harassment.
So they were like asking you to do things you didn't want to do?
Yes.
More or less. Okay.
They were making me do things I did not want to do, so.
Sable sued you, the WWF, for $110 million, alleging, amongst other things, she felt degraded.
I don't think I asked her to do anything that was degrading at all.
To another lawsuit. Who was Sable and how did she factor into the organization?
Yeah, I don't remember much about Sable in terms of a lawsuit.
You don't remember any of the allegations or any of the things that came out of that?
No, I don't. It's kind of a blur, but all I know is she came back to work, so.
Stephanie McMahon, I want you to meet your new assistant, Sable.
Does Sable's body make you forget that Sable sued our company for millions of dollars?
Yep.
That Sable jumped on the bandwagon of any person who's trying to sue our company? It's all about money to her. That's all Sable cares about. And what did Sable sue for? Sue you? Sue me? She sued us for sexual harassment.
The thing with Vince is that Vince will do anything if he thinks it's the right thing for business, including hiring someone who sued him.
That's insane.
A couple of ways to thank you. Why don't we start with this?
When you brought her back, there was a storyline with your character where there was an affair.
With who?
With Sable.
Me?
This nigga say me?
Storyline.
Chill out.
Because it's in the ring,
That wasn't no damn story.
we can be entertainingly appalled by whatever he says or does, but we have plausible deniability because it's just wrestling, it's just performance.
That was his get back.
That Vince McMahon, in constructing Mr. McMahon, has pulled from his own personal story in order to appeal to us.
Do you remember in 2001 you did that Playboy interview?
Yes, right.
And you talked in that one about different affairs. I was curious why you would even go there in that article.
In that article, I just felt like it was very straightforward. I wasn't playing a character then. It was like a very straightforward, honest reaction to the questions that were asked.
The sex was terrific, but from an emotional standpoint, I regret it. Did you change? I learned about the ramifications of sexual relationship if you're married.
I feel like some of these storylines that came up later, that you were incorporating those elements from your life, or was that totally unrelated?
Totally unrelated. Again, me as a human being, generally speaking, is not who that character is. Well, sometimes people think it's the same thing, jokingly, but nonetheless, no.
Vince McMahon has had one truly monogamous relationship in his entire life, and that's with the business that he built.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's his passion. That's his love. That's his master. Vince doesn't own the business. This business owns Vince McMahon.
Square way to put it.
And he superserves it with his heart and his passion and his life. And if that hurts his wife's feelings, Stephanie's feelings, Shane's feelings, his father's feelings, or his own feelings, those people be damned.
Drop some gospel on them. Drop some gospel on him, Paul.
World Wrestling Federation put their heads together and they decided to sell stock in their circus.
The WWF is going public.
Going public meant a number of things. It made us legitimate, but the primary reason is simply business. The amount of money that was available to the company, it allowed us to go into the casino business. It allowed us to go into the restaurant business.
Wrestling fans went wild at the opening of a new restaurant bar in New York's Times Square.
We're right in the middle of it all. That's really where we belong.
To have that investment, you can move it around, you can reinvest in yourself naturally, which we've always done, and you can look at other things that might be of value.
Welcome everybody once again to WCW. Kidman and the franchise take their personal vendetta to the ring in a Viagra on a pole match.
By 2000, WWE had taken firm control of the Monday Night Wars against WCW. We would just kind of laugh at it.
It was a long, slow, painful decline. It was a lot of different people in charge, and it just hit rock bottom. It felt like WCW wasn't even trying.
They knew they lost.
You know, the guys fought as hard as they could, but I just don't think you can win a war if you don't have the right, people in the war room making the right decisions.
Get the hell out of my office and just, I dare you. Get it right. I dare you.
Eric Bischoff do a lot of things right. Perhaps he do a lot of things wrong. Yes, he was the boss, but he dropped the ball.
It would be easy for someone to say, wow, look at Eric, he went from being really successful and he let that success get to his head. I understand why someone would say that, but it's also someone who has no idea what was really going on behind the scenes.
It's the birth of the largest media and entertainment company in the world. The $7.5 billion merger of Time Warner and Turner Broadcasting has been completed.
Things had gotten so bad internally at WCW because of the AOL Time Warner merger, where I was sitting in a room full of 12, 14 executives I'd never met before, telling me how I was going to produce wrestling when none of them had ever watched the product. None of those executives wanted WCW as a part of AOL Time Warner. Wrestling was lowbrow entertainment, despite the fact that it was hugely popular.
The narrative is that the merger comes and these people don't want wrestling. It's a crutch. WCW was putting out a terrible product.
I didn't really live through WCW, so I can't comment on it, but I did hear it was terrible towards the end.
Specifically, if our ratings were what they were and we weren't losing so much money, they were fine. When it became a big money-losing company, yes, they wanted to sell it for obvious reasons. And so that opened the door to Vince.
You listen to me, all right?
The company got a call from Turner to say, hey, we're thinking about selling this. Are you interested? The answer is yes.
And in about 3 days, the whole landscape of the business changed.
I often think about Ted Turner, and he said, yeah, when it comes to competition, I'm going to squish him like a bug. That didn't happen.
Vince bought the company for $2.5 million, which he probably recouped 1 million times over. It was frickin' buying Manhattan for $24.
I was lucky to be on the charter plane the night he purchased WCW. We had a celebration on that flight.
I remember the plane ride was pure insanity. But the next day, business as usual.
It was done very quietly from a corporate level, but the way we communicated the purchase of WCW to the entire fan base was live on air.
Crazy. March 26, 2001.
Imagine that. Here I am on WCW television. How can that happen?
Oh, I would have paid money to have seen this live happen in 2001.
It was just a matter of time before I, Vince McMahon, bought my competition. That's right. I own WCW.
In negotiation, one of the things I wanted was 2 live shows on different networks to cross over.
We did a live simulcast, WCW's last Nitro in Panama City. WWE was in Cleveland. And that was the big reveal.
The audience is shocked. You know, we will pull this off without it breaking beforehand.
Obviously, you all know I have acquired WCW.
I was tempted to watch it, but I couldn't get myself to do it. It would be like finally admitting that I was really beat, and I couldn't get myself to do it.
You have to grab your competition by the throat, and you've got to squeeze the life out of your competition. Just like I did to WCW.
It's not like I get this great joy by winning. This is really arrogant to say.
Yeah, you do.
I expect to win. So there's not this huge euphoria of, yeah, I won, I get way to go. You know, that doesn't happen. It's gratifying, but I'm on to the next thing.
That was a tremendous high because they took him to the brink and he emerged victorious out of it. But on the one hand, it was a little bittersweet because Vince thrives under pressure and thrives under healthy competition. I think that brings out the best in him. Something is missing when you don't have that anymore. So, you know, it's a new challenge now, like starting a football league.
Fans with
XFL, the original XFL.
Satisfied. There's a new game in town. WWF mastermind Vince McMahon. He's taking his marketing genius from the ring to the gridiron.
Today, we are confident in announcing our new brand, the XFL.
I announced out of nowhere that there's going to be a new football league. Not being prepared, not being in the football business, not knowing that much about football, really, I thought there's an opportunity to play football when the NFL is not.
McMahon says it will be the most exciting game in town. A brand new football league and one with a decidedly different attitude.
That was his idea. Take the sport and put more WWE flair and spin on it.
Cameras and microphones on players and coaches in the locker room.
I wanted football people could really relate to. You know, make characters out of everybody. We could follow that from a television standpoint, tell those stories so that you'd be more interested in the characters.
Wasn't a horrible idea on paper.
Reasons. We understand America. We understand what America wants to watch. In my view, this can't fail.
From a sold-out stadium in Las Vegas, week 1 of the XFL.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the XFL.
The first week of XO ratings were awesome, huge. And from my standpoint, it was a success.
Curiosity Seekers made the first night of the XFL a success, with a TV rating more than double what advertisers were told to expect.
I think the answer to are people willing to experiment with a Vince McMahon-led football league was a resounding yes. Everybody wanted to see it. It was just that when they did see it, the quality of play was bad.
Ooh.
The XFL had opened with a splash because there was heavy promotion. The football was not of high quality, but that didn't bother me. It was the whole WWF sensibility that surrounded it. I thought it was just head-bangingly stupid and crude. Now, people think I'm a little buttoned up about these things, but everything has its place. If there's some wit surrounding it, if there's some element of art or cleverness or high craft surrounding it, then I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck. But this had none of that.
Is there any question about the fan demographic the XFL is trying to appeal to? Why not just name the team the Memphis frustrated males who still live with mom?
NBC, you know, they really had a handle on the press, and the press would treat us kindly.
All the NBC executives responsible for creating the XFL will be thrown to their deaths.
The XFL was a disaster.
By the time Vince sat down with me, it had already recorded the lowest ratings in the history of American primetime television.
XFL ratings are down 75% from week 1.
I said to Vince in the green room beforehand, there are going to be some tough questions here. I think they'll be fair, but they'll be tough. He said, fine.
I thought it was going to go on talk about the XFL and be friendly. And I was told that's what it was going to be. Costa started baiting me.
The pregame show, especially week 1, was one of the most mindless things I've ever seen.
Bob did his job. He did it well. He got me.
You want to let me finish here for a second, pal?
I'm asking you the question.
Then shut your mouth and let me answer the question, all right? I'll be happy to answer.
I find myself getting closer and closer, closer. I can feel my hands like, just visualizing, but like if I had my hands wrapped around his skinny little neck.
You don't know what you're talking about.
The Mrs. McMahon character is, in some sense, an exaggeration of traits that Vince has. So maybe in that moment, some of it melded.
Would you let me?
Didn't he slap him?
Absolutely. I'm going to say that, pal. Okay, with a big smile. This is amusing you. It's amusing you. You're amusing me.
I was angry at myself too because I was set up and I should have seen it coming, and I didn't, like an idiot.
It's not WWF enough for that crowd, and it's not good enough football for the sports-minded crowd.
I'm an entrepreneur. I'm what makes this company, I'm what makes my company and this country go round and round. I take risk.
The first season of the XFL, it turns out, will be the last. The league never took off with the audience, or certainly with the critics.
The XFL failed because it wasn't a good product.
The XFL failed twice.
The WWF, the WWE, on its own terms, was a very good product. This was not a good product.
I think the XFL folding after 1 year stung. I mean, Vince went all out on it. The XFL logo that people were seeing, it was Vince holding the XFL ball and looking in the camera.
It's about him. It's all it has been about him.
During that time, it was not good.
One after another, after another, after another.
And the World Wrestling Federation cannot use WWF anymore. It got body slammed today by the World Wildlife Fund.
When this lawsuit was filed, we tried to fight it, as we do most lawsuits. And it looked like, wait a minute, we're not going to win this thing. They had, in fact, used the initials WWF long before we did. So it changed from WWF to WBE because we were entertainment. It wasn't necessarily a good thing, the fact that we had to change our name. I didn't want to change. But you can't do anything about it once something is closed. You have to move on.
Have they mentioned Benoit? They have not.
Whenever there's a failure, and there have been a lot of failures in my life, if you allow it to fester, you're like, oh man, I wish that would have worked. If I had done this, that would have worked. And it would drive you nuts. Let it freaking go and think about something positive and work at something positive.
Yo, they mentioned Benoit yet? They have not, no. Not yet, at least.
Vince, one of his, again, many axioms is
Axiom.
sell. So it's not like he was moping around. Like if you went to work the next day after XFL was finally officially not coming back, you'd never know it. His focus was, okay, what do you got for Raw? Let's do it.
I remember having a conversation with Vince in one of the arenas, and he pulled me aside and he goes, I have this idea about bringing Hulk Hogan back, and I'd love for you guys to headline WrestleMania. What do you think? And I immediately said, I fucking love it. Icon versus icon.
Well, I went back after we spent 9 or 10 years being a big thorn in Vince's side with WCW and trying to put him out of business, basically. We did not talk about the past.
He's caused me, Hogan has a great deal of frustration, and there were times that I wished I could choke him. But can't hold grudges in business. My philosophy is, despite what has happened personally, what does the audience want? All they want is to be entertained. So naturally, you swallow your pride and eat a nice plate of caca and bring them back, and then there you go.
goosebumps now, covering my body, because
Goosebumps.
that crowd was on fire, and we felt it.
There was this iconic moment, if you watch that, where they start absorbing the crowd reaction and simultaneously start looking to their left and right. That wasn't rehearsed, that wasn't talked about. Those were just like two legends knowing to do that in the heat of the moment, and that became the most memorable thing.
It was two eras colliding, and neither individual really knew the way the audience was going to react. I didn't. They were just waiting for whichever way it went.
I'm supposed to be the bad guy. He's supposed to be the good guy. But Rob started punching me, and they started booing him out of the building. The script had to be changed.
The moment we stepped in the ring, the crowd let us know. We love you, Rock, but tonight, Hogan is the reason why you're here. I had to shift on the fly and nuance my way through this match. We didn't change the finish. I still went over that night. But the real winner was Hulk Hogan.
Basically.
Did Vince ever trusted you after going to WCW?
Not fully.
I think I'm probably at a higher level of trust now than I ever have. I think there's a certain level of comfort to know that I can't rip the shirt off and put 100,000 people building.
Every decision he makes is with an eye towards what's good for business. Bringing people back that he's fired, bringing back people who've testified against him in court, people who've gone on interviews and blasted him, and still bringing him back if he thinks, ultimately it helps the company.
Allow me to introduce you to the new general manager of Raw,
Eric Bischoff.
People would always go like, oh, I'm so afraid to burn my bridge with Vince. And they go like, if you do, you probably have a better shot of going back than if you don't, because that's how Vince operates.
Do you think it's a control thing, or do you think
It's a challenge. I think it's a challenge. If you knock him, he's going to want to prove at the end that you'll come back to him.
I don't think my personal feelings have ever gotten in the way of doing good business.
No, of course not.
Well, there's one thing I've learned from the Montreal screw job. There's nothing sweeter than a good double cross.
I'm in business. And business comes first.
From a general public standpoint, I think the hottest period they ever had would have been 98 to 2002, when they were taking over from WCW and then killing WCW. And then after that, after WCW went down, the whole business went down. During the periods with no competition, wrestling's a lot less interesting. And as far as the creative end, they fell from their peak.
At that time, riding the lightning bolt, I'm on fire, but I was frustrated with the creative process.
There were some times when Steve was presented an idea and he would go, I never say this.
Oh yeah, this is when Steve walked out.
Steve, lay it all on the line here. Give us the bottom line.
Bottom line is everything sucks. I'm not happy with the direction Stone Cold Steve Austin's going. I ain't happy with the direction Stone Company's going.
Things were not good at that point for Vince and I, but I also had a lot of injuries. And I decided I've had about enough. Probably be in the best of my interest to ride off into the sunset.
He was a huge star and he's gone.
It's a very malleable product, the WWE. Stars leave all the time. Someone like The Rock, because he took off in the movies. The Rock, him and Austin were probably 1 and 1A as far as being the top names in the company. Both of them were gone by 2004, and so now it's time to make new stars.
Yep.
So there was an infamous promo where Vince was addressing the Raw roster.
More than any one quality that makes me the successful man that I am, I would have to say that one quality is...
And he said,
This is aggression.
Ruthless aggression.
He gave a speech to the entire cast of performers and be like, guys,
We are searching. This is the time. I need someone with ruthless aggression.
Who has enough ruthless aggression to make the necessary sacrifices?
I'm looking for someone who's gonna like, okay, I'm the fucking guy.
Who among you wants to become a superstar?
At that time, I was, new and up-and-coming talent, so I wasn't there for the on-camera speech. But like 3 days after that, I was just at a television taping where The Undertaker couldn't make it.
Come on, guys. There's got to be somebody back there that wants to seize the moment.
They needed somebody. And one person in the production meeting was like, how about John Cena? And that's how I got my first televised match. It was against Kurt Angle, a marquee performer in the WWE.
What is the one quality that you possess?
Ruthless aggression.
That you can walk out here and come into the ring and face the very best in the business.
John Cena basically says, I'm gonna beat you because of ruthless aggression.
Ruthless aggression.
So that kind of spawned the next few years or so and became, after the fact, known as the Ruthless Aggression era.
Yes, sir.
This was an era that was coming off of pushing the envelope and then transitioning to an era of more realism. They were showcasing guys' ability, guys like Eddie Guerrero, guys like Kurt Angle. They were using
Oh
people's
shit.
names.
All right, so everybody wondering, this is probably when everybody start talking about Benoit.
Chris Benoit.
Well, he's. As soon as I said that, they said his name, because we're in the mid-2000s now. But yeah.
Batista, it was a phase of realism. So I had to be John Cena, and I really didn't know who I was. And I didn't have personality. I just kept being this guy. It was just uninteresting. Like I almost got fired for being that bad.
Frustration by John Cena.
But when you kind of knew you were on your way out, I really wanted to have a little more fun. Some of the guys just happened to be rapping on the back of the tour bus. And I kind of got up in my seat and made my way to the back. And for 5 minutes, I shredded everybody. I didn't realize that Stephanie McMahon was on the bus. And she was like, would you like to do that on TV? I said, fuck yes, I would.
I love this interview because we get to hear John Cena say fuck.
John had the ability to rap. Bingo, instead of being someone that you might want to cut, from the roster, like, ooh, hang on, this is different. This is very different.
John Cena, the doctor of thugonomics.
He went out there, balls to the wall, and did it so well. All of a sudden, he was a huge star, and the audience loved it.
WWE champion, John Cena.
When you become popular, and the audience understands you and reacts to you, that's when you begin to garner Vince's attention.
You try to remind me of myself. You come out here, you say what's on your mind, you don't give a damn about anybody else, do you?
That's when our relationship really began to pick up. Vince taught me a ton about the business and how to perform. As the rap persona, I took so many things that I saw and didn't like and crafted them into this character. It's the same thing Vince did with Mr. McMahon.
In terms of getting heat with my character, Mr. McMahon, one of my problems and one of my assets in life is when I think about doing something, I go try it.
The Kiss My Ass Club.
Blessed be the name of Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
Vince is God.
Was there ever a point during that time where you got a script or something where you were just like, this is too far?
Yeah, I screwed your brains out. And then Vincent made me do it anyway.
There was a bit of a concern amongst performers that if you didn't do what you were asked, that you would get punished. And Yeah, it did happen to some on occasion, sometimes. There was one time where I was the champion at the time, and then suddenly I was in a scene where I was going to be making out with a female, which I didn't think my character wanted to do.
You're talking about Trish and
It
Mickey?
wasn't a coincidence that I lost the championship the next week.
Iconic story. Iconic match, but...
Maybe I got punished. I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably.
You said there were a few times that you said no. Do you remember some of the things?
Oh shit, here we go.
Yes. Yeah, there were a couple, but yeah, I'm not gonna tell the one.
So one of my storyline ideas was that Stephanie gets pregnant, and I think.
Oh Lord, this is a.
I think I was the one who impregnated her. My character. I think it was something like that. It was like, no, that one didn't make it.
This dude's fucking laughing about the thought of a storyline where he gets his daughter pregnant. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Steph has Mr. McMahon, the character, Vince McMahon, the boss of WWE, and her father. It's hard to separate.
Damn!
I call him
Clothesline
Vince
her.
in business, and I call him Dad at home. My father is different than my boss. My boss can be tougher than my dad. He expects results. He demands results, especially from his family.
Vince, he didn't want to do total nepotism. It wouldn't reflect good on Vince. It wouldn't reflect good on Shane and Stephanie. So he had them in the trenches working various jobs before they came on, in prominent positions. And he was tough on them when Shane and Stephanie were pitching ideas. He'd flat out reject them. He'd flat out say they sucked. He wants to hold them to a higher standard.
Would you say your dad was tough on you growing up?
My dad was definitely tough on me growing up. Still is to this day.
I was harder on my kids in the business than anybody else. I guess it's because I wanted to be better than everybody else. Her last name is McMahon, so step the hell up.
Always a higher standard. I represent him, and it's very important to represent him correctly.
Let's come down here.
He was certainly easier on me than Shane, for sure. But I didn't challenge him the same way my brother did. I think there's a unique relationship there with fathers and sons.
Father and son.
People send articles and books or whatever it is on family business. I've never seen one that was like, that was great. Got along great with my dad or whatever, and then he gave me the business and it all went great. We got along great right until day passed, and that, that happened. Stuff.
Shane, what are you doing?
You gotta look no further than Shane.
You never cared about me. I couldn't do anything right for you. Nothing is ever right. My business deals, no matter how much money I made you, was never good enough for you.
What the McMahon family has about it is a lot of people don't know the internal dynamics of what goes on in real life. Like, is it that, cutthroat behind the scenes?
I can believe it. The only thing I ever wanted from you, the only thing I ever wanted is for you to be proud of me,
That ain't a script. That ain't a script.
It's never been about me. It's always been about you. You, Dad.
But you don't peel back that curtain all the way, because why would you ever straighten that out? Let people talk about it.
This is about family business. This is about us, Dad. This is about you and me. Oh, no. This is not family business anymore. This is my business. I would suggest that you get the hell out of here, whether you're my son or not, right now.
I never really quite understood where Shane fit into everything over the years. Sometimes he was being embraced, sometimes he was completely invisible.
Because he had a son. His name was Triple H.
I never understood what was going on, but I always felt he was a little bit of the black sheep of the family, and I never knew what the actual story was behind what happened with his relationship with his dad.
Shane absolutely wanted to be the next McMahon, and he always figured he would be. At one point, he wanted his dad to buy him a company that he could run and prove
The UFC.
he was the next generation McMahon promoter before he takes over WWE.
Yeah, the UFC.
At the time, the UFC got in some financial problems and came to us and said, would you like to purchase, the UFC? I go, this is cool. I said, Dad, let's just go for this one. I thought we could really grow that brand.
Missed opportunity.
It's tailor-made for what we do. We have a production team, we have a live events team, we have a merchandising team. We have all of it, just ready to go. So to me, it was plug and play.
When it was presented in terms of buying UFC, I didn't like that business model. Because our business model is you can create characters, much like Disney or someone else, and we can use them forever. As opposed to a boxer / UFC. Once you beat, once you're hurt or something, your career's over.
This is the real deal. There's no acting involved. There's no way these guys can act this good.
We're in show business. That's a sport.
So he thought about it and passed. And
No, it's not Moxie's voice. That's Shane McMahon and Vince. Now that you say that, Shane and John Moxley do sound kind of similar.
Oh, well, hindsight's always 20/20. They've been an excellent investment.
10 years later or something, UFC was sold for a lot of money. And Shane, I think, wants to take credit for the idea of buying UFC. Shane really thought, that's the way to go. So if that's the way to go, Shane, you take your money and put it in, which didn't work. It wouldn't work, but because it'd take a huge investment. And Shane only had a little bit, so that's not a good investment.
Most definitive moment I've ever seen between Vince and Shane was a creative argument that happened one night. Shane had an idea that he really believed in, and Vince totally disagreed with it. And with most things that happen with Vince, once they start to escalate, they escalate really fast. And Vince finally turned to Shane and he said, "Not while I'm alive." And Vince, who was eating something, took his knife and handed it to Shane. And he says, "Right there. Come on. Right there. If you want this so bad, stick the dagger right here. Because that's what you're going to have to do to make that decision. And if you don't stick the dagger right here, then I know you're not man enough to do it. And I have to take that into consideration as well."
Dude, that's your fucking son. What do you mean? Kill me if you want it this badly. Dude, this nigga's a lunatic.
Or you can buy me out the way I bought out my father.
That sounds like a whole fucking, Sopranos episode. What the fuck?
If I don't get out of your way, be prepared to get rid of me the way I would have had to get rid of my father when he wasn't doing things my way at all.
Shane did apart from WWE.
It was a really hard decision for me to leave the only thing that I love and the only business I ever wanted to work in my life. But my dad, especially then, was strong at the helm. And I was like, well, if this is the time for me to go try certain things, then that's the time.
The reason why Shane left, Shane wanted to take the chair, so to speak. I thought it was time for me.
So he basically said, you had to kill me or pay me. That's that. Dude, that's his own fucking dad, bro. And it's like, that's such a fucking dick power move, because it's like, good and well your son's not going to kill you and your son can't afford it. So you gave him a no-win situation. Like, dude, that's such a... You could have just said no, bro. But to give him that no-win situation where it's like, kill me, pay me, or fuck off, like, dude. Oh, what the... Oh, this is so uncomfortable to listen to, bro.
It's so difficult for family business. Damn, it's difficult.
I can understand why Shane don't like his dad, bro. Like, who the fuck says that to their son?
It's almost like we were opposed on everything, and we grew apart.
We just weren't seeing eye to eye on certain things. But he's the boss, and when he says we're painting something blue, we're painting it blue. And I was just like, I can either stay in here and watch us implode, or it's time to step back. He's my dad. I'm not gonna jeopardize that. So I decided to step away. So I thanked him, gave him a hug, and that was it.
Everyone has to understand their place. And when a family member thinks, wait a minute, I've got this.
Get the step in. This is my show. I'm running things here.
They don't quite have the vision of someone who's grown and created a business. They have a different vision. And it may work, but you know what? We're going to go with my vision. I would advise anyone, don't bring your families in business. It's brutal.
That's what you did.
Somewhere along the line, it's going to explode.
That was your call.
Over decades, McMahon turned the WWE into a billion-dollar entertainment juggernaut. But recent events indicate that leadership could be changing.
New bombshell allegations of sexual abuse.
I mean, this is damning. It's insane. Are they gonna jettison Vince? I don't know.
The future of this company very much hangs in the balance.
This most recent scandal is going to shock everyone.
Now we're getting into episode 6 for all the scandal shit. In 1999, Rena Lesnar Sable started her lawsuit with Vince against Titan Sports. 5 was... Dude. That's such a hypocritical thing to say you did that thing. What are you referring to? Dude, that episode was... That's also another heavy one. It's like Vince basically ousted his son because he wouldn't fall in line. And we saw it later on. He ousted Stephanie from the company too, like 2 years ago. One fucked up ass individual, let me tell you. Never truly know how evil somebody is. Don't bring your family into the business. Exactly. He's like, don't bring your family. Like, you did. And you still have them in the business. I mean, you don't anymore, but you get the point. I mean, I guess that's his air of caution to people for future reference, but still. Guys, that was episode 5. We are now heading into the final episode, and I'm sure it's going to be the take-home. The one everyone's looking forward to, episode 6, the finish. After tragedy draws attention to wrestling injuries, WWE focuses on safety and expansion. Vince retires abruptly after unsettling allegations emerge. To answer people's questions, no, they have not gotten into Chris Benoit. I don't know if they're even going to touch on it at this point. This is the episode where they have to touch on it. Otherwise, interesting, they don't touch upon Chris Benoit at all. I mean, they touched on Owen. I don't understand why they wouldn't talk about Benoit. He talked about Owen and all this other stuff. Like, why would Benoit be the exception? That's my question. Why would Benoit be the exception now? Has been the exception before. Like, it can't make you look any worse than you already look at. Like, you already look like a terrible human being. You really think the Benoit situation is going to make you look any worse? Unless it's real that Vince McMahon killed Benoit and his family himself, it can't make you look any worse. I'm sorry. It can't. But chat, we're going to take a 1-minute intermission. Then when I come back, we're getting right into episode 6. Be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, chat. I've returned. We have about an hour and a half left. And my train to New York leaves in 2.5 hours. So, yeah, we about to use this hour. And then I'll talk about it briefly, and then I got to go. All right? You guys ready? 1 hour. 1 episode left. They've covered rape allegations before what happened now with Rita Chatterton and sexual harassment with Sable and the XFL. They covered everything except heavy on the allegations currently. Benoit, Eddie, and yeah, I think they covered everything else. So this is really, I think, got to be about current day. But that being said, chat, let's lock in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Final episode.
I have 2 different brains. I have like computers in my head, and sometimes they work against me. I have one computer talking to you right now, and there's another one going on with me thinking something completely different. And then there's a third one sometimes. If I were to tap into it, I could. And so it's difficult for me sometimes to pay attention to things. And it's bothered me through the years because all I wanted to be was just normal. I wanted to fit in. But I deal with it because that's who you are. Just deal with it, Vince. Doesn't matter what you want to be this way or you want to be that way. Here's where you are. You're different. Be different. And, you know, the expression of fuck the world. So that's where I am now.
What's the other brain thinking about now?
Something having a lot of fun, and it is involving sex.
Dude, what a fucking lead into the next episode. Jesus Christ. In January 2024, Vince McMahon resigned from WWE after allegations involving sexual misconduct, assault, and trafficking. The majority of the following interviews, including Vince McMahon, were filmed before the allegations were made public. So majority were filmed before.
WrestleMania.
2007. Okay. We're in 07 now. They got to talk about Benoit. We're in 07 now.
Every year. Shut up!
Coming out of the Attitude Era and into the 2000s, Vince McMahon was still a hugely important on-screen character for the company. But without Austin, they were always in search of something for him to do.
And now it is time for the Battle of the Billionaires Hair versus Hair match.
Money, 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 money. You're the money man. Look at that man right there, Donald Trump.
So many celebrities come into our business and have a blast. And Donald was one of them. Donald had always been a fan. So I went to Donald and I said, I have this idea.
I wonder if Donald got interviewed.
What if we each...
I kind of hope he did.
...represents us at WrestleMania. And if
Well, no, I feel like if Trump got interviewed, there would have been a press release about it already.
Trump loses, then I shave his head. Of course, if I lose, same thing.
The Donald Trump Vince McMahon Battle of the Billionaires feud.
It was popular.
It was the biggest.
It did big, huge business.
Pro wrestling pay-per-view.
It was a big
It
deal.
was a giant attraction.
Like 2007, I was 10 years old. Everybody who didn't even watch wrestling was talking about Vince and Trump. Like it basically could have been a main event WrestleMania that year, Umaga and Batista, and nobody would have questioned it. That's how big it was. Honestly, it was the real main event of WrestleMania. I know John Cena and Shawn Michaels been on last, but the true big attraction main event was Trump and Vince McMahon. Donald Trump!
I was entertained by Trump when he was on the show.
Come on up here.
Bobby Lindsay. He would call him Bobby Lindsay. I remember that.
It was excellent.
Bobby.
They look like a very smart group of people.
He was kind of perfect for the role.
Bobby Lindsay.
In truth, Donald Trump's sensibility and public persona. than to a statesman.
Throw him the hell out of here. I'd like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
Our fingerprints are on so many things in the world. Politics, absolutely, my God. Why wouldn't you want to be like WWE?
I can do whatever the hell I want. I have the right to do whatever I want as president.
This is what we do. We present larger-than-life characters making outlandish statements that make people go, oh my God, I can't believe he said that.
Donald Trump is an example of what seems to be a kind of pro-wrestlingification of American politics and American society.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to look at the influence of Vince McMahon and pro wrestling on culture, man, we elected a president that was playing a pro wrestler on TV.
Sure did.
I don't know if it's Trump being Trump or he learned from wrestling, but
both.
I see similarities between Trump and Vince McMahon.
Mr. McMahon, he is the best WWE personality ever. But after the Attitude Era, like, Mr. McMahon was a more selectively used character.
It's one way to put it, John. That's one way to put it. Selectively used.
During the Ruthless Aggression era, we were always trying to pitch Vince to have a midlife crisis and become crazy or something like that. But Vince wanted to go another way, which is like, well, what if someone kills me?
Oh, here we go.
Like, okay.
Here we go.
So he cut a very cryptic.
Yep.
Mr. McMahon
This is
like,
it. Because it was the explosion angle, and then Benoit died like days later, and then he had to literally return to Raw next week. So this is where we get into Benoit.
Mo in the ring. And they made this long walk backstage, passing all the talents, and then got into his limo, paused. Vince is very big on pauses for dramatic effect.
Boom! Yep.
And then the limo explodes.
It was all over WWE.com. Vince McMahon presumed dead. I still remember to this day.
Vince really wanted to treat it like real life. The website was reporting it.
Yep, I still remember to this day, man.
The announcers were somber. In fact, from what I've heard, Donald Trump called up Vince's office to make sure Vince was okay. So that became a very controversial storyline. But certain tragic circumstances in real life happened that forced us to stop that storyline.
Here we go.
Good evening.
They had to stop it literally the next week.
Was to have been the alleged demise of my character, Mr. McMahon. However, in reality, WWE superstar Chris Benoit, his wife Nancy, and their son Daniel are dead. Chris Benoit was thought of an excellent in-ring performer.
He's done everything in this business. He's been a world champion. He's one of the greatest of all time.
And as far as we know, great guy.
When a wrestler passes away, Raw the next night would become like a tribute to that individual. So we did one for Chris that night.
Tonight,
This is before they knew what happened. At that point, it was just like everybody died, not a double murder suicide.
What had actually happened and what Chris had done.
There is new information tonight in the death of pro wrestler Chris Benoit. Authorities in Georgia say it was no accident.
Chris Benoit strangled his wife and smothered their 7-year-old son, and then hanged himself in their home.
When the instance with Chris Benoit happened, the murder-suicide, that rocked the very foundation of the WWE.
The Benoit tragedy put McMahon and his WWE back under the microscope. Allegations of
Drug abuse, steroids, CTE. They stopped doing chair shots. A lot. And when I mean, to tell you this might be one of the most culturally relevant events in WWE history, this event changed WWE landscape so much. So much. You literally had to been there, experienced it, to truly feel the gravity of it.
Might have been behind what happened that fateful weekend.
They were just pinning this whole thing on steroids. All I know is like steroids generally don't make you kill your whole family.
They don't.
Do all that kind of stuff.
There's no correlation between taking steroids and what happened to Chris Benoit. Human beings are flawed. Chris went nuts. It happens in every form of life and everything. So that's the only thing I can take away from it.
is this?
I was first a fan.
Chris
of
Nowinski.
Benoit, and then I got to meet him when I
Ooh.
sort of
Oh, Chris No. Isn't that the guy who did the... This is a pretty important guy. I remember this name. I don't specifically remember. It says neuroscientist. I don't specifically remember the role. I don't know if he did the brain scan on Chris, but...
Good wrestling. I debuted in 2002.
And making his way to the ring, Christopher Nowinski.
The Harvard graduate. This guy's great, JR.
But about a year later, I got a concussion.
Damn.
That ended my career. Everyone back in 2003, 2004 thought concussions were bullshit and that I was just weak. And so this idea started that, you know what, I'm going to dig in more into this concussion research and try to take a stab at changing the world's culture on concussion. When I heard about Chris Benoit, I was just certain, based on the way he wrestled, that he probably had CTE.
Mm-hmm.
CTE is chronic.
He did the study. That's what it was.
It's a degenerative brain disease caused by repetitive hits to the head. We see problems with emotion, behavior, disinhibition, aggression, and depression. And symptoms get worse over time as your brain is essentially rotting away. But in 2007, no one had ever heard of CTE. I saw Vince McMahon go on Today's Show and give his explanation for what he thought happened.
There was no way of telling this man was a monster.
He framed it as we didn't know what kind of monster Chris was. And I thought that it was the disease that was the monster, it wasn't Chris. So I ended up calling Chris's father, and he, through tears, agreed to let us study his brain.
A doctor who studied tissue from Benoit's brain says the wrestler suffered extensive brain damage from his years in the ring.
And they went on to say that Benoit's brain was the worst they'd ever seen.
He had the brain of like a 70-year-old man with like PTSD, I think.
Saying the analysis that concussions might have led to Benoit's murderous rampage was speculative, and went on to say, we respect the desire of that father to do whatever he can to find some explanation.
This doctor came up with this ridiculous statement of, okay, here's why Chris Benoit did this. There was some sort of trauma to his head, and things were shown where Chris would dive off the rope and hit someone over his head. That's complete work.
When somebody grabs your wrist real lightly, and they twist it, I go, ah, it hurts. Ah, my God, you're killing me. That's a work.
It looks like there's damage, and there's not. We know what we're doing. We don't hurt each other.
Is this? Are they about to sit here and deny the fact that it could be CTE? Is this what we're about to do? Are they about to avoid accountability in any way because there's no way this? No way. No fucking way.
Long time. I got dropped on my head one time. I got concussed there. But other than that, I can't remember having too many concussions in the business of pro wrestling. And my take on that has always been, if you were just wrestling and you got a bunch of concussions, you're probably doing something wrong.
Dog.
CTE.
Dog.
Just don't believe it.
Dog. No. Obviously, these wrestlers have CTE. It's insane that these wrestlers, I mean, I understand they're wrestlers and this is the business they grew up in, but the fact that they are using plausible deniability that wrestling had anything to do with Chris Benoit.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the slides on Chris Benoit's brain. Like, he had CTE. Like, there's no question about that. CTE is a disease you can see very clearly under a microscope, but everybody has fought us on this. The NFL's fought us on this. The NHL is still fighting us on this. FIFA's fighting us. Everybody is trying to fight us. So I was actually surprised when I got a call from Vince McMahon saying he wanted to help.
Chris was knocking WWE.
I think there was something worth investigating.
I called him and said, what are you doing? I said, look, we'll help you out if you can come up with research that's honest. Because we would like to know more about it ourselves.
And that was the beginning of a wholesale change in their approach to this.
They invited me in to come start teaching the wrestlers about what I knew about concussions and CTE.
There were a couple of in-ring moves that we stopped doing.
Chair shots to the head.
Stop hitting each other over the head with folding out chairs.
I have to admit, initially I was pissed. Like, how are you going to take away the chair shot? It's a staple of our industry.
I still recall The Undertaker and Triple H doing the chair shot to the head spot at WrestleMania 27, and I'm pretty sure they got fined for that spot.
We use chairs to help tell our story. Vince made a call. Now there's no more chair shots to the head. I get it. The company is a publicly traded company now. When you're trying to market yourself to larger advertisers, the safety and well-being.
They didn't say Chris didn't have CT. They're just kind of denying that wrestling was the reason why. Kind of.
Do you think the motivation is a care for wrestlers, or is it good for business, or something? It's okay.
Both.
You know, I don't know.
It's both.
Which I couldn't tell you what the biggest motivation is, but it's an acknowledgement that it's better for wrestlers and it's good for business.
Exactly.
Right? And that's what's most important, is that.
It's like it's like even if you believe they did it just for business and not because they care about the wrestlers, at the very least they did it. Like at the very least, there is a level of protection they're putting towards their wrestlers.
Salines, and they're doing the right thing.
What happened in the aftermath of the Chris Benoit situation is that there was really a lot of negative publicity.
It's not real, but the pain is. Professional wrestlers have suffered broken necks and spilled gallons of blood in the ring. Many turn to performance-enhancing drugs and painkillers as they spend 200-plus days on the road. And many don't make it past their 40th birthdays.
Wrestlers were dying young, and it was very often a combination of drugs and steroids. And wrestlers are dying. It didn't hurt the popularity of wrestling because the fans saw them as deaths of television characters. They didn't see it as like a husband who's 38 years old with 3 kids and a wife and is dead.
The fans knew these guys would die. They didn't care. But they didn't seem to care. Give us the next guy.
At first, Vince McMahon was totally defiant, like he's always going to be. All the deaths, he would go, this has nothing to do with us, it's their choice.
Do you have a reason why these people would be dying under the age of 45?
Are you indicating that's my responsibility? These people are dead because...
I'm asking you if it's in any way, shape, or form falls on your shoulders.
So I was set to have this interview about the award-winning Arnold Entertainment. And when someone comes at me, whether it's a member of the media or otherwise, I can't help but be defensive. And then be offensive.
I would accept no responsibility whatsoever for their untimely deaths, none whatsoever. As far as, and you've got that little look on your face like, geez, Vince, how can you possibly say that?
Well, but none whatsoever. I mean, they wrestled for you. They were part of your organization. They worked a couple of hundred nights a year for you. They lived this lifestyle.
I can't believe, can you see that look? I mean, how can you possibly say that, Vince?
When you look back at just about all of those performers who passed away.
This guy's despicable.
They use these prescription drugs as recreation. Many of them just took these pills because it made them feel good, you know? And when you mix that with steroids or something else that's an upward, your heart doesn't know which way to go. And it's a horrible cocktail. And that's what happened.
Found dead in their hotel room. That was the typical scenario. Why isn't these things page 1? Millions of kids worship these guys, and they're dropping dead. Where's the news? And again, McMahon seemed to escape that.
They did get their bad publicity off of it, but not that much. Because people will just go, we don't want to waste our time, you know, investigating this fake thing. But as far as WWE goes, was this kind of a turning point? In hindsight, I would say yes. That did lead to a lot of major changes in wrestling. You know, more vigilant monitoring of concussions, more vigilant monitoring of drug abuse. They agreed to pay for rehab to anyone under contract, even after they're gone with the company. The schedule was reduced. You know, instead of going 10 days on and 3 days off, it was 4 days on and 3 days off. And it's even better now. The changes have been gigantic.
WrestleMania 30.
WrestleMania 30.
Up to that point, I'd never lost at WrestleMania. I think I was 21-0. The streak is a huge part of the attraction.
To this day, I don't think they should have ended the streak.
So, I was going to win. The streak was going to stay intact. But that day, Vince walks in my dressing room, and he said, "Mark, I think we're going to put Brock over tonight."
Brock Lesnar!
It was a last-minute decision. Mark wasn't prepared for it. I think he was in some sort of a psychological shock.
I would have been too. And then he got concussed during the match, I'm pretty sure.
About 5-10 minutes into that match, I get concussed.
Yep. After we were just talking about CTE.
25 minutes or so. But I can't, to this day, recall being in that match.
The same Undertaker that was basically denouncing CTE like almost 10 minutes ago got concussed in WrestleMania 30.
Back on it, I don't see where Mark was concussed. Could have happened, but I think Mark just didn't remember any of that because it was so traumatic for him.
Bro, dog, how are we denying CTE and brain injuries? What are we doing?
They took me to the hospital, and Vince left WrestleMania to go to the hospital.
That actually pisses me off.
He was there with my wife, consoling her.
You cannot hurt the Undertaker!
I never thought about getting hurt. Even after I got hurt, I didn't think about getting hurt. Only thing you think about is getting well so you can get back to work.
And he kept on bringing Undertaker back after that.
Different surgeries.
18?
I walk with a limp. I wake up some mornings and can't get out of bed. But there's nothing that I would change. I love it. And if I could still do it, I'd still be doing it.
Yeah, and it sucks that Undertaker felt the need to go until the wheels fell off, because I think anybody would tell you the last half of Undertaker's run is absolutely his worst. Like, the worst collection of matches you will see from him is in the latter half of his career. The saving grace was his final match, but everything before that point that happened after 2014, like, you got some gems in there with like Undertaker Brock from 2015 and Undertaker and who else? Undertaker Brock was good. And then like that tag team match from Extreme Rules 2019, but like Undertaker, Drew, and Shane. But like everything else kind of sucked. Like, he just was immobile, not able to move, but he kept coming back. And Vince kept on bringing it back. And it was like, it really sucked to see Undertaker like that, man. But that was his choice.
You know, the wrestlers sometimes think we're indestructible. That's just the way it is. It's just part of who we are. But on the other hand, this next generation of wrestlers, I do not want to see them in the same situation as a bunch of the guys that came before them.
Hey, Cody.
I come into WWE in 2007.
Are we gonna talk about when he went to AEW? I hope so.
Of Chris Benoit's terrible tragedy, and out of that, the wellness policy really becomes a huge part of the company.
First, we're instituting a new drug policy.
Behind the scenes, I came into a very clean WWE, and it was also very clean on air in terms of we're heading towards a TVPG era.
What motivated Vince to switch the rating from TV-14 to TVPG was the 50,000-foot perspective of advertisers, the lewd and kind of really out there angles that were going on in the Ruthless Aggression era. We're going to cut it with sponsors.
Okay, here are the stats and things.
And Vince is a businessman. He's the chairman of the board. He wants to make the company as much money as possible.
Vince was trying to reach bigger, get more families, more kids.
We made that turn, and it has paid off.
It has, yeah. No one will say it. No one will say it never paid off, because they made more money hand over fist going PG than they ever did.
And sponsorship deals became, much more lucrative.
but a lot of your attitude.
They became far more marketable.
Audiences would be like, "This is the Muppet Show." In fact, it literally was the Muppet Show. We had the Muppets guest host one time.
Yep, that was during the anonymous Raw general manager era. Well, the celebrity Raw general manager era.
And that left a bad taste in people's mouths.
I do what's right for each and every one of you from a business perspective. I'm long-term oriented, and you don't even understand what I'm doing. But in time, you will.
When the decision was made to go PG, certain fans would complain on social media, but times change, and views change, and you adapt with it. So they tone down.
This is a Divas Tag Team match. The timing of the women's evolution coincided with the PG era shift. The portrayal of women in the industry was progressing and maturing. It is a perfect combination of beauty and power. And the capabilities of the women that were coming into the industry were certainly far more athletic than those that preceded them.
The women's evolution was really a movement started by our fans.
Fans took to social media with the hashtag
Give Divas a chance. Yep, I remember that.
Over unequal screen time for female wrestlers.
I'm pretty sure I also did give Divas a chance back in 2015.
So it was very hard for him to
Let me see if I can find my tweet.
I think Vince was not sure.
Maybe I didn't.
But ultimately, Vince is about giving the fans what they want. And when the fans wanted us to do more action in the ring and they liked what they were getting from us, he went with it. Someone that got really behind us was Stephanie. Stephanie saw us doing our thing out there and she really pushed for the women to take it to another level.
Stephanie McMahon had been a television character for a long, long time. But behind the scenes, she became kind of like a public face of the company, chief brand officer, so that was her role. And Paul Levesque, Triple H, was getting more and more influence on the creative side, helping Vince, kind of like number two.
Where was Shane at that point?
Shane was kind of out.
Yeah, Shane wasn't there. He didn't come back till 2016.
So 2016.
There it is.
It was gone 6 or 7 years at that point. Off camera, off everything.
Was Undertaker versus Bray good? It was decent. I wouldn't call it good though.
Hey, I have an idea. And it's like, okay. At the time, there was a storyline where my dad was going to give a very big accolade from my grandfather.
I still remember that moment
my
too.
sister, who was completely undeserving storyline-wise.
No one in the world deserves this award.
Nobody saw the return coming at all.
And then all of a sudden, my music hits. The place goes crazy, and still to this day, I'm getting goosebumps under my jacket.
What's in the lockbox though? They never talked about what's in the lockbox.
It was so rewarding to have an adulation that long and that loud when you return to something you love. I see my dad looking at me, and then he has pride. I could see it in his eyes. Now I'm getting choked up looking at that. My sister, she's starting to tear up because, again, we're all back together. It was a huge moment. And eventually what came out was something really cool.
You and your husband, Triple H, have been really running this company into the ground. I want control of Monday Night Raw.
And then that led to my dad making a match.
One match, one night, an opponent of my choosing. I'll tell you where and when and who. So, what about it, Shane-O? Huh? Everybody's happy to see Shane-O back. You got your match. You're on. Good, because I have one last opportunity.
We're gonna beat the fucking leader. Yeah. Said the F word on TV.
Time is going to be
Crazy.
WrestleMania.
Shane versus The Undertaker in the Hell in a Cell match. Wasn't a very good match, but
Getting to that
you
moment
did get the
now,
cage spot,
WrestleMania 32.
which is crazy.
I've been in the ring in 7 years, and you can imagine walking out in not just a small room, but a stadium with a sea of people. It's euphoric.
Yeah, and his sons came out with him.
The greatest thing was about 10 minutes prior to me going out, my boys were backstage. And I was like, "You guys want to come out with me?" It's like, "What? Like, are you serious?"
That's so awesome.
My boys were doing my stuff and they're doing the arm twist. I go, "Look at these little dudes." And then I have to snap out of this because I'm about to throw her down with one of the best of them ever. The Undertaker's bong hits and the place goes bonkers. And the rest is history.
Like, the match wasn't bad, it just wasn't good either.
I can only imagine being the son of Vince McMahon. It seemed like Shane was always trying to prove something to his dad.
Because he was.
All the time. Even if it meant doing something more.
The cage spot's the only thing you remember, yeah?
You know, if he's,
it's the only thing anybody really remembers.
You know, obviously when you're performing, you want that adulation. That she did a good job. Especially, you know, from my father. And I think that's
We're live 6 hours, chat. Shout out.
Extra, you know, in the ring.
I think we're going to 7 hours.
One time I had a match with Kurt Angle. It was more of a hardcore match. Kurt was famous, you know, being an Olympian, you know, for suplexes. He
Hey, that's my name.
Suplexed me. I was supposed to go through that glass. I hit that glass. It was like, and straight down on my noggin. I was like, "Oh, you Olympic wuss." I said, "I can't believe you came and throw me through that thing. You suck." You know, all of a sudden you're sort of, and then it took 3 going out. Suplex one, hit the glass, didn't do anything. Second one, same thing. And then finally Kurt threw me through the third one.
So badly concussed, man. I can
felt for
imagine.
Shane that night. He took it like a champ. Just trying to prove something to his dad.
I think Shane wanted to be different. He wanted to earn his stripes, so to speak, in every way. He would take chances that no one else would take. And he did some crazy, crazy things that no one else would do. He knew that that was something that was his.
I do some risky things, but you know, if it's in your blood, in my view, it's an acceptable risk.
Dude, that leap off SummerSlam was still insane.
Entertain and to push myself as well. And of course, always looking for that pat on the back from my dad.
Yeah, all that just to get attention from dad. Or validation, I should say.
I know that he's always wanted me to respect him and things of that nature. I don't know there aren't many pats on the shoulder in terms of way to go. You know, maybe there should have been, you know. My dad, he never said it to me, and that's okay. But I've always been proud of Shane for what he's done, what he attempts to do.
What he attempts to do.
Because he gives it his all.
Jesus Christ.
I was very proud of Shane in that match.
Do you remember seeing your dad after?
I got a hug that night. Yeah, got a hug that night. It was a very emotional return.
It's the only feel-good moment of Vince this entire
Shane got
series.
emotional and said, "That's all I ever wanted was your respect." So that was a very personal moment.
I got a pat on the back.
Up bright and early. We've been live since 4 a.m., brother. We've been live for 6 hours, man.
Guess I heard it come by.
You'll have this whole stream to watch back whenever you want.
I earned that one. Guess I did.
You hear people say this a lot in our business about Vince, like, he was almost like a father to me. We have a family. Not the McMahon family, a much broader family. And in terms of a family type thing, I'm the patriarch.
He's had the role in my life of a father figure.
Our relationship, he was like a father figure to me.
I have a fatherly father-son relationship with Vince.
I mean, I'd honestly take a bullet for that man.
There's no doubt that Vince is the father figure of the company. And all the stars in WWE
Even
are
if he's a
desperate
bad
for
father.
Vince's approval, including his own kids. You know, if you look at Shane, when he came back, he was only really being used as in-ring talent. But it seemed like he was trying to work his way back into Vince's good graces, into a potential role as a successor in WWE.
All this for him to go to AEW, too.
At some point, did I envision myself being next in line to do certain things? Sure, from the standpoint of I just wanted to continue the family business.
I came back to ensure the future, not only for my kids, but for your daughters, and eventually their kids, and their kids' kids, etc., etc. That's why I returned to the WWE.
He wanted to be the next McMahon, and he always figured he would be. And then it didn't happen.
Yeah, it was always
You know,
Triple
most
H.
people say it was because Stephanie was better at it than he was.
One thing that Shane does have over me is likability. But business is not run by popularity, and I'm just glad.
Stephanie, she's just like her dad. She's very strong. Shane is nice. And in the wrestling world, if you're a boss and you're nice, once the people see that niceness, they will try to take advantage of you. With Stephanie, you know you can't take advantage of that woman. You just know it right off the bat.
You don't know what it means to be a success, Shane. How would you? You're nothing more than a quitter. Now get the hell out of my ring.
Through the 2010s and leading up to the 2020s, Vince McMahon, Stephanie McMahon, and Triple H were the three most powerful people inside WWE. And
It's among one of the
there were a lot
worst
huge
eras.
successes during this period of time.
Was that late
There was the
2010s.
WWE Network,
24/7 streaming service live content.
which was revolutionary in its way. They were on the cutting edge of a lot of social media stuff. The TV rights deals were going up and up, which culminated in the giant deal with Peacock. Linda McMahon joins Donald Trump's cabinet, heading the Small Business Administration. There was a competition started up. In 2019, AEW Wrestling launched. One of the big stars and vice presidents was Cody Rhodes, who 3 years later came back to WWE. And the stock price just kept going up and up. It certainly doesn't have the energy or the vitality that it seemed to in the 80s, and especially not during the Attitude Era. But Vince, he keeps creating new stars who become huge faces of the company.
This man, Roman Reigns, has become a mainstream star. Roman Reigns, everybody!
Because of the success during this period of time, it was hard to imagine Vince ever stepping down, but if he were ever going to leave, it seemed clear at the time that it was Stephanie McMahon and Triple H who were in position to succeed him.
Even if he
in
didn't
running
want
the
to leave it
company.
to them.
I think as far as succession, you don't rule out Shane or Stephanie, obviously. But it was my understanding that Hunter was supposed to be the individual. I don't know, that's the upper level stuff that I couldn't even imagine.
There are a lot of plans in terms of succession, but it depends on where I am in terms of the ability to contribute.
Welcome to night 2 of WrestleMania. 70,000 plus once again.
You ever see yourself taking a step back?
Taking a step back?
No.
Do you ever see myself retiring? No, I don't see myself ever retiring. I never understood why people stop growing. When you stop growing, you die.
These allegations never come out. This would still be Vince's WWE.
Some people want to retire one day. What are you going to do when you retire? I have, like, no sympathy for people like that. So, go die.
Fuck. Well, I guess that applies to him too. Go die, bitch.
This is ridiculous. Mr. McMahon has entered the ring.
Think he'll ever retire?
No. Vince will never retire.
He had to be forced into it. Yep, I was there when he wrestled Pat McAfee.
I don't think he'll ever stop because he loves it. It's not work to him.
I can't believe McMahon and Austin are toasting at WrestleMania.
They better not edit this stunner. Show how bad it was. Yep.
This man trying to get away. But Austin stops McMahon.
I cannot imagine a life with Vince McMahon not being the main dude in the WWE as long as he has breath in his lungs.
What I think it would take for Vince to retire, a nuclear bomb exploded.
Yeah, well.
Wrestling world rocked by the headline hitting today. The WWE founder and CEO Vince McMahon is stepping down as chairman and CEO.
The Wall Street Journal reporting McMahon paid a former employee who he allegedly had an affair with $3 million to keep her quiet.
Started with a tip, and the tip was that the board of WWE had received an anonymous email alleging that Vince McMahon had basically kept quiet an affair with an employee of the company, then covered it up.
The Journal reports, according to an email sent to WWE board members, McMahon initially hired the woman at a salary of $100,000.
There's still rumors to this day that it may have been an insider from Stephanie or Triple H, or maybe one of them actually.
But increased it to $200,000 after beginning a sexual relationship with her.
The person who wrote the email portrayed it as a relationship where McMahon was taking advantage of someone and was conducting a consensual affair, but the power was clearly with the guy who was the CEO.
How consensual is it when it's your boss? There's always that boss power, especially when it's Vince.
The separation agreement prevents the former employee from discussing her relationship with Mr. McMahon or disparaging him in any way.
Beyond the NDAs themselves, we encountered this kind of culture of secrecy. Vince McMahon exerts such power, he has such influence over people's careers that people are very reluctant to speak because they were afraid of retaliation.
Exactly.
My expectation was
That's
Vince
where
was
the
going
power
to
dynamic comes in.
just go after those reporters. Because if he had any kind of defense, he'd have gone after the reporter's credibility. And he never touched him. That shocked me. That is not Vince.
McMahon says in part, I pledged my complete cooperation to the investigation by the special committee.
Because he knew he was in deep shit.
Possible to support the investigation.
He is staying in front of the cameras. He's expected to be on SmackDown later on tonight. Jake?
Of course he is.
People were out there
Vince
cheering him and shit.
resigned as CEO, but continued on the board of directors and continued to run creative. When the first story came out, they announced Vince will be on the air. Welcome to SmackDown. It was just basically his FU at the story. And they did, one of their biggest ratings of the year. Everybody cheered like crazy.
After the allegations became public, Vince McMahon canceled his final interview for the series. Of course he did.
When we published the first article, one of the reactions from some quarters was, well, what did you expect? Vince's public persona
the Mr. McMahon character was intentionally outrageous. And tied up in all of that was this notion that he was just rapacious and sexually deviant and couldn't control himself. And that was a huge part of the public character. What complicates that is that this was this intentional blurring of fictional and non-fictional.
Let's get into that gray area.
You're hired, Stacy!
What we have shown is that some of what was played for laughs as part of the character was not that funny and was in fact very, very serious.
Hindsight.
As we got into the reporting, we found there had been other allegations that had surfaced over the years against McMahon. In 2006, there was a woman who worked at a tanning salon, and she alleged that Vince McMahon had shown her naked photos of himself and had groped her. McMahon denies the allegations, and prosecutors decided not to move forward with anything because they didn't think that there was enough independent evidence.
What are you doing? When the tanning salon thing came, weeks later, Vince created a storyline where somebody's just absolutely making up all of these things.
Help me! Help me now! What are you doing? Touching me!
The reporting built on itself. After that first story, the more sort of we reported, the more started coming in.
3 weeks ago, Vince McMahon stepped down as WWE CEO following allegations of sexual misconduct. It turns out now there's a lot more to the story.
Vince McMahon reportedly agreeing to pay $12 million to 4 different women over a 16-year period, according to the Wall Street Journal. The deals were made to suppress allegations of sexual misconduct.
Some of those allegations were, frankly, more serious. The most serious one is we learned of a settlement for $7.5 million that McMahon struck with a former wrestler who alleged that he had coerced her into oral sex, that she had refused his further advances, and he had not renewed her contract.
Vince was always the guy who you always figured would survive, everything. And then it's like a week or two later, all of a sudden it's Friday and Vince has retired. They made the announcement on a Friday because to the end, they thought that it would build ratings for Friday night. So they do it Friday afternoon. So Stephanie McMahon opens the show.
Earlier tonight,
This was such a weird segment.
Vince McMahon
Like, I love you, Dad. Like,
retired.
it wasn't the best look for Stephanie. It's not the best look for her.
She finishes her short speech of devoted his life, did this and that, and then let's go. Thank you, Vince, and she's cheering everyone. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Vince.
Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Vince.
It was exactly what I expected, but it was kind of a shock and weird and surreal only because for 40 years Vince had been running that company, and all of a sudden in one day it's all changed.
The reaction in the locker room was uncertainty for sure, but real chaos in a sense that what does WWE look like without Vince?
As far as what I originally thought would happen if Vince was gone, I thought that Stephanie would be the face of the company, and I thought Paul Levesque would be running the creative end.
And then he came back.
And that's essentially...
Wait, did everyone just give me my money?
You think the business can survive without him?
Honestly, without Vince, I don't think it will.
He's doing pretty fine without. Actually, he's doing great without him.
Now that he's retired, I think there was great pleasure in seeing him get what's coming to him. But 5 minutes later, do we care? I don't know how much. I think we'd be more interested to see him come back. I think we'd be much more entertained by that. Because nobody does evil like Vince McMahon. He still generates heat. And heat is what sells tickets.
Do you see Vince coming back?
Because it's wrestling and everything, I would say yes.
Yep, he came back.
Big changes at the
And then once he came back, Stephanie left.
Entertainment, the majority owner, Vince McMahon, has returned to
Wild.
WWE as executive chairman.
It's still insane to believe that I and all of you witnessed this happen in real time. That's the really insane part.
Vince McMahon's daughter, Stephanie McMahon, has resigned as co-CEO of WWE. Many on Wall Street expect McMahon to try to sell the $6 billion company at some point.
What was your reaction when Vince returned?
Wow, that I mean, it was weird.
When Vince came back, I wasn't surprised. I was surprised that people were surprised.
I had definitely heard for a couple weeks that Vince was getting itchy and wanted to come back, and I didn't know if he would be able to, because I had already known about the board voting unanimously for him not to be back. But he did have the controlling votes. So he returned, he changed members of the board, and then days later, Stephanie resigns.
Stephanie McMahon making a statement via Twitter. WWE
That was
is in
just
such a
like the
strong position
weirdest thing.
that I have
He almost,
decided to
he basically
return
pushed
to
her
my
out.
leave and take it one step further with my official resignation.
Vince said that he thought he never should have quit, but he was talked into quitting. And he said that it was by somebody close to him. So, you know, you can draw a conclusion from that.
Vince sort of forced his way back in. And it seems to me that Stephanie didn't want anything to do with the company if Vince was going to be involved. I don't think she was forced out.
You know, he's put you in a position constantly to battle him. You know, right?
Sure feels that way.
Come on.
Bruce Pritchard, here we go.
Absolutely no idea what happened with Stephanie leaving the company. And Dave Meltzer or Shoemaker or whoever else wants to make up their lies and their assumptions.
Vince Puppeteer right here.
When Vince came back, the first thing they talked about was a potential sale. This was like, okay, we're taking bids.
It is now official. Endeavor announcing WWE and UFC will combine to form a $21 billion global live sports and entertainment company.
Oh, WrestleMania weekend too.
Combined WWE and UFC will be called the TKO Group.
Selling the company to a strategic company like Endeavor, I thought was genius. Think about it. It's a new challenge for Vince. He's not just overseeing one company, he's overseeing another company.
I think the idea probably was to sell it in a way where Vince would still have the major say-so.
Vince is going to be the executive chairman, but it's going to be a little bit different for him because WWE shareholders only get 49% of this company versus Endeavor shareholders who get 51%. So he no longer has the absolute control that he did over WWE.
This company's been in your family for 70 years. Is it a tough day?
No, it's a great day. You know,
This literally happened
things have to evolve.
during
Family
WrestleMania
business,
weekend.
It all has to evolve for all the right reasons. And this
No,
is
no, no.
the
It was a
business
day after
decision.
WrestleMania.
Thus far, it's the right family decision.
There wasn't going to be, you know, the next generation Vince McMahon. It got too big to be a family business. It had to be something to where experts in the big business field were going to be making a lot of the decisions.
It's not about the last name. It's not about a family legacy. It's about who is best qualified. We live by the law of the jungle. And the lion who still rules this kingdom wouldn't have it any other way.
The company's doing really strong right now. The attendance is the best it's been since 2002. More people watch the big events than have ever watched them before. Sponsorship is way beyond anything they've ever had before. Profits are the biggest they've ever been. Revenue is the biggest they've ever been. People will support entertainment product and not care about the moral fiber of the guy running the product. They want entertainment.
This week, World Wrestling Entertainment agreeing to a $5 billion 10-year deal to take its signature weekly wrestling show, Raw,
to Netflix. You saw some episodes of this show?
Yeah,
Thoughts?
thought they sucked. I didn't think it was balanced at all. I thought it was a gotcha piece. I thought it was portrayed as a gotcha piece. And it was all about how can we make Vince look bad? Let's make him look shitty here. Let's make him look shitty there. I'm close to it. You know, I live it. And it's personal to me.
Yeah, it's your best friend. I get it.
Is there something about Vince that we're missing?
Yeah, the human side.
Where is it? Please show it to me, because I have not seen it this entire 6-piece episode. Haven't seen it.
Look, Vince is a businessman.
And like, not the entertainment part. Don't tell me, oh, he gave this wrestler a push. He gave this guy the championship. Like, where's the actual humanity in anything he was doing in this entire thing? And even if you show me the good pieces, all the bad outweighs it, bro. Like, shut the fuck up.
But also, the other side of Vince is when my wife got cancer, that Vince made sure that she had the best care in the world.
Oh, so because he did a good thing for you and your family, that excused all the other bad shit. Shut the fuck up.
My wife was given a 4-year life expectancy. Best case scenario. That was 24 years ago.
Guys, we should forgive Vince and all the bad things he did because he made sure his wife was alright. Even evil can do good. Even evil can do good. Even evil can do good. Doesn't make him not evil, though.
Documentary on Vince and Vince's life and Vince's story. It was, see what an asshole Vince.
Hey, even the devil himself has done good things. Doesn't detract away from the fact that he's a devil. So I don't know what you want me to tell you, Bruce.
And it doesn't see you having an asshole.
Don't know what you want me to tell you, brother.
And if he were one, I would support that. But he's not.
What a puppet, dude. 2 days later.
The founder and former CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment is facing new accusations of sexual assault and trafficking tonight. A disturbing new lawsuit is alleging that Vince McMahon sexually abused and trafficked.
Are you being sarcastic? No, I'm 100% serious, bro.
A source tipped me off about the lawsuit being filed, and that happens because of the topic of the suit. I've written about sex trafficking suits or sexual misconduct. I did not get the sense from people at WWE that they knew the lawsuit was coming. In fact, I heard from sources that they were surprised.
In the lawsuit, Janelle Grant, who worked there up until March 2022,
This stuff is
says
disgusting.
McMahon forced her to have sex with him and other men at the WWE headquarters in return for job security.
Like, at WWE's headquarters this happened.
Was the woman who we first reported on back in 2022, and what Grant says in this lawsuit is that it was not a consensual affair.
The lawsuit paints a picture of sexual abuse, sexual misconduct. She says she was sexually assaulted, that she was lured there on the promise of career advancement, and then eventually exploited sexually and then trafficked to other men by Vince McMahon.
If you guys ever want to be disgusted, look up this whole entire piece about every single thing that Vince did to this woman, and you might throw up, honestly. It was something that was depraved and vile things I've ever read someone do to another woman.
When that lawsuit came out, honestly, I didn't think that there was anything that could be in there that would shock me, and I was floored.
I was too. I think we were all floored.
Grant's claims include sexual acts involving defecation,
There it is.
restraint,
Grant alleges that he assaulted her with sex toys named after male wrestlers.
One of the most striking
That's the
things
weirdest.
about this
That one,
particular
no,
lawsuit
one of.
was the fact that Janelle Grant had reproduced text messages that she had received from Vince McMahon.
The suit included screenshots of vulgar text that McMahon allegedly sent to Grant, becoming more graphic, dark, and sadistic. I'm the only one who owns you, one of the messages read, and controls who I want to blank you.
You know, granted, we're only seeing her side of these text messages, or the text message she wants to see, maybe we'll see more in the future. But it just gave such a window into this relationship that you often don't see, especially in relationships with this power imbalance.
This is one of the most brazen examples in a company setting that I've seen where an executive isn't really taking a lot of steps to hide the behavior.
The lawsuit also accuses McMahon of sharing sexually explicit photos of Grant with other WWE employees, including an unnamed wrestler who the company was trying to re-sign in 2021 without her consent.
We found out from sources that the identity is Brock Lesnar, which is one of WWE's biggest names.
Exactly
She
reason why he's not
alleges
back
that
now.
Vince shared the explicit photos with him and informed her that he likes what he sees. After the star agreed to a new contract, McMahon told her that sex acts with her were part of the deal.
In a statement, Vince McMahon's spokesperson says this lawsuit is replete with lies, obscene, made-up instances that never occurred, and a vindictive distortion of the truth. He will vigorously defend himself.
WWE's parent company, TKO Group, says it's taking these allegations seriously and addressing the matter internally.
One day after Janelle's lawsuit is filed.
WWE founder Vince McMahon has resigned as
Yeah, for the second
chairman
time.
of the wrestling company's parent organization.
This time for real.
McMahon has denied the allegations, but says he's now resigning, quote, out of respect for the WWE universe.
The fact that he resigns the day after the lawsuit is filed
Guilty.
suggests
Guilty.
that things have changed. He's in a new company. He no longer has the same control. And if, someone asks him to leave, he's got to leave.
At that point, Vince was fully pushed out of any role in TKO or WWE. And after the Janelle Grant accusations, you started hearing rumors and accusations from a variety of sources. In 2016, Ashley Massaro claimed that she had been raped during a WWE tour of Kuwait by a man posing as a military doctor. She accused WWE of not responding seriously to her allegations when she told them. She says that Vince McMahon knew about it and that WWE functionally...
Guys, if I yawn, it's because I'm tired, not because this is boring.
WWE put out a statement completely denying these claims, and they basically said that they were never informed that this had taken place, and if they had been, they would have reported it. A decade later, in 2019, Massaro was found dead in an apparent suicide. After the Janelle Grant allegations, Ashley Massaro's attorney released a previously unreleased statement from Massaro that claimed that Vince McMahon made sexual advances on her, that Vince was well known for this sort of thing. Massaro said she rejected him, but from her point of view, Vince responded by writing stories whose sole purpose was to just embarrass her.
You're gonna cry now.
Vince, you do this!
You're gonna cry. You're gonna cry. You're suspended indefinitely.
Since he was kind of removed from his job, Vince has sold all of his stock in the company and completely left. One of the most powerful things for WWE is that they have been able to keep going without Vince. They've been thriving without
Yeah.
Vince.
WWE has never been better. Probably since the Attitude Era. I was there for it.
We set records this week for social media, for merchandise, for sponsorship. Just destroyed records for Gate. This was legitimately the biggest WrestleMania of all time.
Last question. What do you think Vince's legacy will be?
Oh boy.
Vince's legacy, my goodness.
Oh boy.
His legacy is just.
He popularized WWE, but it's been muddied. Everything else.
I don't know.
He brought WWE to mainstream.
That's a tough one, huh?
He brought WWE to mainstream. That's really his legacy. Everything else is shit.
What I think Vince McMahon's legacy is going to be.
Bringing WWE to mainstream. That's it. There's nothing else. It's just bringing WWE to mainstream.
Ooh, I think I might be the wrong guy to ask that question.
You see anything else positive?
The greatest promoter of all time.
Yeah, you could argue that, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing I just said.
Even though there's things about him that I don't like or respect, you can't take that from him.
If you want a real view of Vince McMahon and pro wrestling, there's a lot of positive and there's a lot of negative. I mean, he's the most important figure in the history of wrestling. In his prime, he was an absolute creative genius, but he's far from a saint.
This is a man that wants more and more and more. I got an insatiable appetite for life and I want more. It doesn't stop. And that's how you build something from $1 million to $1 billion to $10 billion.
Pro wrestling for all these years painted life in this very simple way. You know, there's good guys and there's bad guys. And I think that the real lesson of Vince McMahon is that, like, life is never that simple. You know, you have to be able to hold two things in your head at the same time. Like, it's possible that Vince McMahon created this thing that we all love, and at the same time, he is an incredibly problematic, potentially deplorable human being.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would like to go down as, like,
It's really hard having monsters attached to great projects.
Anything good that he did is now inextricable from all the bad stuff that he did.
Yeah.
What's my legacy? I don't have one. Everyone has a certain feeling about who they think Vince McMahon is. But people really don't know me at all. A lot of people have confused through the years, you know, who my character was on television and who I am. When I look in the mirror, I know who I'm looking at. I know the reflection. Describe Vince McMahon. That would be really very tough to do. Let's see. Egomaniac, physical culturist, someone who needs to be challenged every day, sexually active, psychologically challenged.
Love sex,
sort of a paradox of paradoxes.
The only person in the world I need to thank is me, because I did it all. I did it all by myself.
Sometimes the lines of reality or fact and fiction are very blurred in our business. Sometimes what happens is performers start believing in themselves. They start believing in their own character. The individual loses all sense of who they really are personally. They become the character.
My name is not Vince. My name is Mr. McMahon.
I'm wondering myself now, which is the character and which is me. I guess maybe it's a blend.
You think?
I would suggest that one is exaggerated a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm not so sure which one.
Vince McMahon is currently under federal criminal investigation related to allegations of sexual misconduct and trafficking. Brock Lesnar has not publicly commented on any involvement in allegations. Janelle Grant's lawsuit is paused while the federal investigation is conducted. Whew. All right. That was the Vince McMahon documentary. That was a lot. I mean, it was greatly produced, greatly put together, greatly produced. It touched upon just about everything. They didn't focus too much on his like upbringing, and more so his how he elevated WWE and all the stuff mixed in with it, and then how his career ended. I think it touched on just about everything it should touch on. It touched upon early allegations in his career, the steroid trial. It touched on Snuka. It touched on WCW, and it touched on the Attitude Era, the Montreal Screwjob, Owen, Ruthless Aggression, Chris Benoit, PG Era, a bunch of other allegations, and then obviously the final allegations. And everyone else gave their thoughts on it. I mean, it really just it really gave you everything. I think the only thing it didn't touch on was Eddie, but I don't really think they needed to touch on Eddie. Eddie's the only thing they didn't touch, but I don't think that was necessary because that doesn't really play into Vince at all as much as Chris did. I'm glad I got to watch both of you watch it with myself. Hey, I'm glad you were here and I got to watch with you as well. As a whole, I got Batman, but he also has the creator of wrestling. I mean, that's always the sentiment, always been a sentiment, and that was always going to be the sentiment when this was over. Vince McMahon is a deplorable human being, and I give credit to Netflix and the producers for not glazing this man, because they did. They let you know, hey, this is the man who brought wrestling up to the popularity and mainstream appeal that it is now, but this is also a absolutely disgusting human being that should not be praised at all and should be recognized for how bad he was to the business. They did not shy away from that, and I think they should 100% be credited for that. So shout out to Bill Simmons, shout out Netflix, The Ringer, everybody who took part, because I thought this was well done. Well done documentary. 5 stars? Don't quite know about that, but 4.5, I would go. I'll go 4.5. Final thoughts before we head up out of here, guys, because my train comes in an hour, so I gotta get going. Plus, I've been live for almost 7 hours. This is my longest stream ever. I don't think I've done a stream longer than this. I gotta check out my Mortal Kombat stream. I'm almost certain that was 6 hours too. My longest stream to date, I think, was 6.5 hours, and we're at 6 hours 45 minutes right now. Pretty sure this is my longest stream ever. If I went to 7, it definitely is, but let me see. Before I sign off here, I'm pretty sure this is my longest stream ever. They dropped the Heihachi Mishima gameplay trailer yesterday. I gotta watch that. Not on the stream, but I'll watch it later. I said not right now. Damn. I'm pretty sure this is my longest stream ever. How'd you feel about Stone Cold's thoughts on CT in episode 6? I'll be uploading clips. Don't worry. I did not like it at all. Most of the wrestlers gave plausible deniability. I thought that was so fucking cheap of them to do that. So fucking cheap. So fucking cheap. Plausible deniability, my ass. It's CTE at the end of the day. Yeah, guys, I'm almost certain this is my longest stream to date. I did like 3 other 6-hour streams, but all of them fall underneath of 6 hours 30 minutes. Yeah, the longest stream is 6 hours 19 minutes, and that was hold on. That was the Royal Rumble 2020 stream is my longest stream today. It's 6 hours 19 minutes, and now it's this one where we watch the full documentary here. And I kind of want to do more of these streams in the future. Look forward to your video recap. We'll be doing that when I come back from New York, guys. I'm heading up out of here. Thank you all for staying tuned and watching with me. I've been up since 4 a.m. and now it is 10:51 a.m. I'm about to head to New York for AEW Grand Slam. Expect my review of that to be up as early as tomorrow. And yeah, expect a review of the documentary probably to follow very soon as well. I love you guys as always. I've been Sooplex. You guys have a good night. Talk more soon.